Lu Yuan stood tall, a silent storm over the battered Hulk beneath him. His foot pressed lightly against the green giant's chest. Not enough to kill, but more than enough to keep him grounded. Earlier, hatred had tried to stand against him and was obliterated, dissolved without a trace. Lu Yuan hadn't even needed to exert himself. And now Hulk, the so-called strongest there is, was in the same position, defeated, yet spared. Lu Yuan lowered his head, watching Hulk struggle, unable to rise. "You're lucky I'm in a good mood," he muttered. In the skies above, aboard a military aircraft, Betty Ross broke free from the soldier guarding the Vulcan cannon. Her eyes blazed with desperation. "Betty, no. Get back here," General Ross roared, his voice a mix of terror and rage. But she ignored him and yanked the trigger. Da-da-da-da. A stream of fire erupted toward Lu Yuan. But Betty wasn't a trained soldier, and the bullets missed wildly. Lu Yuan sighed. So reckless. She could have hit someone else. With a glance skyward, his eyes glowed red. Twin beams of heat vision shot out, vaporizing each stray bullet midair with surgical precision. Then, shaking his head, he tapped the Hulk with his foot. "Hey, quit pretending. I'm not going to finish you off unless you give me a reason." Groaning, Hulk opened his eyes and rose, slowly and cautiously. He looked up at Lu Yuan, uncertain but sensing no malice. "Good," Lu Yuan said, nodding. Betty, seeing the exchange, finally stepped back from the weapon, her breathing uneven. "You don't need to learn how to control your anger," Lu Yuan said to Hulk, his voice low and firm. "You need to learn how to accept yourself." He understood Hulk better than most. The Green Titan wasn't just raw strength, it was rage personified. And the more rage, the more power. In some realities, Hulk had grown taller, stronger, sprouted multiple arms, even broken entire worlds. But this Hulk was different. This Hulk had identity, a mind of his own, distinct from Bruce Banner. A personality, a soul. Right now, though, Lu Yuan could tell, Banner was the one steering the wheel, not Hulk, which made things safer. Lu Yuan glanced at the hovering plane again. Betty was watching Hulk, her heart in her eyes. Hulk turned. Seeing Lu Yuan standing still, making no move to stop him, he limped away. Lu Yuan let him go. He had bigger concerns. Not Barton, not Natasha, something more dangerous. And with a thought, he vanished, moving faster than light, his departure imperceptible to anyone watching. The street fell silent. Meanwhile, some had guessed it from the earlier clash with Abomination. This was the world of the Incredible Hulk. But there was one more loose end. A man named Mr. Blue, Dr. Samuel Stearns. He had once promised Banner a cure, but it was a lie. When Bronsky forced him to administer the experimental serum, Stearns had inadvertently created Abomination. And now, Lu Yuan found him exactly where he expected, collapsed on the floor of his lab, half conscious, the greenish glow of gamma still pulsing around him. This wasn't just revenge. Stearns had collected DNA from multiple gamma-powered beings. He understood the key to mutation. He could reproduce it. Imagine a country with an army of Hulks. That alone justified what Lu Yuan did next. No speeches, no warnings, just a flash of red. Lu Yuan's eyes burned with heat vision, and in an instant, Samuel Stearns was gone, vaporized. His lab followed, molten steel dripping from the walls as the structure collapsed in on itself. When authorities arrived later, they found only scorched earth and heat still radiating from the epicenter. Some might wonder, why does Lu Yuan always use heat vision so freely? Isn't it a last resort? Not for him. Heat vision wasn't Superman's ultimate move. It was his default. It was the release of solar energy, much like a person burning excess fat. Would you ask someone to save their pee for the perfect moment? No, you let it out when needed. And Lu Yuan believed this. Why punch when a look is enough? And with that, the last remnant of the Invincible Hulk story, Mr. Blue, the future big head villain, was erased from aboard. Because mercy was for those who didn't try to create monsters. With the situation handled, Lu Yuan shed his larger-than-life presence and disguised himself once again as an ordinary man. A flash of teleportation later, he reappeared in the same unassuming bar he'd left mere moments ago. To anyone watching, he had only vanished for the blink of an eye. But much had changed. Back inside, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton were finishing up their report to S.H.I.E.L.D. The bar still bore the marks of chaos. Shattered glass, overturned chairs, and structural damage. Not something that would be fixed overnight. Just as Natasha ended her call, Yuan materialized behind her. "Fury's handing the cleanup to General Ross," she said, turning to him. "Says Ross started the fire, so he can put it out." She gave him a long look. "Fury also wanted to thank you. But he has one question. You won't join S.H.I.E.L.D. You rejected the Avengers Initiative. So what do you want?" Yuan let out a quiet laugh. "So we're playing that game again?" He tilted his head. "You think I should just stand by and let innocent people die?" He could see through Fury's strategy a mile away, using moral responsibility to rope him in. Classic manipulation. Natasha merely shrugged and turned to leave. Barton followed, but paused beside Yuan, offering a rare, sincere smile. "Thank you." Yuan gave a subtle nod. He understood. As an alien, he didn't have to care. But he did. Barton recognized that. With no interest in SHELD's politics, Yuan returned to the bar counter. Miraculously, the bartender was still there, casually wiping glasses like nothing had happened. "You're still serving drinks?" Yuan asked, amused. The bartender shrugged. "Long as someone pays for the damage, I'm good. Must be some bigwig's mess. They'll cover it." Yuan chuckled. "Fair enough." He settled into a seat, ordered a beer, and relaxed. A little quiet, a little booze, a moment of normalcy in a world that had just witnessed a godlike battle. The drinks were cheap, $3 a cup, including tip. At that price, he could afford to unwind for a while. Meanwhile, Natasha and Barton had new orders. With the matter of Samuel Stern, aka Mr. Blue, unexpectedly resolved by a mysterious force they chose not to question, they returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, their transport had gone missing. Collateral damage, perhaps, so they resorted to hailing a taxi and trekking toward the nearest bus station, aiming for Washington, D.C., where the modern S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters now operated. Tonight had been a whirlwind. One monster slain, another vanished, and the third, terrifyingly powerful, was now drinking beer at a local bar. Hatred was dead. Hulk had walked away. And Yuan? He simply disappeared again, unnoticed and unfazed. The military sealed off the area, cordoning it from public access while assessing the damage. General Ross, the architect of the disaster, had no choice but to take responsibility. Publicly, at least. Privately, he wanted to pin it all on Hulk and Yuan. But Ross wasn't stupid. Yuan's quiet threats hadn't been idle. If Ross dared cross him, he wouldn't survive the attempt. By morning, the sun had risen over a calmer city. Yuan returned to his temporary residence, Tony Stark's home. He even stopped to grab breakfast, warm milk, sandwiches, and a few hard-boiled eggs he made himself. As he set the tray down, Pepper Potts came into view, caught a glimpse of him, and turned beet red, quickly retreating without a word. Tony, on the other hand, strolled in, tousle-haired but refreshed, and plopped into the seat across from Yuan. He began eating without hesitation. "You look satisfied," Yuan teased with a smirk. Tony grinned. "I finally sealed the deal. You know how long I've waited for that." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Well, now that you and Pepper are official, maybe it's time I moved out. I'm not looking to be a third wheel." Tony waved a hand. "I could set you up with a suite at Stark Tower, custom workspace, any upgrades you want." But Yuan declined with a smile. "Appreciate it, but I've got somewhere else in mind." "Oh yeah." Tony leaned in. "Where?" Yuan stood, picking up his tray. "Kamar-Taj." Tony spat out his milk. "Where?" "Kamar-Taj," Yuan repeated, rolling his eyes. Tony gawked. "You mean that place from the legends? The magic monks? You actually believe in that?" Yuan looked unimpressed. "Tony, you've fought aliens. You've seen gods. Do you really think magic is that far-fetched?" "Touché," Tony muttered, rubbing his chin. "Still, you're going there to learn magic?" "Two reasons, actually," Yuan said cryptically, then paused. "One of them isn't your business. At least not yet." Tony opened his mouth to protest, but stopped himself. He knew better than to press Lu Yuan when he had that look in his eyes. And so, the most dangerous being on Earth left a quiet bar, turned down a room in the most advanced tower on the planet, and set his sights on a hidden sanctuary in the Himalayas. Because even gods have more to learn. And Lu Yuan's journey...
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Kamar-Taj is not actually the holy place, because the holy place has only 3 locations, namely New York, London, and Hong Kong. The 3 holy places can protect the Earth from being invaded by the dark matter world. Although Kamar-Taj has direct access to 3 passages to the holy place, or teleportation gates, Kamar-Taj is not to the holy place, but the residence of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, no one knows how many years she lived, it's she because of the movie universe, only that she has been leading the magicians of the Kamar-Taj genre in their practice and guarding the Earth. That's right, even S.H.I.E.L.D. may not know that in the spiritual realm and even the dark matter world, the Ancient One has always been guarding the Earth, otherwise the Earth would have been eaten by Dormammu, the Lord of the dark matter realm. Dormammu's power is unquestionable. After becoming the Lord of the Dark World, he almost possesses the power of a god. Let's just say, Ancient One calls Doctor Strange the strongest Sorcerer Supreme of them all. However, it is said that Doctor Strange's level is only equivalent to the level of Dormammu's childhood. Visible. With his wit and magical prowess, Doctor Strange is a staple even among the Avengers. Without the protection of the Ancient One and the 3 holy places, the Dormammu invasion would have been successful. And the reason why Lu Yuan suddenly said that he was going to Kamar-Taj was not because of these, it had nothing to do with Dormammu, but for a different purpose. Lu Yuan knew that the time gem was now on Earth and was kept in Kamar-Taj by the Ancient One magician. There are now 2 infinite gems on Earth, the time gem of Kamar-Taj, and the space gem that is secretly guarded by SHIELD. Lu Yuan didn't want to or was too lazy to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D, so he wasn't interested in the space gem for the time being. Anyway, there is a chance to get it later. But he is still very interested in infinite gems. It is said that infinite gems have the power to destroy the world, and some people say that they were born together when the universe was born. In short, when all the infinite gems are collected, they have extraordinary power, and Thanos can wipe out half of the life in the universe with just a snap of his fingers. So Lu Yuan is also very interested. Also, Kryptonians are not as resistant to magic as rumored. I don't know who came out, saying that Superman has 0 magic resistance. But it's not like that. When Thunder Shazam was acquired by DC, there was a linked comic between Superman and Shazam, and they had battles. Shazam's power comes entirely from magic, which means that even Shazam's punches and kicks are all magic, especially the thunder and lightning that he turns into roar and calls the Shazam spell, which is one of his most powerful magics. And Superman was struck by lightning more than once. However, Superman didn't die, and he didn't lose his combat effectiveness. On the contrary, Superman always had the advantage, and there was a record of pinching Shazam's mouth to prevent him from transforming and killing him directly. In fact, Superman's magic resistance is not low, even the most famous one has been eliminated by the Troublemaker. Then don't look at the level of troublemakers. The early 5th-dimensional people are godlike powers. They can change reality at will, and even the universe can become blank between one thought, and then return to its original state with another thought. Only a god of this level can make Superman suffer in magic. So 0 magic resistance is just a stock. In normal times, such as when Lu Yuan maintains his human appearance, he is Superman, and he is no different from Superman. Originally, Lu Yuan was not afraid of ordinary magic power, and because it was Doomsday, he could also evolve in the process of fighting against magic power, and gradually became immune to magic power. But there is one thing, not afraid of returning, he also has to admit that the Kryptonians have not mastered the power of magic. So Lu Yuan's ultimate goal can be known. One is the interest in the time gem, and the other is the desire to see what magic power is all about. The main thing is, can he learn magic? It can be said that Lu Yuan is almost invincible on the physical side. After thinking about it, if he wants to improve and grow, maybe it is the power of magic? Well, if you let him continue to grow, I don't know how powerful he will be. In short, I have nothing to do now, so I can't go to space to find trouble with Thanos, right? It's not that it can't, but that it's necessary. Lu Yuan thought about it and went all over the world to find Thanos. Why? Do you protect the peace of the universe? Well, it does sound great. But then what? Are you going to kill the Kree? But then what? Challenge the planet devourer or the 5 gods. But the question is, then what? Lu Yuan had been in constant battles 100,000 years ago. In order to defend his homeland, he fought with his neighbors. He personally led the team to colonize the universe, and then fought against Darkseid of Apocalypse, and even OU Axing's lamp ring. The Legion was not seen. Then, with his subordinates, the sky and the earth were darkened by the 100,000 destruction days. He was too tired. He had slept in a single sleep for the past 100,000 years, but it did not make him forget the past. Instead, he felt that what happened before seemed to have happened yesterday. He was tired of it, and he didn't want to run around in the universe for no reason, and go to war in the universe. So he has a plan of his own and wants to live his life according to his own ideas. Dominate the universe? Or guard the galaxy? I'm sorry, he doesn't have such great ambitions, and he doesn't have such great consciousness. Now, he still wants to live comfortably as a way of entertainment. Wait until you need to. So Lu Yuan bid farewell to Tony and Little Pepper, quietly left the bustling city, and came to an iceberg in an instant. Lu Yuan has already handed over all his business plans to Tony, and Xiaoqili also knows the future development policy, so he doesn't have to worry about the company at all. And the iceberg that came to at the moment is actually Mount Everest. Mount Everest is both the highest peak in the world and the main peak of the Himalayas. The reason why Lu Yuan came here is because Kamar-Taj is in the Himalayas. He did not go directly, but came to the top of the mountain. For others, challenging Mount Everest is a near-death experience. But Lu Yuan easily flew to the top of the mountain, and he could stand on the top of the mountain, 10 centimeters away in the void. He was flying there, looking around, watching the world in supervision. Quietly, a golden circle opened the door to the space, and a beautiful woman with a bald head came out and stood behind Lu Yuan. She is the master of Kamar-Taj and the master of all magicians. She is today's Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. It can be said that Lu Yuan has a great face, because he was personally greeted by Ancient One. Kamar-Taj is a courtyard. When you enter from the outside, you will pass a small door, which looks like an ordinary small door on the street. However, it was only when I got inside that I realized that there was actually a universe inside. Even Kamar-Taj's yard is still on a cliff, not to mention how big it is. After Ancient One took Lu Yuan off Mount Everest, he took him to an antique wooden building. You saw me coming. Lu Yuan knew that Ancient One must know that he was coming. Ancient One smiled, not in a hurry to answer Lu Yuan's words, but summoned someone from his side, holding 2 cups of tea for himself and Lu Yuan each. Lu Yuan wasn't afraid of being hot, so he took a sip from the teacup. Not only was he not afraid of heat, he was not even afraid of Ancient One putting something else in the tea. Definitely, Ancient One definitely wouldn't do that. Then Ancient One nodded, letting the others leave first. After only Ancient One and Lu Yuan were left, Ancient One's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Yuan very seriously, and suddenly said, "You are not from this world." Lu Yuan paused and asked without answering, "Why do you say that?" Ancient One snorted softly, "What do you think I have been fighting against for so many years? I can naturally feel that you are from another world. Fortunately, you are not from the dark world, otherwise you would not be sitting here drinking tea." The Ancient One has been fighting against the invasion of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark World, a world that resembles the spiritual realm and is completely different from the material world. In addition, she has been the Sorcerer Supreme for so many years, so she saw something and found something from Lu Yuan's body. For example, he is from another world. Lu Yuan also had to admire that Ancient One really had 2 strokes. For so long, only the Ancient One saw that he was from another world. That's right, he's from the DC universe. Even he first crossed from the real world to the DC universe, and then inexplicably came to the Marvel universe. But these cannot be said, not afraid of anything, but it is very troublesome to explain. Since you have Time Gem, it proves that you already know that I'm not your enemy, right? Lu Yuan changed the subject and said Time Gem directly. Ancient One was shocked all over, and sighed softly again. Sure enough, he didn't pursue Lu Yuan's origin anymore. She also picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. The two stopped talking for a while. It was silent for a while, and it was not an option to keep silent. Lu Yuan was about to speak. Ancient One suddenly said, "I will not accept you as a disciple." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. "I didn't say I wanted to worship you as my teacher." Although Lu Yuan slept for 100,000 years, he already knew that he woke up after 100,000 years. No matter how long the Ancient One has lived now, let him be a 100,000-year-old old man as an apprentice to others? Just forget it. I just want to take a look at your magic book if I have a chance. Definitely if it's inconvenient, forget it. He didn't insist. And Time Gem, would you mind showing me a look? Lu Yuan mentioned Time Gem again, which was another purpose of his coming here. Lu Yuan is full of curiosity about infinite gems, because the ability of infinite gems is too exaggerated. A snap of your fingers can kill half of the life in the universe, and another snap of your fingers can resurrect all the dead. This is simply godlike power. Even among these gems, there are various powers, which may even involve the power of the origin of the universe. The power of origin, if you are familiar with the DC Comics universe setting, you will not be unfamiliar. Because the origin of the power of origin is very large and complicated. For example, the power of Darkseid's father, Yuji Khan, came from the power of origin, and he even relied on the power of origin to lift the new Protoss to the current position of. There is no doubt about the power of Yuga Khan. He is the real master and king of the Apocalypse Star. Even if Darkseid sees his own father, he has to turn his head and run away, not even daring to resist. It is such a great god, but Yuji Khan's power of origin is not complete, so Yuji Khan took the initiative to run to the wall of origin to obtain a stronger and more complete power of origin. As a result, it was definitely stuck on top and couldn't come down. On the wall of origin, anyone without the power of origin will be glued to it, and even those who do not reach a certain level are not qualified to be glued to it. Unless it is someone who is sheltered by a powerful person outside the wall of origin, such as the Superman of the main universe who has been sheltered by someone. It can be seen that the wall of origin and the power of origin are powerful. There is even more than one power of origin. For example, the 7-color lamp ring that OU axing values and relies on the most, in fact, 9 colors and more than 10 rings in total, those emotional spectrums are also one of the powers of origin. Black lights represent death, white lights represent life, and so on. Has great power. That's why Liu Yuan plans to observe those infinite gems, even if the laws of the two universes are different. But what if there is something he can learn from? Anything that touches on the origin is amazing. For example, the 5 gods of the Marvel Universe were actually born from the will of a similar originating force at the beginning of the universe. They are death, eternity, annihilation, infinity, and planet eater. Generally speaking, the level of the 5 gods is still very high. Pulling away, back to the wooden building. Ancient One is examining Liu Yuan. As Liu Yuan said, since she was able to go to Mount Everest to meet Liu Yuan accurately, it was enough to show that she did see through Time Gem that he would come today, and maybe even knew his purpose. But I can't see the farther future. For some reason, since I learned that you are coming, I have been unable to grasp the picture of the future. Ancient One's eyes showed concern. In fact, she has always maintained an indifferent look until at the moment. Liu Yuan was dumbfounded. Maybe it's because the future is unpredictable and changeable. Ancient One shook his head. Originally I saw the distant future, and even the alien attack that will happen soon and the Great War in New York, even my own death. But only after seeing you, I lost observation of the future and becoming a fog. Even the future I've seen before is without you. Who the hell are you? Liu Yuan lowered his head and did not answer Ancient One's question. He was also guessing that he seemed to understand what Ancient One said. Because Liu Yuan knows the plot, he, like Ancient One, knows what will happen in the future. However, unlike Ancient One's choice is not to change, and even his own death will be welcomed calmly. And Liu Yuan will change the future, including too much has changed now. That's why Ancient One said that since seeing Liu Yuan coming here, the future is unpredictable. Ancient One's words don't seem to be lying. Before that, she also used Time Gem to observe the future. If there is any disaster in the future, she should be prepared in advance. Even in the plot time of Avengers Alliance 1, Ancient One knew in advance that Dr. Stephen Strange would become Doctor Strange in the future, or the best among them. But since seeing Liu Yuan, Ancient One has lost sight of the future. There is only one answer. The person sitting in front of her will definitely bring changes to the future, and even has changed many things. Since Liu Yuan came into contact with other people, he has begun to make changes in subtleties. Unless Liu Yuan follows the plot completely, he won't change the surrounding things at all. But that's not his character. The two fell silent again, just drinking tea silently. When the tea in the cup was almost finished, Liu Yuan put down the teacup and made another appeal. I came here for a very simple purpose. One is to see Time Gem, and the other is to look at the collection of books here to see if I have any magical abilities. Ancient One glanced at the teacup in Liu Yuan's hand. Crash. The tea that had been drank came out of thin air, which was also a small trick of magic. Liu Yuan didn't care, just looked into Ancient One's eyes, waiting for her answer. Don't look at Ancient One's frail body, as if she was just an ordinary woman. But Ancient One's strength is level Godfather, the same level as Asgard's father Odin, and even Thanos is no match for her now. As long as the level and settings are only said, Ancient One does not dare to come to Earth as long as it does not die. Definitely, it's a question of whether Thanos knew about the existence of the Ancient One. Logically, he shouldn't know. Or maybe because of tracing the relationship of Time Gem. In short, it was not until the Ancient One died, and after Odin's death, that Thanos invaded Earth in a big way. Liu Yuan also calculated in his heart that it would take a few seconds to defeat Ancient One by force. The answer is that if it is a sneak attack, one punch is enough. If he were to fight head-on and face Ancient One's various magics, he would also feel hard, because Liu Yuan's power was all on the physical side, and it seemed that he still had to use magic to defeat magic. What if I say no? Ancient One was also looking at Liu Yuan's eyes with a smile. The two of them seemed to feel a little bit of a needle on Maimang. Liu Yuan thought for a while, picked up the teacup again, and said, then I'll go back, or I can't really fight with you, can I? We're not enemies, and I don't want to be an enemy with you. After all, Ancient One has guarded the Earth for so many years. As long as Liu Yuan still thinks that he used to be a person from the Earth, and is even closer to the Earth now, then he has to accept this favor. Whether it is the Earth or human beings, they owe Ancient One a huge favor. Without the guardianship of the Ancient One, Earth would have been successfully invaded by Dormammu. The 3 majors to Holy Place are the ones she built and maintained to this day. At least the setting in the movie is what Ancient One undertakes. So Liu Yuan will definitely not conflict with Ancient One, and there is no reason. So he was mentally prepared and went back after drinking this cup of tea. The big deal will come later when Strange becomes Doctor Strange. Believe that Doctor Strange will speak better than Ancient One. The Ancient One on the opposite side shook his head and joked with a funny face. I thought you would do it. It's so boring. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes. What does this ant who has lived for an unknown number of years mean? We are not young anymore, and the life of fighting is not suitable for us. Lu Yuan pretended to sigh, as if he was really old. Although he has been sleeping in the core of the sun for 100,000 years, it is precisely because he has been sleeping in these 100,000 years that he has not become mature mentally, and is still in the state before he fell asleep. At that time, he was in his prime, and his mentality was in his 30s, at most 40 years old. Even Ancient One shook his head dumbfoundedly. I don't think I'm old. The two of them smiled, and they could feel the breath of the years on the other side, but both of them were still very young in their mentality. I can agree to your request. Suddenly, Ancient One agreed to Lu Yuan's request. Lu Yuan was also a little surprised. Why? What he was curious about was why Ancient One suddenly agreed, and it was very easy. Ancient One told the truth, because you didn't intend to use tough means, it means that you are not an enemy, and you also said that we are not an enemy. Since that is the case, I will promise you. Do you really believe my side words? Ancient One sighed. The main reason is that I can't beat you. I know you can take the time gem and all the magic books here if you want. As he spoke, Ancient One took what looked like a ring from his hand. It's called the Sling Ring, and it's one of Kamar-Taj's most important artifacts, and one of the best in the entire Marvel universe. In fact, Ancient One has been secretly guarding Lu Yuan all the time. Lu Yuan was thinking that if he attacked, he could kill Ancient One in seconds. The answer was an instant. And Ancient One is also secretly calculating, how many seconds can it take to send Lu Yuan into the mirror world. The answer is also instantaneous. But Ancient One was not confident that he could trap Lu Yuan for the rest of his life. The mirror world, also known as the mirror world, is similar to a space that is the opposite of the main space. The world inside is exactly the same as the surface world, but without any living things. Those trapped in it will never be able to escape without the doors opened by the Sling Ring. In theory, it is impossible to escape, but Lu Yuan is different. He has reached the realm of a fifth-dimensional person, and can naturally come and go freely. In addition, Sling Ring can also open portals to any location, and it is not difficult to travel through the universe. This is also the mystery of Sling Ring, and it even claims to open the door to other dimensions. Ancient One took down the Sling Ring, which was considered a gesture of affection to Lu Yuan. The atmosphere between the two eased even more. They looked at each other and smiled, and raised the teacup to gesture in the air, and then drank it like a toast. After that, Ancient One took the initiative to stand up and lead Lu Yuan to other places in the yard. As I said before, the yard here in Kamar-Taj is very large. Not only is one corner close to the cliff, but there are also many buildings in the yard, some of which are student dormitories, and some where books are stored. At the moment Ancient One took Lu Yuan to the library, which should contain magic books from all over the world. Today's librarian is not a king, but another unfamiliar face. In fact, it should be Wang Last turn to become the administrator after the administrator in front of him died. Ancient One led Lu Yuan to this place. Instead of walking towards the collection of books, he came to a similar altar on the other side. This is the Eye of Agamotto, where the time gem is stored. While saying that, Ancient One turned to look at Lu Yuan. In fact, this is still a test. She didn't say that she has a seal on Eye of Agamotto. It depends on what Lu Yuan will do. Under the gaze of Ancient One, Lu Yuan carefully picked up the Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One may still be secretly complacent, although her sealing magic is not a great means, but if you don't know how to crack it, there is no way to open it. However, the reason why Lu Yuan was careful was because he was worried that he would accidentally crush this thing. Eye of Agamotto, although in the movie universe is just a container to seal or protect the time gem, but in the comic universe, this is an artifact. It has powerful power from the beginning, and it is also one of the most relied upon instruments of Doctor Strange and Ancient One. The origin of Eye of Agamotto is very mysterious. Some people say that Doctor Strange got it from the different dimension magic Eternal Agamotto. Some people say that the all-seeing Agamotto made it himself, and some people say that it was Agamotto found this eyeball that has been drifting for many years among the stars in the sky. In short, its origin has been unexplored. However, the power of Eye of Agamotto is very powerful, including the ability of Ancient One to observe the future and the past. In fact, in the comics, it does not rely on time gem, but the power from Eye of Agamotto. In addition, Eye of Agamotto can also emit dazzling rays containing endless mana, so Doctor Strange can see through disguise, break illusions, summon images from the past, and track creatures through their magical physical characteristics. It is said to be powerful. The inhabitants of the Dark Realm are also not immune to the rays of the Eye of Agamotto. The pure energy rays emitted by the Eye of Agamotto can also cause damage to those who are unclean in mind, and have miraculous effects on the undead, demons and creatures living in darkness. This function is called the power of the All-Seeing One. It is such a magical tool that can almost be called an artifact, but now it has lost all its original power and is only used as a container for the time gem. Even Lu Yuan was a little disappointed and felt unfair to him. Open it. After observing the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, Lu Yuan saw that there was nothing magical about it originally, so he turned his head and handed it to Ancient One. Ancient One nodded secretly. Lu Yuan ran without holding the Eye of Agamotto, let alone trying to open it himself. Whatever the reason, it seemed that he passed her test. Ancient One took the Eye of Agamotto from Lu Yuan's hand, and did not know what spell she used. As she slowly opened her hands, the Eye of Agamotto opened her eyes in front of Lu Yuan. In fact, several small organs on the surface of the Eye of Agamotto were opened, revealing the time gem preserved in it. The time gem exudes a green brilliance and exudes a divine aura as soon as it appears. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, staring closely at time gem. For some reason, he seemed to have indeed observed something related to the law of time, and maybe even connected to the power of origin. Even Lu Yuan raised his hands unconsciously. Just when Ancient One showed worried eyes, Lu Yuan raised his hands and made a push. Crack. There seemed to be something in the dark, and then, time was stopped. The time in the entire universe has been terminated at this moment, and for all things, no one can perceive the difference, and cannot perceive the fact that the time around them has terminated. Even a few great gods in the depths of the universe can only be slightly aware of it in eternity. But it's just perception, but nothing can be changed. Eternity is one of the 5 gods of the Marvel Universe. It is the embodiment of all things in the multi-universe, and it claims to dominate the existence of the multi-universe time and space. That is to say, he represents the sum total of all space and time within the Marvel multi-universe. Time is one of his strengths. However, at the moment, even eternity felt bad, because even his time was terminated together. How could this be? Who is it? Is it the Cord of Life? No, the Cord of Life was similarly terminated. At the moment is the moment when the entire universe is terminated. Until Lu Yuan's hands swiped to the left. In an instant, the entire universe came to life again, but instead of returning to normal, it was going backwards in time. Including the Ancient One in front of him is also going backwards according to time. Only Lu Yuan seems to be out of the way, observing all this. Then, as Lu Yuan moved his hands to the right again, time forwarded again until he returned to the moment when Lu Yuan observed the time gem. Stop. Lu Yuan stopped time again, and then at a normal time speed, let the world really return to normal. Why does this happen? Lu Yuan lowered his head and looked at his hands. The Ancient One didn't know what was going on, didn't know anything about what had just happened. After a while, Lu Yuan showed a thoughtful expression, as if he already knew something. With a dumb smile, Lu Yuan seemed to remember that he had reached the realm of the 5th dimension. And for 5th dimensional people, isn't manipulating time the easiest foundation? People in the 5th dimension can control time. Time in their eyes is like watching a video, and they can control the advance and retreat of time at will. That's why it is said that 5th dimensional people can distort reality at will, and even omnipotent. They can appear at any moment on the timeline as they wish. Lu Yuan actually had such an ability for a long time, but he never noticed it until he observed the time gem with his own eyes, and he realized that he could control time. And even for the 5 gods, 5th dimensional people are above them. If you want to ask why, the evidence is that there has been a life form called destiny in the DC universe, or the universe is manifested. Destiny is the materialization of the DC universe. And DC's destiny and Marvel's eternity are similar life forms, even the level and realm are equivalent, so the two were still in love for a while. That's right, DC and Marvel almost got married. In the DC universe, it is well known that 5th dimensional people can make a universe blank with just one thought, that is, eliminating a universe is only a matter of raising their hands. Lu Yuan is the realm of the 5th dimension, and has reached the peak of the 5th dimension, and may become the 6th dimension at any time. So not even eternity can compete with his power of time. Even the Cord of Life is puzzled by what happened before. Is someone playing with time, or is someone observing time? The Life Cord has great power. As the emissary of the OAA, the most supreme existence in the Marvel Universe, he maintains the order of the Marvel Universe and can judge anyone. Later, after his monitoring, it was found that no one was manipulating the time, it was more like someone was observing. So the Life Cord slowly closed its eyes and fell silent, without any action or action. Lu Yuan didn't know what was going on in the universe, or even if he knew, he didn't feel anything. This comes from your own strength and self-confidence. He is the only Doomsday that has stayed in the core of the sun for 100,000 years so far. How about the so-called Golden Doomsday? Even the gods in the universe are not considered a threat in his eyes. In fact, it was enough to prove that Lu Yuan fought against Darkseid as early as 100,000 years ago. At that time, he had already become a multi-universe god. Not to mention the present, 100,000 years from now. How powerful is Darkseid's body? Needless to say, the appearance of Darkseid's body alone is enough to threaten the possibility of the collapse of the universe he visited. Even the collapse of its godhead almost destroyed the DC multi-universe along with it, and it also required countless superheroes including Superman to undertake it together to stabilize the entire multi-universe. It even takes the entire Justice League collectively to call God to make up for the missing position of Darkseid's body, which is evident. It was the body of Darkseid who was repelled by Lu Yuan 100,000 years ago. This is Lu Yuan's power. If he is not careful on weekdays, he will really step on the earth with one foot. Back to the front. Ancient One still couldn't feel what happened just now. Her realm was only level Godfather, and she couldn't even reach level single universe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to rely on the strength of the 3 holy places to resist Dormammu. Dormammu, as the Lord of the Dark World, is at least a level single universe. It's a pity that he couldn't break through the defense of the earth, and he always wanted to devour the earth. Let him live a few more days. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand, took out the time gem from Ancient One's hand, and held it in the palm of his hand. The closer he gets to time gem and the more he continues to observe time gem's own power, Lu Yuan feels that his understanding of time becomes clearer. In the fourth dimension, and even the third dimension, perhaps people have always believed that time is uncontrollable, and time is to witness everything in the world. If the speed reaches beyond the speed of light, it can no longer be sensed at a certain point. So what can record the traces of its existence? The answer is only time. But only when you reach the fifth dimension and above can you understand that time is not so mysterious. In front of fifth dimensional people, time is nothing but a thing that can be easily controlled. Time is not static or continuous. Time can go backwards or forwards, and even in different spaces, the existence of time, laws, and concepts are also different. Space and time are two closely related but unrelated laws. Space determines the meaning of time, and time gives the existence trace of space. They can complement each other, and only when they exist in time and space at the same time are they complete. Liu Yuan was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't seen the space gem yet, but he had already come into contact with the concept and meaning of space through time. There is a reason for this, as the 6 infinite gems can be said to be from the same source and have a mysterious connection to each other. It is even claimed that once the 6 infinite gems are gathered, even the universe can be created. 6 infinite gems, namely time gem, space gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, and reality gem. These 6 gems can be said to have the power to destroy the world. Time gem can control time, and can reverse or speed up time at will, allowing a person's somatosensory time to pass 100,000 years in an instant. The space gem can open space portals at will and go anywhere. The other gems also have their own characteristics and are all unstoppable and terrifying powers. However, Liu Yuan was not immersed in the power of time gem, but returned it to Ancient One after observing it. Ancient One looked deeply at Liu Yuan's expression, as if he had noticed some changes in his body, but he couldn't figure out what the specific changes were. Taking the time gem and sealing it again with the Eye of Agamotto, Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was also gambling. She didn't completely trust Liu Yuan, because she couldn't see through Liu Yuan. Fortunately, Liu Yuan did not disappoint her. So Ancient One smiled again, put down the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, and turned to the rows of bookshelves that Liu Yuan pointed to the other side. There are magic that I have collected from all over the world over the years. You don't want to see magic books? And I want to try my magic ability. Come with me. Saying that, Ancient One took Lu and walked towards those bookshelves. And Liu Yuan never looked back at Eye of Agamotto and Time Gem. He already got what he wanted and was no longer interested in Time Gem. Because what Time Gem can do, he can already do it, even better than Time Gem. So, is there any point in Time Gem? Why don't you just crush it? In this way, only he has the power to control time. Ancient One would never have imagined how dangerous Liu Yuan's idea of at the moment is. It stands to reason that only the power of infinite gems can destroy infinite gems. But to Liu Yuan, it was nothing. The big deal is to eat it by himself. Anyway, he has a good appetite. Follow Ancient One to the rows of bookshelves. Liu Yuan turned his head and glanced around, and found that the books here are really comprehensive, ranging from conjuring tricks in the East from ancient times to the present, to the magic that appeared in modern times in the West, and even the music scores and training methods of snake charmers in a certain country, even rope ladders. Definitely these are nothing. Ancient One did not let Liu Yuan learn those, but took out a real magic book and handed it to Liu Yuan. This is an introductory course. You can take a look. It records how to make you calm and how to realize your potential, Ancient One said definitely. But Liu Yuan put down the book and sighed. Ancient One is puzzled. What's wrong? Liu Yuan shook his head. If I really unleash my full potential, it would be terrifying and would destroy the world. Ancient One opened his mouth wide and stared at the man who was speaking madly in front of him. Yet this is the truth. Okay, let's test whether you have any magical ability first, and then I'll decide whether to continue wasting time on you, Ancient One said, dumbfounded and joking. Liu Yuan shrugged indifferently, and wanted to know how Ancient One would test his magical ability. As a result, Ancient One took out a sling ring and handed it to Liu Yuan. It was her sling ring that she took off before. Try to think about where you've been and where you want to go most, and then draw a circle in front of you, Ancient One explained to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan took the index and middle fingers of the sling ring on his left hand, then raised his right hand, followed Ancient One's instructions, and started to draw a circle in front of him, thinking about the place he wanted to go most. Gradually, a golden circle appeared in front of Liu Yuan, and then a strange space appeared. I saw a planet crumbled and destroyed. So, is it Krypton? But isn't that the DC universe? For Liu Yuan, Krypton was his second hometown after crossing. It was also the hometown he fought hard to protect, and it was his belief in a desperate fight. So Liu Yuan actually broke the door of other dimensions. But he never expected that the picture he saw in his hometown turned out to be the day when Krypton was destroyed. In the end, he was still a prophecy. He had always said that his hometown had been destroyed before, but he never thought it would happen on this day. Subconsciously, Liu Yuan rushed forward. With his speed, even Ancient One could not see his movements clearly. However, the two big hands held Liu Yuan down at the same time, and even the speed at which he could go to any corner of the universe under the concept of an absolute moment was firmly grasped by the shoulders of the two big hands. Those two big hands came from two universes, and they were mysterious and unpredictable. Even at this moment, the two universes stopped time again. The DC universe and the Marvel universe, two unrelated universes, are closely connected at this moment. Through the door opened by Lu Yuan, the two universes are connected at this moment. And there were two mysterious beings who stopped Lu Yuan together. Let go, Lu Yuan roared, and even revealed his true body in an instant. He transformed into a 5-meter-high monster, exuding golden dazzling brilliance, and raised his head and roared like a golden destruction sun, "Get off." He was in a hurry, he was going to save Krypton and save his hometown. It was the place of belief that he had desperately wanted to protect. But the two big hands didn't move, and he couldn't break free. The Ancient One behind him stood there dumbfounded and did not respond, because everything in the two universes was terminated at this moment. However, there were also surprises, and two pairs of huge amounts of eyes turned to this place. The reason why he said that there are two pairs of eyes, instead of being mistaken for the masters of these two big hands, is because Lu Yuan vaguely knows who is stopping him at the moment. And the aura of those two big hands is sacred, while those two pairs of eyes are full of negative emotions such as despair and destruction. "You can't go," a voice like the sound of nature sounded, followed by an old man with white hair and a beard, wearing a long white coat with a simple notation, appearing in front of Lu Yuan. One of the big hands is his. The old man looked at Lu Yuan with a thoughtful look. At the same time, another humanoid creature with a dazzling radiance all over his body appeared in front of Lu Yuan. That is the owner of another pair of big hands. He seemed to be laughing and said, "You are not yet at our level. If you want to break through the barriers of me and God, don't even think about it." "God?" "That's right, the bearded old man is the DC God from the DC universe. And since this golden guy in front of him can say God's name so indifferently, it means that he and God are of the same level. He is the supreme being of the Marvel universe and the OAA above all, above all." At the moment, the two supremacy of Marvel and DC appeared at the same time, and prevented Lu Yuan from saving Krypton that was collapsing and destroying in the past. Lu Yuan roared, "Get out of the way." Opposite is the belief that he has done everything he can to protect, and he doesn't care how honorable the people in front of him are. DC God claims to be the one who created everything in the DC universe, and even the author of the DC editorial department completed the stories and comics with his help. Great, right? And OAA is known as the creator of Marvel's far-flung universe. Like DC God, everything in Marvel is created and given by him. Generally speaking, OAA will not show up easily, only when the Marvel universe is destroyed, he will come out and end. There was a story in a comic where the universe was destroyed, and then OAA appeared and reshaped the universe. But why did these two great gods come here? And behind them, there are actually two terrifying beings comparable to them. Who are they? Lu Yuan didn't want to worry about this, he only had one belief at the moment, to save Krypton. However, neither God nor OAA let go. God sighed, "You can't stop the destruction of Krypton, because no matter how you stop it, Krypton will perish. Just as no matter what anyone does, Superman will be born." Lu Yuan was shocked. Superman. That's right, the Superman mentioned before only refers to the Superman level power, and only one real Superman can have this honor, and that is Kal-El, the son of Krypton. That was Jor-El's child, who sent him to Earth when Krypton was destroyed, grew up on Earth, and gained the power of Superman because of the yellow sun rays of the solar system. That said, Superman's origin story will not begin until Krypton is destroyed. The meaning of DC God is also very clear. The origin story of Superman cannot be changed, because no matter how it changes, Superman will be born. This has been done countless times by someone, Dr. Manhattan, and even if he stole 10 years from the main universe, Superman is still Superman. That said, the destruction of Krypton is unstoppable, DC God continued. Lu Yuan scoffed at this, "As long as I go over, I can stop it." But DC God refused to let go, the meaning is obvious, so he won't let him go. At this time, OAA also spoke, "Boy, why do you think you came to my world? You have a more important mission." Lu Yuan directly started spraying, "None of my business." OAA was not angry, but turned to look at the two eyes that exuded horror, and continued, "What if it is about the life and death of the two universes?" Lu Yuan followed OAA and stared at those two pairs of terrifying eyes, but he didn't care at all. His boldness made DC God and OAA nod secretly. In fact, Lu Yuan had doubted before why he would come to the Marvel universe after a good night's sleep. Now it seems that the answer has been obtained. It is the two great gods in front of me who have done it. They calculated themselves, and they sent them here. And their purpose seems to be to use their own hands to confront the masters of those two eyes. Suddenly, Lu Yuanfu spit out two names, Giant Beast, Oba. Those two eyes suddenly released 4 terrifying rays of death, coming straight to Lu Yuan's face, and they were fleeting. However, Lu Yuan was not afraid, and released his own golden heat ray, with a temperature as high as 20 million degrees Celsius, to resist the 4 deadly rays in a short period of time. This time, even DC God and OAA were a little surprised. They glanced at each other, and then shot together to destroy the 4 rays. This is the end, don't forget our agreement. The Beast, Oba, DC God, and OAA. These 4 can be said to be the most supreme beings in the two universes. Now there is only one Taegzo that has not appeared, and Taegzo is the original DC universe. It is better to say that the DC universe is a flaw built on Taegzo. If it came, it would be too much fun. Lu Yuan was surprised, but at the same time, he felt certain. It would be fine if he traveled directly to Marvel, but in fact Lu Yuan traveled to Krypton in the DC universe and became a Kryptonian. Then he slept for another 100,000 years, and inexplicably came to the Marvel Universe. With such frequent intrusions, how could these great gods not know? No matter how arrogant Liu Yuan is, he understands that at the moment himself is still far from these real gods. Unless he can reach the highest realm of the 10th dimension, there is hope to be comparable to them. So, maybe OAA knew it the first time he came to the Marvel Universe. And they also admitted that it was the hands and feet of DC God and OAA that they brought Liu Yuan to Marvel. Why? What are you going to do? Liu Yuan retracted his gaze from the sky. The gazes of Oba and the beast had disappeared. He looked back at the two great gods beside him, wondering what they were going to do. DC God and OAA looked at each other and both released their hands. Liu Yuan stopped rushing to the other side of the door in a hurry, because he knew that unless he got the permission of those two guys, he wouldn't be able to go out one step. No matter how fast he is, he cannot break through the joint blockade of these two great gods. Unless they don't ask. You also saw the hostility of those two guys. You should have guessed without asking. They want to destroy the order of the two universes, and even destroy the two universes, DC God side. There is no need to say the status of DC God, and the giant beast is a terrifying existence that can wrestle with him. If DC God is the existence of all light, then the giant beast is his opposite, the source of all darkness, and the most primitive shadow existence in the world. The monstrous beast is extremely powerful, and even Ghost, the so-called DC God's messenger, was defeated by one of his thoughts and was completely powerless to struggle. Only DC God can stop him. Later, they shook hands and made peace, restoring peace to the DC universe that was once close to collapse. But somehow, he wants to destroy the entire DC multi-universe, and then build a new dark universe on top of Taegsu. Today's DC universe is dominated by my world, and he wants to break the current order, DC God said the giant beast the goal of. OAA also explained, if I am above all things, then Oba is below all things. Like the relationship between DC God and the beast, Oba and OAA are also opposites. Just as described in ancient myths and legends, one end of the tree of life is the god who controls the world, and the other side is the devil who destroys the world. When OAA was born, Oba was also born. But unlike OAA, Oba is under all things, and it is likely that even an ant's life is higher than Oba. The reason is that Oba did not have self-consciousness at first, but a collection of ideas and no body of its own. It existed in the oldest and true hell that has appeared since the birth of the universe. That hell has now been abandoned, and the death of all things in the universe is also in the hands of the goddess of death, the will of death. This goddess of death is not Asgard's goddess of death Hela, but death originally, so she is called death. As the five gods, they should have been above all things. However, they were only born in the universe after all, and it was because of the birth of the universe that they were born. But now what Liu Yuan has seen, it can be said that the existence of these universes was originally created. Therefore, the style of the five gods is naturally not enough. According to OAA, Oba is a collection of darkness, and he can be regarded as the source of all darkness in the world, and he can also be called Roar by Angela, the evil god of all darkness and sin. Angola Manuel is not the name of darkness that ordinary teenagers in the Holy Grail worldview are named after, but the real source of all evil, and the god of evil that brings the darkness of time. Such an Oba has a weakness that he can't get rid of, that is, he can never leave the most primitive initial hell, and Oba can only live in that world forever. It's like being locked in a cage, maybe only when this universe ends and the next universe begins, can he have a chance to break free. So Oba and the giant beast hit it off, planning to join hands to destroy the two universes, and they have been planning for an unknown time, and they have already started to act. That's why we found you. Liu Yuan, you have the power of Superman and the belief in protection. Even after becoming a monster like Doomsday, you can still retain your mind. We believe that if it is you, you can definitely protect the two universes. DC God and OAA told Liu Yuan the cause and effect of everything. It is true that they sent Liu Yuan to this universe. After seeing Liu Yuan's various experiences, they feel that Liu Yuan can help them defeat the conspiracy ambitions of the Beast and the Oba, and can also protect the two universes. But Liu Yuan didn't think so. You think of me too high, if you can't stop it, how can I stop it? As a result, DC God and OAA both laughed and comforted. Don't worry, it's not for you to confront them directly. We have an agreement. We can't shoot directly, otherwise once we fight, what will happen? Promise. Our agreement is to find spokespersons for each other, and the messengers will act on their behalf. And you are our apostle, you come to help us defeat their apostles, that's enough. Liu Yuan felt a little annoyed in his heart. They didn't ask him if he wanted to, and just made a unilateral decision? It's just that he didn't say anything. And DC God and OAA seemed to see something, looked at each other and smiled, and said again, we definitely don't let you work for free. If you are willing to agree, we can also promise you benefits. For example, infinite gems and the universe heart of. Liu Yuan scoffed, I can collect infinite gems myself. Indeed, he knows the plot and definitely knows where to collect infinite gems. Today there are two on Earth, the space gem and the time gem. And Thanos now holds the mind gem in his hands, along with the power gem stored on a ruined planet. Finally there is the reality gem, held by Malekith of the Dark Elf. Only soul gem is the most difficult, but if he is willing to be cruel, he just needs to find two people who love each other and sacrifice one of them, right? So this condition does not satisfy him. But OAA said confidently, the infinite gems I'm talking about is from the comics world. With just one sentence, OAA made Lu Yuan quiet. Comic universe? It seems that this great god really deserves his reputation. He may know that this universe is a movie universe, so he specifically mentioned the comic universe. Even in this infinitely diverse universe, the power of infinite gems is remarkable. Unlike the movie universe you are in now, the infinite gems in the comics universe can exert their real power, OAA said eloquently. He really knew that this was the movie universe, one of the huge infinite multi-universe, and could not fully represent the Marvel universe. Then, OAA continued to introduce the power of infinite gems to Lu Yuan. According to him, the infinite gems are from all recorded time before they were once a single unit, a solitary entity. They were once sentient beings with infinite power. At that time, this being is the only thing that exists in any and all reality. It is all that is all, and all that is all is it. This being is infinite and eternal. But since it is lonelier than anything it has ever been, everything is already a part of it, and there is nothing else in its life. It's a lonelier existence than you can imagine. So it chose to end itself. But such power is not so easily dissipated, and from its ashes, the present reality rises in its many forms, and the divine core of this being incarnates in the form of 6 infinite gems, the ultimate in power and in all universes the most primitive dark secret. Once in the setting of a parallel universe, number 93,060, all infinite gems came from Nemesis. In this parallel universe, there is a 7th infinite gems called the Self Gem, when the Self Gem and the other 6 infinite gems put together will become a whole, which is the Nemesis. The resurrected Nemesis intends to destroy the 93,060 universe, and is finally defeated by the Avengers and the Ultra Force. Finally, the Ego Gem is destroyed, and the Nemesis can no longer be resurrected. However, these things that happened in this parallel universe have nothing to do with the 616 main universe. The infinite gems mentioned by OAA are the infinite gems of the main universe comic world. There is no doubt about the power of infinite gems. Not only each gem can give the user omnipotent control power in some aspects, including power, time, space, soul, reality, and mind. If someone can have 6 gems at the same time, it can be said that nothing is impossible except to make stones that they cannot lift. Especially when reality gem is blessed by the power of other gems, it can really turn ideas into real reality. This may have surpassed the existence above the 5th dimension, and even surpassed the 6th dimension. As the pinnacle of people in the 5th dimension, Lu Yuan knows that if it is really the power of all the infinite gems in the comic world of the main universe, it is actually above the 5th dimension. There is also the heart of the universe, which is a legendary sacred thing. The heart of the universe is so powerful that even the cord of life is no match for the holders of the heart of the universe. The power of the life cord comes from the OAA, which is the messenger that handles the Marvel universe in place of OAA. The life cord can even separate the collected infinite gems again, and make the infinite gems unable to get close to each other again, preventing more than 2 infinite gems from getting close again. But even the cord of life is no match for the holder of the incomplete heart of the universe. Thanos also once said that the heart of the universe is above the universe cube and infinite gems. Because Thanos had obtained the complete heart of the universe, and took this opportunity to see everything in the universe, he found that there were too many places in the universe that he thought were wrong, so he decided to destroy the universe he was in and rebuild it universe. At that time, except for OAA, almost all superhero and great gods were trying their best, but they couldn't stop it in the end. The reason why the heart of the universe has such a powerful force is that it is said that the heart of the universe actually originated from OAA and is a part of the power of OAA. So even Lu Yuan was moved. OAA is willing to pay such a large capital? Give yourself a part of his power? DC God on the side waited for OAA to finish, and said not to be outdone, I will also give you power, origin power, emotional spectrum, omega effect, that is, Darkseid's omega rays, and the source of his power, the anti-life equation, and all that. Those are already arguably almost the origin and supreme power of the DC universe. How could they make such a promise? But why? If someone really can get so much power, even if it's not me, it's enough to just change someone. Lu Yuan questioned again. Because he secretly calculated that if someone could master so many terrifying powers at the same time, they would be able to surpass the multi-universe level, or even reach the almighty universe level, which is omniscient and omnipotent. Even the 2 great gods in front of them are not omnipotent universes? Lu Yuan was stunned secretly. Is this to create a god? But why is it him? Because of what you've done. OAA suddenly opened his hands and showed all the experiences that had happened since Lu Yuan came to Earth in the Marvel universe. What did Lu Yuan do after coming here? In fact, it can be summed up in a simple sentence: he has been eating and waiting to die, and looking for some things as a pastime. However, with Lu Yuan's current strength, even if it were anyone else, it would be impossible to be so honest, right? Maybe some people will be ambitious because of this, or even want to conquer the world, because that is too easy to achieve. With the power of the earth today, the highest is Ancient One, the level Godfather, unless there are other hidden powers. But looking at the development of the movie universe, even the tragic ending of Avengers Alliance 3 has not been forced out, that is, there is really no more. If Lu Yuan wanted to, he could carry the moon to the ground, and no one dared to refuse. But he didn't do that. It was more like he didn't want to be involved in human affairs, and he didn't join any forces. He even had to figure out how to make money himself. Brother, just go to the outer space to find a meteorite with a higher gold content, and bring it back. Isn't it the fastest way to get money? For all Liu Yuan's actions, OAA and DC God have maintained an appreciative attitude. To put it bluntly, our level is not suitable for participating in human beings and any creatures and races. Your awareness is very good. Liu Yuan touched his nose. He just didn't have a sense of belonging to this universe. His initial plan was to have fun first. As long as he found a way, he would return to DC at any time. The result is now being praised instead. In short, no matter what the reason, it seems that Liu Yuan is very favored by the two great gods. Even OAA opened both hands to Liu Yuan. In his left palm, 6 infinite gems with real terrifying power, from the comic world of the main universe, slowly floated in front of Liu Yuan. Then there is his right hand, a dazzling planet, radiating dazzling light like the sun. That is the heart of the universe. In the comics, when Thanos first saw the full heart of the universe, it was like facing a fixed star. The two great fetishes were taken out of thin air by OAA, and I don't know if he had prepared it long ago, or if he had made it on the spot dash. The DC god on the side also acted in the same way. First of all, the emotional spectrum turned into 10 rays of light and came to Liu Yuan. The emotional spectrum was originally used by the Asgardians in the Aura Star universe to guard the universe, and created corresponding lamp rings, which are the red light that symbolizes anger, the green light that symbolizes will, the yellow light that symbolizes fear, and the orange light that symbolizes greed. The blue lamp symbolizing hope, the blue lamp symbolizing mercy, and the purple lamp symbolizing love. But few people know that the emotional spectrum also has black lights that symbolize death and white lights that symbolize life. There is even a so-called original lamp ring on top of this, which is also the original lamp ring. At the moment, the 10 powers of the emotional spectrum are directly displayed by DC God. Naturally, they will not appear in the form of a lamp ring, nor do they need to be charged like the 7-lantern core. It is the most original and purest, from the power of origin and the mysterious emotional spectrum beyond the wall of origin. There are many other origin powers have also been demonstrated by DC God. The DC universe was created by God, and everything was at his fingertips, representing only a part of the most powerful force in the DC universe. Even the Omega effect of Darkseid, the anti-life equation of the Anti-Monitor, and so on, all the powers came to Liu Yuan. As long as he promises, as long as he is willing to become an apostle of the two gods and help them defeat the spokespersons chosen by the Oba and the Beast, he can get these powers that even the gods of the universe are jealous of. In the end, Liu Yuan still failed to withstand the test of temptation. He stretched out his hands, one hand dipped into the radiant brilliance from DC God, and all the power poured into his body at once. On the other hand, the 6 infinite gems finally turned into a dazzling brilliance, accompanied by the heart of the universe like the sun, and also did not penetrate into Liu Yuan's body. The infinite gems in the comic universe are indeed different from the infinite gems in the movie universe. The infinite gems in the movie universe are not easy to use, and will severely consume the user's life. Even after Thanos wears the complete Infinity Gauntlet, it seems that his power will be weakened, and it is far better not to wear it. But Liu Yuan's feelings were different. The power of the 6 infinite gems was like a universe, allowing his overall power to climb to a new level again. Especially the heart of the universe made Liu Yuan's eyes glow with golden light, and even his 5-meter body became a lot more majestic, and it was already close to 10 meters. Liu Yuan seems to be able to see the entire universe in his eyes. Instead of using supervision, he is looking down at the entire Marvel universe from a perspective similar to that of God. Even beyond a single cinematic universe, it is monitoring the entire infinite multi-universe. There is the world of the old version of Spider-Man. There are also the figures of extraordinary Spider-Man fighting, the first battle of X-Men, and the classic trilogy of X-Men, and even saw a Deadpool and a silenced mouth. A cheap and cute Deadpool. Definitely Deadpool also gave him a middle finger. Turning his head, Liu Yuan saw many comic universes, secret invasion events, Civil War, Tony's spine was broken by Captain Marvel, and so on. He even saw the future picture, Avengers Alliance beats a dozen Loki, Avengers, Age of Ultron beats Ultron, Avengers Alliance beats Thanos 3 or 4 times. Not to mention the cosmic space in this universe. Turning his head again, Liu Yuan looked towards DC. On the other side of the gate, he also saw the magnificent wall of origin because of the blessings of countless mysterious and unpredictable origin powers. And outside the wall of origin, a pure white huge amount of great existence was also watching him. Too virtual. However, Taisu did not stare at Liu Yuan for a long time, but revealed his flaws to him. Inside that flaw is the DC universe, which is also an infinite multi-universe, but only the 52 universes represented by 52 Earths are most prominently exposed there. And the DC universe is different. In each universe, there is a wall of origin that separates it, and outside the wall of origin, there are still many mysterious darkness. Even under the wall of origin, there is a goddess of the creation god level. She is sleeping, but she will wake up eventually, and the wall of origin will collapse, right? Liu Yuan also saw more and more. In the 52 universes, no matter which universe it is in, Krypton will be destroyed. Their destruction was inevitable. Liu Yuan sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he is detached, transcendent, far above the creator god, more like an existence that controls everything, and observes everything in the two universes with such eyes. 0. Then Lu Yuan seemed to understand something, opened his eyes abruptly, and cursed. Damn, I was almost fooled by you guys. What a mess. Can't infinite gems and heart of the universe be brought to the DC universe? The law of the two universes. Different, infinite gems and heart of the universe are useless on DC's side, right? After he calmed down, he seemed to have come to his senses. He could already see the law, and immediately realized that he was almost fooled. And you, old man, your power of origin belongs to DC, it's meaningless for Marvel. Lu Yuan was about to pull God's beard. Anyway, he now understands that he is their apostle, and even the two great gods will not hurt him. So Lu Yuan almost scolded the street with his feet jumping, and he realized it. Isn't that right? How could Marvel's infinite gems be used by DC, and the heart of the universe is a part of OAA's power, but it's useless, because the DC universe is the domain of the DC god. The reverse is also true, the Marvel universe has no power of origin, and there is no wall of origin, so what's wrong? As for the various powers Lu Yuan showed before, it was derived from his own power, including the concept of the fifth dimension, which also exists in the Marvel universe. So he kept his power. But the power of these foreign objects is different. He was almost cheated, but he also had a day when he was cheated. Facing Lu Yuan's anger, OAA and DC God really didn't care, and they were all smiling, as if they had guessed that he would explode. No wonder Lu Yuan was angry. He also realized after experiencing the divine perspective just now that the laws of the two universes are completely different, which means that many laws of the Marvel universe are incompatible with the DC universe. For example, the Flash of the DC universe and the Quicksilver of the Marvel universe, if it is simply faster than the speed, the Flash must be faster, because the speed of the Flash is also the speed of light, and Quicksilver is generally considered to be only the speed of sound. However, Quicksilver's speed comes from the power of being a mutant. The power of the Flash comes from the blessing of the Speed Force. Speed Force is the law of the DC universe again, and if the Flash comes to the Marvel universe, then he is no match for Quicksilver. This is the reason for such a simple 310 list. Just like Lu Yuan, although he came to Marvel from DC, he used his own power before, just like Quicksilver to the DC universe, it was his own power. But now, the obtained power may not be able to be used, it is not a pit. Now, in front of the two great gods, and the space gate connects the two universes, he can use the law power of the two universes. And once the connection is lost, which universe he is in, he can only use the power of which universe. Don't give me an explanation. Lu Yuan glared at the two of them. He worked for them, but he was cheated. Is it reliable? OAA glanced at DC God. The old man is good at blocking his beard, and it seems that he is also worried that Lu Yuan will go and grab his beard. Don't worry, God reassured Lu Yuan, after all, these powers are foreign and given to you by us, why don't you turn them into your own power? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, but he wasn't sure. OAA also nodded and said, if you only rely on the strength we give you, you will not be able to defeat your opponent. It is even possible that you will face the Oba and the beasts in person. What will you do then? We can't either. Always protect you. In the end, relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. Lu Yuan has already realized something. You want me to master these powers? Yes, before the war really comes, you have to turn these powers into your own power. Only in this way can you help us. OAA and God both nodded and acknowledged Lu Yuan's guess. And Lu Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. It is worth the two great gods to cultivate himself without leaving any room. Who is his enemy? OAA sighed softly, since you have seen it before, then you should know it too. Oba even controlled Hulk to run wild in a certain universe, not only destroying that universe, but also ruling over 10 billion years. And this is just an attempt by Oba. After all, the real purpose of Oba is to destroy the entire Marvel multi-universe. Only in this way can he escape the prison of hell. DC God also said, although the DC universe is indeed created by me, all concepts and laws are stipulated by me. But the DC universe was born in Taegzu. Taegzu once observed the universe, and left behind when he left the original Watchers. Then the Monitor family was born, and the entire civilization began to flourish. But until one day, a Monitor suddenly discovered that all of them, including all life and existence in the entire DC universe, are parasitic-like existences, parasitic on Taisu. So the Watcher finally fell, and deliberately drank the blood of the sky, and then became the Dark Watcher, and even the name began to be changed to Mandrake. At one point he became a great fear that threatened the entire DC universe. But what Mandrake didn't understand was that Taisu didn't mind his own flaws, but he kept the flaws on purpose, because the story that happened in the flaws was what he expected. Mandrake has fallen into the boundless darkness, and there is a darker darkness than him. I am worried that the giant beast will bewitch them. At that time, even you may have to carry the thinking machine Superman to fight, and you may not be able to win. DC God is a little worried. Under the premise that he could not take action himself, he could only pin his hopes on Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan's enemies may be extremely terrifying. That's why he and OAA spared no effort to send such a powerful force and law. Just the power of the heart of the universe can easily wipe out a universe, not even the cord of life. No matter how transcendent the gods in the universe are, in front of the power bestowed by OAA, they are like flying ashes. 0. But what Lu Yuan has to consider now is not how to rely on these powers, but to turn these powers into his own power. Only then can he realize their hopes. Lu Yuan, we hope that you can use the power of Marvel to defeat the enemies from DC, and then use the power of DC to defeat the enemies of Marvel. Finally, even help us to gather the power of the two worlds to defeat the ambitions of Oba and the Beast. It's something only you can do. It seemed that the two great gods really favored Lu Yuan, and even said that only he could do such a thing. I can even promise you a condition. Suddenly, DC God took the initiative to say to Lu Yuan, I know your thoughts and desires to protect your hometown, but you have also seen that no matter which universe you are in, Krypton's destruction is inevitable and unstoppable. Lu Yuan could only nod silently. He had indeed witnessed it. Even if the DC universe actually still has an infinite multi-universe, the Krypton planet in every universe cannot escape the end of its destruction in the end. It also made him feel powerless. When everything is over, I can help you create a universe of your own, God said suddenly, just like the privilege I gave Lucifer and Michael. Since there is even a God in the DC universe, there will naturally be a God 2.0. Among them, Michael and Lucifer are the most special, because they are already close to omnipotent and omnipotent beings, which are equivalent to the half-body of God. Then God gave them the privilege to carve out their own universes outside of the DC universe. Michael created his own heaven, and Lucifer created his own hell. Once their worlds merged, it would even be almost equivalent to the DC universe. DC God put it this way, you can create a universe of yours to shelter your fellow Kryptonians. There, you can make your rules. Krypton doesn't have to be forever devastated. Finally, Lu Yuan was completely moved. I've done this deal, but I have to pay more. More money? Well, it's a subconscious behavior, get used to it. After Lu Yuan finally agreed to be an apostle to the two great gods, OAA and DC God left with satisfaction. Then Lu Yuan looked at Krypton on the other side of the gate again. Time was still stopped, and he watched the moment when Krypton was about to be destroyed, and the two Krypton spaceships fled his hometown one after the other, and closed his eyes deeply with pain on his face. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, because he found that a special spacecraft was parked at some point in the sky where Krypton was about to be destroyed. Originally, Lu Yuan thought that the spacecraft belonged to Krypton, but now it doesn't look like it. One is that the style of the spaceship is different from Krypton, and another point is that the spaceship looks like a huge amount of head. Lu Yuan looked at the spaceship with bright eyes, and noticed that the spaceship was mining something from Krypton. It was not the suddenness of Krypton that it excavated, it turned out to be a city. That city is called Kandu City, an ancient city that existed as early as 100,000 years ago. Moreover, Kandu City is also the main activity territory of the L family, which used to be under the rule of Lu Yuan. Even as early as 250,000 years ago, Kandu City already existed, and it was still where the temple of the original Kryptonian god Ruyu was located. It was this city, at the moment was excavated by the spaceship, and it was shrunk countless times and put into a glass bottle. Lu Yuan felt a little comfort. He didn't do anything impulsively. Even DC God and OAA personally took action to stop him. It is conceivable that only the origin of Superman can't be lost. Other than that, it doesn't matter what he does. Superman is so special. But with the survivors of a city in this glass bottle, that's enough. Lu Yuan sighed deeply. He deeply remembered the appearance and breath of the spaceship, and he will come to the door in the future. Finally, looking at the picture opposite the door, Lu Yuan slowly closed the space door opened by the golden circle, and then reopened the door leading to Tony's house. As a result, he found that Tony and Pepper were living a two-person world, and the two were busy sweetly in the kitchen, which was not to be disturbed. Lu Yuan had no choice but to change his position. After thinking about it, he aimed at the whereabouts of Natasha Romanoff. It happened that Natasha Romanoff was resting at home, and the rare day off allowed her to finally get a good night's sleep. Well, so be it. As Lu Yuan made a decision, time resumed its flow again. Ancient One blinked. She seemed to sense something vaguely, but she wasn't sure. After all, Ancient One has held the time gem for so many years, and is still somewhat sensitive to the breath of time. But she still didn't notice the difference, not even the countless great gods of the two infinite multi-universes. Because after all, it was the means of two, or even five, all-knowing and omnipotent beings of the supreme beings. How could they leave traces? Ancient One glanced at Lu Yuan, then looked forward. When he saw Natasha Romanoff's sleeping face, he couldn't help shaking his head with a black line. What is all this mess? I have to say that Natasha Romanoff, as an elite agent, also has keen senses, and with the wind coming from the portal, he woke up all of a sudden. Subconsciously, he took out a pistol from under the pillow. Natasha Romanoff sat up and shot Lu Yuan in 3 bursts. In fact, she had seen Lu Yuan clearly from the time she sat up, and when the flow of time resumed, Lu Yuan also returned to his human form. But so what? She was going to shoot on purpose. Dang dang dang. The bullets hit Lu Yuan, and they turned into flying sparks and bounced off. Lu Yuan was fine. Natasha Romanoff gritted his teeth angrily and scolded, "Rogue." Lu Yuan also looked at Natasha Romanoff helplessly. "I didn't know you were sleeping, and I thought that if you were on a mission, I could help." He was definitely making an excuse. He had seen that Natasha Romanoff was resting when the time stopped, but he didn't change his position. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes and noticed that the situation in front of her seemed to be rather special, but she was very smart and didn't ask, but grabbed Lu Yuan's words just now and asked, "So willing to help me? Why don't you join us?" SHH. The door of space was closed neatly by Lu Yuan. Whoosh. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff picked up the pillow and smashed it. What a nasty guy. Lu Yuan turned his head and took off the sling ring with a flat face and put it in his pocket. Ancient One just looked at him like that, but didn't say anything. Although sling ring has magical power, the power still lies in the magician itself. If there is no magical ability, sling ring cannot be activated. So it's nothing to send him. How is it? I think I have magic ability, right? Lu Yuan didn't forget his second purpose. Apart from observing the time gem, he mainly wanted to know if he could learn magic. The strength of the Kryptonians on the physical side is unquestionable, but the strength on the magic side is almost gone. There is no way to resist them except relying on their own strong physical fitness. If he could learn magic, it would be considered an extra skill that would be useful in the future. Especially now that he has become an apostle of others, he may encounter terrifying enemies in the future. Definitely the more power the better. Ancient One nodded. You do have magical abilities, and it is far beyond my imagination. Even Doctor Strange, considered by Ancient One to be the best of the Sorcerer Supreme, didn't start out so well. And Lu Yuan succeeded for the first time, and he opened the door to the DC universe after 310, which is really remarkable. Definitely also has a lot to do with the concept of Lu Yuan and Strange. Lu Yuan believed in magic, while Strange was just trying to heal his hands at first, and didn't believe in himself. This gap is important. Since I have the magical ability, then I plan to stay with you for a while, and then learn the magic here, Lu Yuan said to himself, not treating himself as an outsider at all. This shameless familiarity, even Ancient One rolled his eyes in laughter and anger. She has lived for so many years, and this is the first time she has met such a rambunctious and self-talking person. But Ancient One did not refuse, but instead asked the library manager not far away to come over, set up a room for him. Then the Ancient One is leaving. You don't teach me? Lu Yuan questioned. Ancient One looked at him strangely. Didn't you say you wouldn't worship me as a teacher? So she definitely won't teach it herself. Master, Lu Yuan immediately folded his hands and bent down. It is said that sooner or later, there is a specialization in the arts, not to mention that there must be a teacher for 3 people. Lu Yuan can bend and stretch. In order to learn the magic of Kamar-Taj and Ancient One as soon as possible, how about a teacher? Ancient One is good at pressing the temples that have started to hurt, and they are already starting to regret in their hearts. Even Ancient One didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so flexible and stretched. In order to learn her magic, he even took her as his teacher. But in Lu Yuan's view, this was nothing. Why do people teach you magic? He himself is not the kind of person who will get angry, and naturally he will not do anything like bullying others. Tony gave Lu Yuan shares and salary because he could help Tony. But what about Ancient One? Again, why do people teach you? It was already a great honor for Ancient One to let Lu Yuan read those magic books casually. But Lu Yuan knew in his heart that he was a layman and wanted to truly master magic. The Sorcerer Supreme in front of him was the best master. That being the case, you won't lose a piece of meat if you take a teacher, so what are you afraid of? In this way, Lu Yuan became a disciple of Ancient One and temporarily lived in Kamar-Taj. He had already made plans to go down the mountain after learning magic. During this period, I also called Tony and told Tony about the situation here. When Tony learned that there was actually magic in the world and that the legend about Kamar-Taj was true, he was also very interested to come over. But it was stopped by Lu Yuan. Sorcerer Supreme Iron Man? Well, Tony did become the Sorcerer Supreme in a comic, but at least for now, Tony is going to be Iron Man. Just the morning after Lu Yuan came to Kamar-Taj, a man broke into his room. Hello, my name is Emodu, I'm your senior brother. The man smiled and greeted Roar, who was woken up by Lu Yuan. It seemed he did it on purpose. Lu Yuan resisted the urge to kill Baron Mordo, who would become the villain in the future, sat up and asked, is something wrong? He doesn't care whether the other party is a senior brother or not. Anyway, Lu Yuan only cares about learning magic with Ancient One who has become a master. Moro didn't care either. He didn't know how dangerous Lu Yuan's idea was. The Ancient One magician wants us to pass Mordaji Roar Ancient One's name. Because this is how Roar is called here, and magician is added after the other person's name to show respect. Okay, Lu Yuan had to get up, and before he had time to freshen up, he put on his clothes and went out with Emodu. Coming to the yard outside, Lu Yuan saw that many people had already got up and were training under the leadership of some people. It seemed that Lu Yuan got up too late. Those people are all disciples recruited by Kamar-Taj, and it seems that there are still many people with magical abilities. And Ancient One is not too harsh, as long as there are not too many flaws in character, she will accept it. Unless it is like Doctor Strange, who is prepared to cultivate vigorously, but also has a big character flaw, it will be polished. Woke up. When Lu Yuan followed Emodu to a corner of the yard, Ancient One, who also got up early, was wearing a handsome robe and holding a folding fan in his hand to fan himself. Comfortable. Lu Yuan shrugged. He would say that he once slept in the core of the sun for 100,000 years? It's okay, but unfortunately I can't have a drink. Mordo and Ancient One are both black lines. Where are you supposed to be here? Bar? Also have a drink, you can tell. There's tea, Ancient One said casually. Her tea-making skills were unparalleled. Lu Yuan shook his head. Drinking tea before he even got up? I heard that tea drunk is worse than a hangover. Forget it. Let's get started, then. Ancient One nodded at Mordo. Lu Yuan felt inexplicable. What started? But he saw that Moro suddenly opened a chain of energy between his hands, and then a whip came over. Lu Yuan subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed it, then pulled Modu over and kicked him. Moro let out a muffled groan and flew out for dozens of meters before landing. Ancient One opened his mouth wide and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Yuan just felt inexplicable. How did he attack me? Ancient One sighed. He's showing you an example. Didn't you see how he did it? Well, it turned out that Modu didn't intend to attack Lu Yuan, but he was rather humorous and joking. In fact, he would not hit Lu Yuan, but aimed at the floor beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pretended to be innocent. Ancient One had nothing to do with him, and it was indeed Mordo who was making a fool of himself first. Fortunately, Lu Yuan didn't use too much force, otherwise Mordo would have been carried away. After a long time of easing, Mordo came back from a distance with lingering fears. Covering his stomach, Modu stood vigilantly in the distance and asked Lu Yuan, "Who are you? Why are you so strong?" Lu Yuan snickered in his heart, not to mention Modu, even the hatred and the green fat man were beaten so hard by him that they couldn't fight back. Okay, let's try it out. Modu didn't bother with Lu Yuan, but at least this time he didn't dare to make jokes, and stood at a distance to demonstrate for Lu Yuan again. I saw Mordo put his hands together and then separated, and a whip chain composed of pure energy was revealed again. Lu Yuan nodded secretly, and did it like Mordo did. After only one use, he successfully simulated it. And the whip lock in Lu Yuan's hand is much thicker than Mordo's, it looks like a whip. Mordo looked at Ancient One, who nodded. His ability is really beyond my imagination. It seems that it can't be done in a loop. Mordo magician, take him to the library and let him read it casually. Wait a minute, how about you teach me personally? Lu Yuan was unhappy. If he was dismissed like this, he didn't apprentice in vain before? Wasn't it all he wanted to be personally guided by the Ancient One? Ancient One smiled. You want to run before you learn to walk? You don't even know the basics of magic. Even if you want to learn high-level magic, you must read those basic books first. Well, even Lu Yuan felt that Ancient One was right, so in the end he had to come to the library that he visited yesterday. Looking at the densely packed bookshelves and magic books again, even Lu Yuan felt his scalp tingling. But he could only bite the bullet and follow Zero Ling Long Modu. The first is the most basic first row, which is the book that Lu Yuan needs to read through next, and it records what magic is, similar to philosophy. At the same time, there are also some records of the casting method of some magic. Modu put them on Lu Yuan one by one, let him hold them with both hands, and finally took a dozen books. This is to let Lu Yuan read slowly at night after returning home? Lu Yuan sighed. If it was all for me to read by myself, I really shouldn't have been a teacher yesterday. What's the point of this teacher anyway? Mo Duxiao, thinking that you didn't apprentice yourself? Another, he explained, the books and content you see now are collected by the Ancient One magician over the years, and have been organized and annotated by himself. Although he didn't say it, he still didn't agree with Lu Yuan's words in his heart. If there was no sacrifice from the predecessors, where would the future generations have peace of mind? Although Ancient One did not teach Lu Yuan about magic in person, Ancient One lent Lu Yuan the magic book she had collected and sorted out over the years. I have to say that those magic books still have some things. Even Lu Yuan sank into it unknowingly, because he found that Kamar-Taj's magic is not simple, and even has a lot of research on the spiritual field and soul. For example, in the evening, Lu Yuan had already mastered the way to make soul astral. That's right, Mordo chose so many books for him that he thought he would have to read it at night. But I never imagined that Lu Yuan, as a Superman, has the super learning ability. Not only can he see 10 actions at a glance, but he can also remember it. Even understanding ability is beyond the common sense of ordinary people. So he not only recorded the contents of those books, but also mastered the recorded things. At the moment Lu Yuan tried to get himself out of the body and entered the special state of soul astral, I saw Lu Yuan's body lying quietly on the bed behind him, while his soul exuded bright-colored brilliance, standing there with a 10-meter body. Now he is Doomsday's appearance and posture, and the heart of the universe and the full set of infinite gems from the main universe comic world that he got from OAA before are following his soul. That's already 310 of the power bound to his soul, but unfortunately, the many divine powers of the DC universe cannot be reflected. Lu Yuan floated in front of the window, raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, Lu Yuan flew forward and broke into a special field. That is the spiritual world, in which all physical matter does not exist, only the spiritual world exists. That world is bright and bizarre, beyond words to describe. Lu Yuan also felt fresh, unfolding his spirit and feeling everything in this world. He even gained something, realizing that the soul can connect with this world, and even draw power from the spiritual world to become his own power. What Lu Yuan didn't know was that when he did this and connected his soul with the spiritual world, he unexpectedly awakened an existence. It was a certain dark master whose size was almost comparable to that of the earth. After feeling Lu Yuan's spirit, the huge body felt incredible, and also felt secretly happy, and quickly turned into a black shadow and came from a distance. It is the breath of the earth. Someone has broken the spiritual realm and is absorbing the power of the spiritual world. If he is used as a breakthrough point, I can devour the earth. The dark existence couldn't help but let out a joyful roar sound, and at the fastest speed he came to Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and felt something different. I don't know when he was surrounded by a mass of darkness, and a huge amount of people appeared in front of him, like a human head, but not a human appearance. Human, hello, I am Dormammu, the Dark Monarch, I will give you strength. Ha ha ha, it turned out that he was Dormammu. For Dormammu, although at the moment Lu Yuan is the image of Doomsday, it is 10 meters high. Still too small, Dormammu is the size of Earth. And as a Dark Monarch, the dark world he really masters is even bigger. So Dormammu underestimated Lu Yuan, self-righteously believing that Lu Yuan would never dare to fight against him, so he would rush forward. At this moment, a golden power suddenly flew from below, turned into a sharp blade of aperture, and cut through the blockade around Lu Yuan. It was the Ancient One. She felt the dark aura of Dormammu, so she came in time, and attacked again with the folding fan as a makeshift weapon. However, Ancient One was still stunned when he saw Lu Yuan's appearance. She recovered immediately and shouted, "Come back quickly." Ancient One's eyes were full of anxiety, because she knew too much how dangerous the situation at the moment was. Once Dormammu was connected to Lu Yuan's spirit, Dormammu's will would invade Lu Yuan's soul and body. It is possible to control Lu Yuan, and even come to Earth through the connection with Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan didn't look back, and continued to look up at Dormammu in front of him. Ancient One was anxious. Could it be that Lu Yuan had already been recruited? It's not that she didn't know that Lu Yuan might be very powerful. But Ancient One knows even more that Lu Yuan's strength comes from the strength of his body, and his realm in the magic field is only entry level, not even an apprentice. So Ancient One was worried about whether Lu Yuan had been controlled by Dormammu. Only Dormammu knew that he hadn't had time to control Lu Yuan. But it doesn't matter, Ancient One is too late to stop him. He has already arrived in front of Lu Yuan. As long as he pounces further, huge amounts of mental power are enough to shatter Lu Yuan's spirit and even his soul. That's what he thought and did, so Dormammu jumped towards Lu Yuan unsuspectingly. Lu Yuan didn't move the whole time, as if he was scared and stupid, until Dormammu jumped on him. Lu Yuan thought to himself, if you eat such a large spiritual power, it will become mine. Already, Dormammu was stunned, and looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Is he a fool? He is the monarch of darkness. But he didn't have any worries, and he couldn't stop. In the end, he still bumped into Lu Yuan's body. The thing that Ancient One was most worried about happened. He couldn't help but closed his eyes and began to think about countermeasures, how to meet Dormammu's attack. But at this moment, Dormammu let out a mournful roar. What is this? Wait a minute, why is your soul so powerful? Why is your spiritual power larger than the entire spiritual world I have seen? Who are you? Who? No. Dormammu, who took the initiative to rush into Lu Yuan's soul, began to struggle. He wanted to go out, and he desperately wanted to get rid of Lu Yuan, because he saw an incredible scene in Lu Yuan's soul and spirit. And Lu Yuan sneered, nonsense, soul gem and mind gem. One increased his soul strength, the other increased his spiritual domain. How could Dormammu imagine? And the heart of the universe. The silly Dormammu just bumped into it, but it turned out like a little white rabbit who had thrown himself into a snare. Lu Yuan licked the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance again. Dormammu's subjective consciousness has not dissipated, but he values the entire dark domain of Dormammu. Bring it all over to me. With his hands open, Lu Yuan pulled it hard as if he was pulling something. I saw the boundless dark realm came straight to Lu Yuan, and finally fell into his soul. Belch. Even Lu Yuan finally hiccuped, as if he had eaten a lot of good food. And Dormammu's voice has disappeared. Below, Ancient One looked at all this stupidly. Dormammu is the biggest and most important enemy she has resisted for so many years. As a result, she was eaten by Lu Yuan? What did you do? Ancient One couldn't believe it until the end. Lu Yuan actually ate Dormammu. Ancient One looked at Lu Yuan stupidly. At the moment, Lu Yuan was also looking down at Ancient One. What did he find? At this moment, because of the previous noise, some apprentices who had rested got up one after another. Especially Moda, who rushed over quickly, and looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Have you learned this level? They are all magicians, and they can definitely see Lu Yuan's soul state. Although it's strange how his soul state is a monster, it shouldn't be a big problem. There is also a magician with a similar status to Mordo, named Kaecilius, only his eyes looking at Lu Yuan have some kind of deep meaning. Lu Yuan glanced at Ancient One again, but didn't speak. He disappeared quickly, and returned to his body. Outside, Ancient One pondered for a moment, then began to expel those magicians. Okay, nothing happened. Let's go back to rest. There will be morning classes tomorrow. Yes, Ancient One magician. The apprentices were all disciples of Ancient One, and they did not dare to disobey and went back respectfully. Only Mordo and the Kaecilius stayed, approaching Ancient One to inquire about the situation. Moro said with a smile, congratulations on gaining another apprentice. Modu hadn't noticed anything yet, so he could still laugh, and congratulations to Ancient One. Looking at Lu Yuan's situation, he was an excellent disciple again. Although Modu is a disciple of Ancient One, he usually does not speak so vividly, more like a teacher and a friend. Ancient One glanced at Mordu and sighed, that's it. Moro was a little stunned. What do you mean? Kaecilius also spoke from the side. He seems to have touched Dormammu. Kaecilius said something less confident. What? Mordo frowned. He also knew who Dormammu was, the monarch of the Dark Dimension, and had been watching the Earth, wanting to devour the Earth and come to the main plane. The Kamar-Taj, led by the Ancient One, existed to fight against Dormammu. Suddenly learning that Liu Yuan dared to contact Dormammu secretly, Mordo's first reaction was anger, and he immediately said, I must find him to clarify. No need to go. Ancient One sighed again, and said with a headache, he did touch Dormammu, but he has already wiped out Dormammu. What? Mordo made a startled roar again, and even Kaecilius couldn't hold back, and followed up with a startled roar, it's impossible. Ancient One squinted Kaecilius, why not? She didn't say it, but the meaning is very clear. What do you mean? Kaecilius quickly explained after realizing it, that's right, Dormammu is the Dark Monarch of the Dark Dimension, how could he defeat him? Even the Ancient One magician, you can only resist Dormammu's invasion, right? Yes, even the Ancient One had been passively resisting Dormammu's invasion for so many years, but never dared to imagine that he could defeat the opponent. Even she didn't hesitate. Shaking his head slowly, Ancient One said, this is what I saw with my own eyes, no doubt about it. You can also go and inform everyone that Dormammu has been defeated, and they can leave at any time if they want to leave. Well, I have something to talk to Liu Yuan about. While speaking, Ancient One did not give Mordo and Kaecilius a chance to speak again, and walked towards Liu Yuan's dormitory. Mordo and Kaecilius looked at each other behind him, and finally had no choice but to leave. The other end. Liu Yuan had already returned to his body and sat up, as if waiting for something. I have to say that although the overall environment is too simple, Kamar-Taj has enough space, so he has his own separate room on the first day. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Ancient One stepped in. Liu Yuan was not surprised, because he was waiting for her. The Ancient One who came in turned and closed the door, then stood at the door and looked at Liu Yuan without speaking for a long time. Liu Yuan was also looking at Ancient One, and suddenly he smiled, no wonder you can live so many years. He holds the secret of an Ancient One. Ancient One's expression remained unchanged, but instead of answering, he asked, who are you? And who are you now? Are you Liu Yuan? Or Dormammu? It seems that Ancient One is actually not convinced that Liu Yuan really ate Dormammu, but suspected that Liu Yuan was possessed by Dormammu. Liu Yuan smiled and shook his head, just rely on Dormammu? I thought it was such a powerful thing. Compared to me, it turned out to be just a firefly competing with Haoyu. Ancient One watched him brag there with a black line, and felt sad at the same time. If Dormammu was like the difference between a bright moon and a firefly compared to him, what about himself? Don't worry, Dormammu has been eaten by me, and he and the entire Dark Dimension have become mine. Liu Yuan pointed to his head. I have to say that Dormammu and the entire Dark Dimension are still very powerful. The Dark Dimension is also a part of the spiritual realm. It is a huge amount of spiritual world, enough to devour the earth. Once Dormammu comes to the main plane, it will definitely be a huge amount of disaster. Even Thanos couldn't look enough in front of him. Unless it's Thanos from Infinity Gauntlet. Don't think that Thanos is really invincible. In fact, the level of Thanos in the comics is not high, unless you get the Infinity Gauntlet or the Heart of the Universe, or even Thanos of the Universe Cube. Otherwise, neither Odin nor the Ancient One can defeat him. Definitely, and it cannot be denied that Thanos is indeed one of the most popular villains in the Marvel Universe. Just like Darkseid's status in the DC Universe, even if the DC movie universe has not yet appeared, the popularity of the uncle cannot be denied. 0. Ancient One still stared deeply at Liu Yuan with the same eyes as before, and asked again, who the hell are you? With your power, you don't have to come to me to learn these basic magics. After all, the essence of power is from the same origin. You can already crush all fancy magic with your powerful mental power. Isn't it? No wonder Ancient One is so skeptical, because Liu Yuan showed the spiritual power that even Dormammu and the entire Dark Dimension can eat. Why does he need to study here and worship himself as a teacher? Who is he? What is the purpose? In fact, Ancient One misunderstood Liu Yuan. Before that, Liu Yuan got a complete set of infinite gems and a complete heart of the universe from OAA, so he devoured Dormammu who had thrown himself into the net so easily. If it was before Liu Yuan got these, even if it was him, it would be very troublesome if he really started a war with the Dark Monarch Dormammu in the spiritual realm. After all, what he is better at is the strength of the physical side. So Liu Yuan shook his head and said, it's true that there is a specialization in surgery sooner or later. I'm just a little bit stronger in mental strength, but like a child holding a gun, I don't know how to use it. So I hope you can give me some pointers, otherwise in case one day my power explodes, maybe it will destroy the world. He didn't say those secrets about the two great gods and the infinite gems, and he was right. Also, Liu Yuan said again, showing another meaningful expression, it's my turn to ask questions. My good teacher, so you are the inner ghost who has been colluding with Dormammu. In one sentence, Ancient One was left speechless. You know, Ancient One didn't seem surprised. Liu Yuan looked at Ancient One deeply, and since he devoured Dormammu, he felt a different feeling. That is, there is a connection between Dormammu and Ancient One. It turns out that the reason why Ancient One can live forever is because she has been drawing the power of Dormammu from the dark dimension of Dormammu. It seemed that she and Dormammu had some sort of unknown connection. Liu Yuan was still sitting there, which was actually a little rude. But from another perspective, Lu Yuan has now devoured Dormammu and the entire dark dimension, and now it has become that if the Ancient One wants to maintain its own life and youth, it must continue to draw strength from Lu Yuan. The identities of the two sides changed quietly. Lu Yuan became the host of Ancient One, and 310 Ancient One became a parasite that survived on his nutrients. Looking at it this way, it seems reasonable for Lu Yuan to sit on the Ancient One and stand. I didn't cut off this connection. Lu Yuan looked at Ancient One. I will continue to provide you with vitality, but I need an explanation. What is your position? Just now Ancient One has been questioning Lu Yuan, and now it is his turn to question Ancient One's position. Ancient One smiled dumbly. Her position? I have lived for an unknown number of years, hundreds of years, or thousands of years. Ancient One looked at Lu Yuan generously, without any excuse, but said in a flat tone, in the earliest days, there were still people on Earth. There is no sorcerer supreme, at least no great magician against Dormammu. At that time, Dormammu already wanted to devour the Earth to achieve his ambition to break into the main plane. He attempted to annex the entire universe. There is no other way. I had to take the initiative to agree to help him, and this opportunity to get a strong power. This is the opportunity to establish the 3 holy places, and use this to resist the invasion of Dormammu. Is it my position? It's just a fox and a tiger, who can only rely on Dormammu's power to fight against him, a little guy who is not worth mentioning. Ancient One couldn't help laughing a little bit at the end of his speech, and the smile was full of bitterness. She did not deny that she had indeed joined Dormammu, but her joining was false. She made a choice to resist Dormammu, and everything she did was to gain strength that could fight against Dormammu. After all, she is still protecting the Earth. I see. Lu Yuan nodded and said with a thoughtful look on his face, power is not originally good or bad, whether it's dark or crazy, only the one who drives the power can tell the difference. If it is to protect, then the power of darkness is also good. If it is to destroy, then the power of light is also terrifying. Just like him, in order to protect Krypton from being destroyed by Apocalypse, he was resurrected from the dead and transformed into a monster Doomsday, and he had to fight to the death. In the end, Darkseid's body was finally defeated. What is good? What is bad? Superman's name does sound like Guang Wei's Hung. Lu Yuan was also a Superman at the time, but there is nothing he can do. As Superman, he is dead. Only by becoming Doomsday can he guard Krypton. So he did that without hesitation, and finally became the hero of the Guardian of Krypton. It's a pity that he was not understood at the time, so he had to leave alone. Therefore, Lu Yuan is not that superficial. Just because Ancient One has absorbed the power of the Dark Dimension, and because she has a connection with Dormammu, she unilaterally thinks Ancient One is a bad person. On the contrary, he understands Ancient One very well. Under the last resort, he thought of the method of emptiness and conspiracy, and then gained Dormammu's trust, and then used Dormammu's power to firmly resist Dormammu in the spiritual realm outside the Earth. Ancient One looked at Lu Yuan with complicated eyes. As one of the oldest people on Earth, she could feel that Lu Yuan had also experienced something. It's just that Ancient One didn't ask much, and there was one more thing that was urgently needed to be confirmed. You really devoured Dormammu and the Dark Dimension? Are there any hidden dangers? How could it be possible for such a huge Dormammu and the entire Dark Dimension to be eaten? Ancient One is worried about future troubles. As a result, Lu Yuan shook his head and comforted. Don't worry, I may know better than you about the spiritual realm and the soul level. In fact, it is full of dangers. Once the entanglement at the spiritual or soul level occurs, there will be swallowing or integrating. In short, the stronger side will swallow the weaker side, and the two sides that are evenly matched will integrate into a whole. Because the spiritual realm has no physical relationship, it is like 2 drops of water, and it can easily become a whole. And because Lu Yuan's spirit and soul level are too powerful, with the blessing of countless divine powers from the 2 great gods, OAA and DC God, Dormammu seems to be too far behind. So he became a self-inflicted trap, as if Lu Yuan opened his mouth wide, and he rushed into Lu Yuan's mouth like a ginseng fruit, and was eaten and wiped clean by him. Ancient One looked at Lu Yuan in a stunned manner. He actually said that he was stronger than the entire Dark Dimension? How terrifying is Lu Yuan's spiritual power? You know, the level Godfather, the Ancient One on the same level as Odin, is immortalized by a little power drawn from Dormammu and the Dark Dimension. It is conceivable how powerful the power of the Dark Dimension is. In the end, such a terrifying power was eaten by Lu Yuan in such an understatement? Ancient One was good at pressing the painful temple, and had nothing to say. Definitely if Ancient One knew that Lu Yuan's soul had bound infinite gems, or a full set of infinite gems, there would be no more doubts. After all, the original Soul Gem setting once claimed that there was a complete independent universe in it. Soul Gem can steal, control, and change the soul of the opponent, and can create soul out of nothing. It is also the entrance to a small universe as beautiful as idyllic. At the same time, Soul Gem originally also contains huge amounts of energy and can even contain the entire multi-universe. Dormammu dare to have a higher soul level than Lu Yuan? Are you crazy? After all, he is a single universe-like individual, and can it be compared to the 2.0 multi-universe level? Besides, as a 5th-dimensional person, Lu Yuan originally had already reached the multi-universe level, otherwise how could he have defeated Darkseid's body in the first place? Ancient One, Lu Yuan stood up from the bed, and went straight to roar Ancient One's name, walked over step by step, and stood in front of her. Lu Yuan was also 1.9 meters tall in human form, and even Ancient One had to look up at him. Looking at Lu Yuan who was in front of him, Ancient One rolled his eyes and reached out to push him away. As a result, Lu Yuan raised his hand and stroked Ancient One's cheek. Ancient One was stunned. Bold, Ancient One scolded shyly and furiously. Lu Yuan also rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I see that you have been working hard to guard the earth silently for many years, so I will give you a share of the dark dimension, and you will be able to live forever without drawing strength from others in the future. Go down. Lu Yuan didn't lie, he did separate a part of the power of the dark dimension for Ancient One, and the total amount is equivalent to 1 in a billion, or maybe 1 in a billion. In short, because the dark dimension may originally be equivalent to the weight of a single universe, even 1 in a trillion is already unimaginable, enough to make the Ancient One live forever. And if she gave her an attitude, Lu Yuan was also worried that Ancient One would not be able to bear it, and her spirit might be infected due to the massive invasion of dark forces. If the Ancient One was blackened because of this, wouldn't it be good intentions to do something bad? Ancient One also felt the influx of enormous power, raised his hand and pressed his heart, only to feel that his body was full of vitality. Even she is younger again. The heartbeat is like a youth, strong and powerful. There seems to be endless energy in the body. Originally, she had been feeling a little weak recently, but now she has regained her vitality. But she raised her head 06, kept looking at Lu Yuan, and asked, "You don't need to touch my face." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Am I going to grab your big bald head?" That's right, Ancient One is bald. The power of the dark dimension taught by Lu Yuan is also the power of the spiritual realm. It must be introduced into the spiritual realm of Ancient One. A small part will spread throughout the body, but most of it will sink into her spirit, that is, her mind. But you can't hold on to Ancient One's flawless bald head, can you? Those who didn't know thought he was in pain. Ancient One was very injured, glared at Lu Yuan, reached out and patted his hand, turned and left. Lu Yuan didn't care that she didn't even say a word of thanks, and just asked later, "I've read all these books, which ones should I watch tomorrow?" Ancient One paused and said without turning his head, "If you don't read tomorrow, I will teach you tomorrow." Well, the Ancient One is finally taking on the responsibility of being a teacher himself. Lu Yuan shrugged, "That's definitely good." Then Lu Yuan discovered another surprising thing, that is, the power of the dark dimension that had just been separated from Ancient One just now was restored in a blink of an eye. It seems that his speed of returning to blue is very fast. I would have given more if I had known. Lu Yuan said with hindsight, saying that he didn't know that his speed of returning to blue was so fast. Next, Lu Yuan lay down again, intending to rest. It stands to reason that there should be another night of silence, and he also thought that he would be silent all night, and was preparing to sleep until dawn. As a result, in the middle of the night, an uninvited guest broke in. He is Kaecilius, the guy who asked the Ancient One with Mordo before, and another disciple of the Ancient One with the same status as Mordo. Why is he here? Lu Yuan lay there, opened his eyes and looked at Kaecilius. Kaecilius also noticed that Lu Yuan woke up the first time he came in. It's just that Lu Yuan didn't speak, just looked at Kaecilius like that. Kaecilius also looked at Lu Yuan silently. Suddenly, he kicked Kamar-Taj's special robe and fell to his knees. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Kaecilius with a half-smile. Kaecilius lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Welcome the Dark Monarch to the main plane." Oh. Lu Yuan smiled and silently took out his phone. Remember, when Lu Yuan mentioned the business acumen of the new era to Tony before, he once showed a smartphone by means of a fifth-dimensional person. In fact, that phone has been left with Tony as a reference, so that the Stark Group can develop a new department more easily. At the moment, he quickly changed to a smartphone, silently turned on the camera and pointed the direction of Kaecilius, and then sat up and leaned on the head of the bed without letting Kaecilius get up, and asked, "What are you here for?" Only then did Kaecilius raise his head, completely unaware of Lu Yuan's small movements just now. His eyes were full of fanaticism and madness, and said, "I am your believer, Lord Dormammu, the Dark Monarch. I can assist you in destroying the holy place of the three great places. I can help you come to the main plane and completely devour the earth." Then what? Lu Yuan looked at Kaecilius with his arms folded and asked, "I guess you must have something to ask for." Kaecilius showed a flattering smile. "Yes, as your believer, I hope to be blessed by you. Please give me your strength, so that I can serve you more fully." Lu Yuan smiled, "Yes." As he spoke, Lu Yuan raised his hand and drew out the power of the dark dimension, and the whole room was filled with a terrifying aura. Kaecilius shivered all over, and at this moment he had no doubt that the person in front of him was Dormammu, the Dark Monarch of the Dark Dimension. Because in his impression, how could a mere magic apprentice compete with Dormammu? So he didn't believe Ancient One's words before, and he would never understand that although Lu Yuan was still a junior apprentice on the magic side, how powerful is his own power. It was said earlier that Lu Yuan would struggle a bit against Dormammu in the spiritual realm. That's because Lu Yuan has no experience in fighting in the spiritual realm, so it's just a bit difficult. You let Dormammu come to the material world of the main plane to try, you have the skin peeled off. But Lu Yuan didn't say anything. Instead, he followed Kaecilius's imagination and deliberately acted as an overlord. He was all too familiar with this. Originally, he was one of the highest-ranking weights on Krypton, and he even led 327 to conquer the universe, and almost destroyed the civilization of his neighbors. So at the moment is really effortless to play. Kaecilius had no doubts at all, feeling the incomparable power that was introduced into him, and only felt excited. Ancient One, don't you think I don't know? You surrendered to Dormammu long ago, and you got immortality. Why can't I? Why is it only you who can live forever? Kaecilius even forgot because the dark power had invaded his mind. When he saw Lu Yuan in front of him, or in his opinion it was Dormammu himself, he roared. Lu Yuan just smiled and asked, "How? This power is cool, isn't it?" Kaecilius came back to his senses, knelt on the ground quickly, and said respectfully, "Thank you for the power given by the master." Now he can be said to be extremely loyal to Dormammu. But how did he know that Dormammu had already lost his mind? Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, and said to him, "Then you can always kneel here, and I'll take care of you tomorrow." After speaking, Lu Yuan turned his head and went back to sleep. In other words, why did Lu Yuan want to give Kaecilius power, but not deal with him? Because Lu Yuan wanted to deal with him, but it was not convenient for him to take action. When the Ancient One gets up tomorrow, it will naturally be handed over to her. Early the next morning, Ancient One, Modu and others were called by Lu Yuan, and they were surprised when they saw Kaecilius who had been kneeling there honestly. What happened? The people asked. Lu Yuan also simply took out the video recorded last night and played it, and everyone was speechless. Are you really Dormammu? Mordo looked at Lu Yuan angrily. Lu Yuan was speechless. Are you an idiot? If I were Dormammu, I would have asked him, Kaecilius, to help me break the 3 great holy places, and then devoured the earth. Mordo is not an idiot, he is too jealous and too hard-hearted. In his eyes, darkness is evil, he can't compromise at all, and he doesn't rub sand in his eyes. So Mordo didn't sleep well all night, and kept thinking, did Lu Yuan become Dormammu, and what happened after he devoured the entire dark dimension, etc., etc. He thought about it for a night, and his eyes turned red. Ancient One glared at Kaecilius fiercely. You are so depraved that you want to take refuge in the darkness and Dormammu. Kaecilius looked up, trying to speak but couldn't. Because he took refuge in Lu Yuan and accepted the dark power given by Lu Yuan, especially that power was far beyond his tolerance, so he had completely surrendered. Lu Yuan asked him to kneel here for a night, but he really knelt all night and didn't get up and couldn't get up. It was not until Lu Yuan instructed that he could finally speak and say, "Why is it that only you can live forever? We also want to achieve immortality, what's wrong?" It's a big mistake, Lu Yuan said before the Ancient One could speak. The Ancient One has been silently guarding the world for so many years, and that's what she deserves. It's better to say that the Ancient One is not for greed and fear. Die, but once she dies, you can't protect the earth by yourself. What do you say you have? What can you do? Apart from intrigue and selfishness, what else do you bastard brothers have? You may suspect that Ancient One colluded with Dormammu, but you may not even have the file size of sesame seeds. Now Renear, think about it, if the Ancient One wants to take refuge in Dormammu, does it have to wait until now? Couldn't it have helped Dormammu invade the Earth thousands of years ago? You idiot! Have to wait until now. The Ancient One on the side rolled her eyes secretly. She didn't seem to have a life as old as thousands of years. After all, the oldest history of mankind is nothing but the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is about 5,000 years ago. And our East is also 5,000 years up and down. She was said to be too old. Lu Yuan's lesson was not over yet. He deliberately looked at Modu and asked, "Don't you just want to know, have I obtained the power of the dark dimension?" "Definitely yes, I ate Dormammu. I am now the new Dark Monarch." Mordo rolled his eyes. But Lu Yuan's eyes were bigger than his. "Shut up and listen to me. Before ancient times, there was no power or way to stop Dormammu in the world. At that time, Ancient One alone had to reach a so-called agreement with Dormammu. Trade, then get strength from Dormammu and use his strength against Dormammu. For so many years, the Ancient One magician has been guarding the whole world alone, so you can stand here and question it now. Damn, how dare you question your own savior? And the Ancient One has spared no effort in cultivating you. I hope you grow up as soon as possible to share the pressure for her. Even she is ready to sacrifice at any time. Do you think she really wants to live forever? Wrong, very wrong. That is the last compromise Ancient One wants to make. She would rather die." Lu Yuan's words made the house quiet. Ancient One took a long, deeply moved breath. He was right, Ancient One was already ready to die. Ancient One had chosen Strange as her successor even hundreds of years ago, and she had already seen that future. So Ancient One has been preparing silently all the time, especially in the movie when Strange was finally found. Ancient One couldn't hide his excitement, and even poured tea for Strange himself. Strange didn't even think that the bald nun who poured tea for himself was the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. It can be seen that Ancient One values Strange. Later, Ancient One also died as wished, and the Strange she cultivated also became Dr. Strange, perfectly inheriting her responsibilities and continuing to protect the Earth. Ancient One made a helpless choice at the very beginning, and in the end, once he found a way to protect the Earth against Dormammu, he immediately chose to die. These thoughts that she had never told anyone were all broken by Lu Yuan one by one. Because Lu Yuan is actually very similar to Ancient One's experience. He once had to transform into a monster like Doomsday in order to protect his hometown, but in the end he was not treated as a hero and could only leave silently and lonely. So Lu Yuan felt a little empathy, and he sympathized with Ancient One, and was very similar to Tony's dedication. Lu Yuan glanced at the people around him with a cold expression and asked, "So what else do you have to say?" No one spoke again. Until Ancient One said, "Wait a minute, it seems that Mordo Magician is not questioning me, it's you?" It was only then that everyone came to recall, yes, is it not Lu Yuan who is questioning Lu Yuan, or is he being swallowed up by the Dark Monarch? When did Mordo question the Ancient One? Even before Lu Yuan was exposed, no one seemed to suspect Ancient One, right? Only Kaecilius suspected Ancient One, and before he had time to say anything, it was exposed by Lu Yuan's crackling. Ancient One's temples twitched and he only felt a headache. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly, "So you're questioning me? Then how do I prove it? Kill you all." Everyone was startled. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was just joking, spread out his hands, and said with a flat face, "This is proof 5078 Ling Long, I didn't kill you, it's proof, if I was Dormammu, if I had become Dormammu, now I can kill you. But I didn't, which means I'm not Dormammu. Is this too arrogant? Did he think he could bloodbath Kamar-Taj at will if he wanted to?" Just when Modu was not angry, he was about to discuss the time and place with Lu Yuan. Ancient One finally stood up, stopped everyone from arguing, glanced at Lu Yuan, pointed to Kaecilius and asked, "Can you hand him over to me?" Lu Yuan nodded, "Just keep it for you." Ancient One nodded to Lu Yuan with grateful eyes, and then said to Mordo, "Seal his magic, and then banish it." "Yes." Moro glanced at Lu Yuan, and then had Kaecilius taken away. Modu. Suddenly, Lu Yuan said to Modu behind, "You have to think about it, don't narrow the road." There is a reason for Lu Yuan's sudden remarks. Mordo actually has a name called Baron Mordo, who once became Doctor Strange's biggest enemy. It's just that the Baron Mordo in the comic universe is different from the movie universe. In fact, the Baron Mordo in the comic universe is the most ambitious one, and he is the character of Kaecilius. Baron Mordo once colluded with the demon world in order to murder his master Ancient One, and was finally exiled to the other world. It's just that the movie universe has changed his origin story, making Baron Mordo a righteous person who hates evil, but because he is too pedantic and rigid, he can't allow a little bit of darkness, so he doesn't know how to work around it. Lu Yuan stared deeply at the back of Moro leaving, wondering what he was thinking. Until Ancient One stopped in front of him and looked at Lu Yuan with a serious expression, "You are too murderous." She seemed to see something. Lu Yuan teased his hair sarcastically, "The hair is a little long." Ancient One looked at his short, broken hair. Where does it grow? Even Lu Yuan's current posture is a mimetic change. The real face is naturally Doomsday, so his hair has grown? Don't make trouble, Doomsday 327 has no hair. He also mocked that Ancient One was bald, so why wasn't he? Really answered that sentence, became bald, and became stronger. But Ancient One didn't say anything. Knowing that he was changing the subject, he said in accordance with Lu Yuan's meaning, "Yesterday I promised to teach you magic in person, come with me." Speaking, Ancient One took Lu Yuan and walked outside. Everyone else left, and Lu Yuan followed Ancient One's footsteps, and finally came to the ancient wooden building where Ancient One had entertained him before. Ancient One brought out the new sling ring that was already ready. Before her sling ring was occupied by Lu Yuan, Ancient One didn't want to come back, and prepared a new one. Seeing Ancient One's move, Lu Yuan also took out the sling ring and put it on his left hand. Following Ancient One raised his hand, he opened a passage to the mirror world. Lu Yuan silently packed up the sling ring again. Ancient One glanced at him amusingly and said, "With your current mental power, if you casually use magic in the real world, it may cause devastating damage. So I can only let you in the mirror world. Train." The mirror world is equivalent to the parallel plane of the main plane, which is equivalent to the inner side of the Earth's surface. To put it bluntly, it is on the same plane as this Earth, but it is not on the same level, which is equivalent to the front and back of a mirror. The world in the mirror has everything on the main plane, and the environment is almost the same. From the moment it is opened, everything currently on the main plane will be copied. And the most important point is that unless there is a sling ring to open the door, or a powerful force breaks through, even if the world in the mirror is destroyed, it will not affect a single hair in the real world. And this has also become the best training ground. Here, even if Lu Yuan destroys the world, it will not threaten the real world at all. Lu Yuan also put away the sling ring because he knew the purpose of Ancient One. He thought he would use the sling ring, but it wasn't. In this way, the master and the apprentice stepped into the world in the mirror. It was a world that seemed to be exactly the same as the world of the main plane, but it was a little different. There is no one here except Lu Yuan and Ancient One. But here you can see the outside world, but the outside cannot see the inside. I will also observe things and threats in the world here. Ancient One also took the initiative to explain to Lu Yuan. She usually hides here to observe the outside world, but people outside do not know her existence. Lu Yuan's eyes began to roll randomly. Ancient One glanced at him and warned, "It's better not to see something that shouldn't be seen." Well, Lu Yuan really wanted to do something nice and bad. Now that Ancient One has broken through, Lu Yuan can only give up. Immediately afterwards, Ancient One began to enter the course time, and she finally wanted to teach Lu Yuan the knowledge of magic. Lu Yuan has also read many basic magic books before, at the moment is not a novice, and learning is twice the result with half the effort. It must be said that the power of Ancient One is indeed powerful, and the magic it masters is all-encompassing. After all, she claims to have collected and sorted out all the magic books in the world over the years. So she can convert magical energy into invisibility, energy projection, penetrating objects, illusion, flight, hypnotic ability, shield, alchemy, psychokinesis, teleportation, and other super abilities. Even the Ancient One has an incredibly powerful mind ability that can communicate brainwaves with more than a dozen targets at the same time. She can also read any human mind or implant memory. Ancient One's telepathy ability is not affected by distance, basically the entire Earth is within her ability range. To put it bluntly, her ability is somewhat similar to Professor X's super ability, except that Ancient One is magic, while Professor X is mutant's ability. In addition to this, there is the easiest way to use it, and that is psychokinesis. It's just that Ancient One is not used often. Psychokinesis is relatively simple, and it also consumes mental energy. But Lu Yuan was different. Because of his unusually huge mental power, Ancient One instead recommended him to use psychokinesis, which is a pure mental power. Psychokinesis includes many, including telekinesis, psychokinesis shield, even increased gravity, and even attacks with psychokinesis. In addition, since it is magic, it can be said that it is the most basic element magic. For example, the four elements are wind, fire, earth, and water, also called earth, fire, water, wind, or air, fire, water, and earth. Even the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although Ancient One is called magician, and is a white woman in the movie, it's still pretty. Yes, Ancient One is a beautiful nun, I have to admit it. But in the comic world, Ancient One is a real oriental white-bearded grandpa. There is no way to verify his real name, he only knows that it is called Yao. Therefore, he will naturally have a few oriental skills, such as Taoism or 5 elements escaping, etc. Like what Palm Thunder, Tudun or something. Ancient One is teaching Lu Yuan wholeheartedly, and Lu Yuan is definitely devoting himself to learning. But a weird thing happened. When Mordo took Kaecilius away, sealed up Kaecilius' magical power with some special means and expelled him, Kaecilius suddenly turned into fly ash in front of Mordo and others. Mordo and the others were stunned at first, and then they saw that after Kaecilius turned into fly ash, it turned into a mass of black pure energy, and then disappeared. It was Lu Yuan. It turned out that he had already laid the groundwork for Kaecilius to survive. Moro clenched his fists tightly, and this scene left a foreshadowing in his heart. Since that day, Lu Yuan has lived in Kamar-Taj and lived a full life every day. He knew nothing from the beginning, and then slowly immersed himself in the colorful magical world, unable to extricate himself. The power of magic is full of magic and imagination, and Lu Yuan was originally a 5th-dimensional person, and also held a full set of infinite gems and the heart of the universe. In other words, it can be thought that as long as his heart is big, his strength will be. It's just that this power is somewhat different from the original power of being a Kryptonian, a Superman, and even Doomsday. On the other side is the purely physical side of the power, entirely on its own, real power. And magic power is somewhat illusory, relying on imagination. It also took Lu Yuan a while to get used to it. And the most important thing is that there are too many things in Ancient One. She has lived for so many years, and has collected and sorted out all the magic in the world. Now it's all taught to Lu Yuan, and even him, it took almost half a year. Or is this the result of his super learning ability, and someone else wouldn't have been able to learn for 10 or 8 years? Moreover, there are many instruments made by Ancient One in Kamar-Taj, including Ancient One's fan, which is also a magic instrument, which can help her as a weapon to strike enemies at critical moments. There are many other auxiliary tools and so on. It's just that those props were of no use to Lu Yuan, only Ancient One's fan was stolen by him. Ancient One is very helpless, why does he only like to snatch the things he has used? From the sling ring to the fan, there is only one thing left. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to stay in Kamar-Taj, but after half a year, Ancient One found Lu Yuan one day and declared to him, "Okay, I have nothing to teach you." Ancient One is proud and helpless. Proudly, Lu Yuan was the apprentice she taught after all. Unfortunately, this apprentice is too good, and almost all magic can be learned with a little bit of teaching. And he didn't want to stop when he was resting at night. Instead, he read books all night. With his ability to see 10 lines at a glance and never forget them, he even wrote down the books in the entire huge library. Therefore, Ancient One found that Lu Yuan had completed all his life's studies. Lu Yuan was also a little stunned. Is this the end? Ancient One can't laugh or cry, this is the accumulation she has accumulated over the years, but he has so easily grasped it all, not to mention her confidence. Sometimes it is not good for the apprentice to be too smart and outstanding. You can leave anytime, anyway, Ancient One said before leaving. Lu Yuan hurriedly stood up. I'm not in a hurry. Ancient One turned his head and looked at him with a strange look. He hesitated for a while, but still had to say, I'm old enough to be your ancestor. Then she floated away. Lu Yuan scratched his hair, as if he had been misunderstood. He just felt that it was very leisurely here, and he could escape the disputes and troubles in the world. Although Ancient One has become younger and more beautiful, he can't possibly tease his master no matter how wicked he is, right? It's not Yingguo and Xialongnu. But then again, it seems that Doctor Strange turned his wife into his disciple in the comics world, and got married after that. Besides, although it is said to be a master and a disciple, but in fact, they have always been friends of the same generation, including Emodu. The disciples can also use the name of Roar Ancient One, and she doesn't mind. On the contrary, Ancient One Roar calls others by adding magician at the end, such as Mordo Magician, and other magicians, etc. It has never been called Roar by master and apprentice. In the end, Lu Yuan is the oldest one, right? But in order to explain clearly, I'd better leave. Lu Yuan scratched his head. He really didn't think about that, but the nun seemed to be thinking wildly. Is it because she is getting younger? Thinking about it, Lu Yuan started to pack his bags, and then went to say goodbye to Ancient One overnight. Ancient One also wondered. He didn't expect him to leave overnight. As a result, in front of Ancient One, Lu Yuan wore the sling ring with his left hand and opened a golden portal with his right hand. Well, no more flying. But when Lu Yuan crossed the portal and came to the other side, he was a little embarrassed. Pepper was sitting on the sofa in the living room in his pajamas, next to Tony, who was tying the rope of his pajamas awkwardly. Lu Yuan carried a change of clothes on his back and wore an ancient robe of the Kamar-Taj style. Looking at the two people, he was very confident. I haven't eaten yet. Tony is so angry that his nose is crooked. Where did this big brother come from? It's too late, isn't it? Pepper quickly got up and ran away. Why are you here? Tony snapped angrily. It's a really disturbing good thing. Lu Yuan put down his backpack and threw it aside. He walked to the sofa and sat down with a relaxed body. He put down the sling ring first, then picked up a folding fan and opened it. He said with a smile, "You look very handsome. It would be better if you didn't come back," Tony muttered, rolling his eyes. At least 3 hours later. Can you take that long? Lu Yuan pouted with contempt. As a result, Pepper had already changed clothes and came out. Hearing this, he closed the door with a bang, and acted like a shriveled ostrich. Lu Yuan laughed, got up and walked inside, opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of cold beer. Since Lu Yuan has lived at Tony's house for so long, Tony is used to preparing beer at home. At least a better red wine he is reluctant to bear. Lu Yuan flicked the bottle cap off with his thumb, one in each hand, and one took a sip by himself, and the other handed it to Tony. Tony took it with a sigh and took a sip. He didn't dare to take a gulp. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Tony carefully, and suddenly reached out and tore Tony's pajamas. Tony quickly protected himself and looked at Lu Yuan in shock. I don't like men. Nonsense. Lu Yuanxin said he didn't like it either, then he looked at Tony's chest and frowned slightly. Are you poisoned? Palladium poisoning, Tony said frankly. Yes, he only found out recently that he had palladium poisoning. Although Tony changed the relationship of the plot because of Lu Yuan, he didn't get shot again, and he didn't need to open a big hole in the heart, and then rely on the arc reactor to protect himself. But he's still been using the Iron Man battlesuit, and he's been up close to the arc reactor, closest to his heart. Therefore, he was inevitably still affected by the radiation of palladium, and the initial effect of poisoning had already occurred. At this time, Pepper still came out of the back room. After seeing the posture of the two, he couldn't help but say with a worried look, Tony, you should stop here. Even Pepper knew that at the moment Tony was in really bad shape. Lu Yuan felt amazing. It stands to reason that you don't need to put the arc reactor in your body now to save your life. How did you get palladium poisoning? To be honest, palladium is not an element that is easy to absorb in the first place. In fact, so far, the phenomenon and clinical records of palladium poisoning are very few. Palladium poisoning is almost impossible unless the experiment is done deliberately. This thing is just a little evil, but what should I say about palladium? It is unexpectedly a very safe element. Even if you accidentally eat the palladium element in your mouth, it is difficult to absorb. Unless it is injected directly into the bloodstream through a vein, it is indeed poisonous. But now Tony is like Colonel Rhodes wearing a war machine. He is equipped with energy on his battlesuit. How did he get poisoned? Is it really 327 that the plot needs? Lu Yuan was drinking a little wine while looking at Tony's miserable state. To be honest, he wanted to laugh. It was Xiao Qili who gave the reason, glared at Tony fiercely, and said angrily, Lu Yuan, you don't know how famous he is now. Since he publicly said that he is Iron Man, he has become a global leader. He's a big star in the world. He has to run out in his battlesuit almost every day and be exposed to the radiation of palladium almost all the time. That's why it's like this. Lu Yuan almost spit out a sip of wine, but it seems that Tony really has such a sassy personality. Because Lu Yuan has been staying in Kamar-Taj recently, he really doesn't know how excessive Tony is. Tony is already more famous than those stars, and many places even charge sky-high prices, just to let Tony show his face and make an appearance. And with Tony's character, it really hits the spot. So Tony roamed the world in his Iron Man battlesuit almost every day. No wonder Pepper is so angry, because every time Tony goes out on the waves, he often brings out a bunch of beauties to dance with him. The point is, can you still see the clothes those beauties are wearing? Anyway, little Peppers are very unwelcome. After listening to little Pepper's complaint, Lu Yuan shook his head dumbfoundedly. Too funny, this guy. You are super rich, do you dare to be more reserved? Lu Yuan asked Tony. With Tony's financial resources, still use it? By the way, how is their cooperation going? But Tony also plausibly said, "It's my first time as a superhero, and I definitely feel fresh." "That's it." Lu Yuan shook his head. "Superhero is a responsibility, and responsibility, not a capital to show off. If it was such an idea, he would not agree." By the way, Tony drank the wine in small sips. He didn't dare to take a big gulp. After all, he was not in a good state now. He glanced at Lu Yuan, and suddenly said, "Looks like Huan Ashen gave me a subpoena yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the technology to get the battle suit." When Little Pepper heard this, she showed a worried expression. However, the old god Lu Yuan was there, and he didn't seem to care at all. "What do you think?" Tony asked Lu Yuan. "Should I hand it over?" Lu Yuan smiled. "With your cautious personality, would you hand it over?" He didn't believe it. Tony said with a smile, "But the technology of the battle suit was proposed by you after all. If you want to hand it over, I will respect your opinion." He doesn't deny that he is really careful, saying that he is selfish and it doesn't matter to him. Lu Yuan snorted. "What did Obadiah die for? Want the technology of battle suit?" "Yes, it depends on whether they take it." "By the way, aren't you developing the technology of battle suit yourself?" "What's mine?" Hypocrisy. He knew what Tony meant when he said that. Didn't he just want to pull himself into the water? But is he afraid? Not to mention now, when they first came to Earth, didn't they immediately wipe out those 10 rings people? Later, when confronted with S.H.I.E.L.D., he was also the first to show his sincerity, and then to make threats. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. did not dare to trouble him. District Minister of Defense? Tony's subpoena came from the Ministry of Defense. And this is the responsibility of the current Secretary of Defense. "I know what to do, but you'd better come with me," Tony said, begging. Lu Yuan said with a smile, "Okay, but if there is a fight, are you sure you are responsible?" Tony sighed. "Okay, looks like I'll have to figure it out myself." Tony understands Lu Yuan's fear and strength better than anyone, and has seen his character and decisive means more. Lu Yuan said that if he wants to fight, it will really fight zero, and the consequences will be severe. "By the way, I remember you mentioned that there are new elements that can replace the palladium element, which are more stable and can provide stronger energy output." Suddenly, Tony rolled his eyes and mentioned about the new element casually. Topic of. Lu Yuan held back his smile and glanced at Tony's traces of palladium poisoning. So he said that palladium poisoning is actually very difficult, especially with the current method of Tony using arc reactor as an energy source. If this can also be poisoned, isn't Colonel Rhodes dead long ago? Lu Yuan even reached out and touched Tony's chest, only to wipe off a green trace. Tony tried to hide or not, and muttered afterward, "Come on, I don't have that habit." Lu Yuan looked at the green marks on his fingers. The poison of a fart was drawn on it. Pepper also looked at Tony in shock. "You lied to me? Are you not poisoned?" In fact, with Tony's character, if he is really poisoned, he won't let anyone know. He will hide it well and never let others worry. It was because he took the initiative to expose it that Lu Yuan felt something was wrong later. This test is indeed the case. He is the dye that he smeared, and there is no sign of poisoning at all. Tony was embarrassed and explained to Pepper with a smirk, "I have a reason for this." He definitely wanted to ask Lu Yuan about the new element. But 2.0 Pepper is very concerned. How worried she is during this time. Doesn't he know? Angrily, Chili got up and left. Tony glared at Lu Yuan and hurried to chase. Lu Yuan lay down comfortably on the sofa. Now he is no longer a light bulb, otherwise he would feel unnatural to stay there. Well, in order to not use the light bulb, he deliberately got angry with the little Pepper. Besides, it was Tony who made the trouble. What does it have to do with him? Lu Yuan didn't take it to heart at all. He even opened the refrigerator with psychokinesis, and grabbed 2 bottles of beer in one go. Tony, who came back, saw this scene and exclaimed, "I didn't expect magic to be real. I don't know if I can learn it." Lu Yuan shook his head. Technology and magic just behave differently, but in fact they are all elements. Isn't there an element in science? Let me see more. What Lu Yuan said is also true. When science enters a realm, it actually uses and discovers and develops various elements. When science reaches a certain level, who says science is not magic? To be more exaggerated, is the Big Bang a theological phenomenon or a scientific phenomenon? Regarding the discussion of magic and science, Lu Yuan and Tony actually talked a lot. The discussion between the two was very lively, and they were somewhat enlightened. And Tony also asked some important information about the new elements in it. In fact, this is what he wants to ask the most, right? Lu Yuan doesn't necessarily know. He knows it well, but so what? So Lu Yuan followed Tony's wish and revealed some news about the new elements. Not to mention, Lu Yuan does know about new elements. Don't forget what Kryptonians are playing. Superman's power comes from the yellow sun's brilliance, including the sun's radiation can also be converted into energy. Lu Yuan has been sleeping in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. He really knows a lot about various elements related to the core. So I didn't use Howard's film 06 and the information left, etc. Lu Yuan gave some pointers here, and Tony's eyes lit up immediately. He seemed to already know what to do. This is Tony, such a genius. And after asking for news about the new elements as he wished, Tony ran to the studio and banged. And Lu Yuan got up and walked out of the door. Since Tony is so busy now, he won't bother. Speaking of which, should I buy a house of my own? With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan left Tony's house. But before leaving, Lu Yuan quickly changed his clothes. During the few months he stayed in Kamar-Taj, he had to wear Kamar-Taj-style training clothes because he hardly brought any change of clothes and only wore a suit at that time. But now that I'm back in the city, I have to change back to the original clothes, otherwise it will look out of tune with the surroundings. As for the changed clothes, they were thrown directly into a space by Lu Yuan. In fact, in the past half a year, Lu Yuan not only learned magic from Ancient One and flipped through those magic books, he also studied all infinite gems again. Previously, he had initially been exposed to the power of space law by observing time gem by studying time law. Now that I have obtained the space gem, I have a new concept and understanding of space law. At least Lu Yuan can not only open the portal with Kamar-Taj sling ring, but also use his own power to perform super abilities such as space teleportation and teleportation. Even, he also created a space of his own, which is very convenient to store some things at ordinary times. There are other infinite gems. Soul gem and mind gem will undoubtedly increase the strength of his soul and spirit power. And the two gems originally had terrifying powers. Chief among them is the power gem. Power gems are the purest form of power, and can give power to other gems and even make other gems more powerful. Originally, the reality gem can only temporarily turn thoughts into reality, but after a period of time, including if the caster's consciousness loses control, those thoughts will return to virtual thoughts. But if there is the blessing of power gems, at least the reality gem of the comic universe of the main world can really turn ideas into reality. Coupled with Lu Yuan's identity as a fifth-dimensional person, he can almost reach the level of the creator god and the creator. It is no wonder that even the OAA and DC gods are optimistic about him. And now, Lu Yuan has begun to master the power of the universe heart, and can gradually understand the mysteries of the universe and the concept of the universe through the universe heart. What is the universe? What kind of elements, principles, and even the power of law it contains, as well as various concepts. The most important thing is, what are the most basic requirements for the existence of a universe? Even how big is the universe? Is there a so-called edge of a universe, and can the barrier between the universe and the universe be broken to enter other universes? Lu Yuan felt that if he completely mastered the heart of the universe and the power of infinite gems, he could try to create his own universe. At that time, he could really reach the level of OAA and become an omniscient and almighty creator. It is a pity that the information of the universe is too mysterious and complicated. Even for him, it is difficult to complete it in a short time. While thinking about these messes, Lu Yuan came to a housing agency center. Generally speaking, whether it is a house for rent or a house for sale, information will be placed here. Lu Yuan also quickly found a more satisfactory house. It was a villa with a small courtyard, but the location of the house was relatively remote, in the suburbs. After all, this is New York City, not to mention whether there is a villa area in the city center. Even if there is such a villa area where the super rich live, it is impossible to hang here. And it's still rented out, not for sale. Lu Yuan didn't care, he rented it with a wave of his hand. And he also carried his own salary card with him. No matter how much salary he got from Tony in the past few months, at least he cheated Obadiah 130 million before. The total cost of renting this villa is 5 million, and the rent for a total of 10 years is a total of 500,000 per year. You must know that this was in 2008, and it cost 500,000 yuan to rent a house a year? However, Lu Yuan's generosity also stunned others, and the people in the agency looked at Lu Yuan in a stunned manner, renting for 10 years in one go, and not even blinking the eyelids. Even Lu Yuan's original plan was to rent for 60 years. Anyway, he has 30 million fractions. If it is 500,000 per year, 340 in 60 years is 30 million, right? The people at the agency were sweating coldly, thinking that if they really wanted to rent you for 60 years, it would be no different from selling it to you, right? 30 million to buy a villa, if you count various taxes, etc., it is not too expensive, right? If you count the value added and other conditions, it is really not expensive. Again, this is New York, after all. It's just that I've never seen such a big deal. 30 million is a fraction? Who is this big guy? In short, the agency really can't be the master, and can only sign a 10-year rental contract first. Lu Yuan completed the payment and signing process according to the procedure, and then he could go to his new home. When he was personally driven by the agency to the villa, he only felt that he had earned it. It was a large 3-story villa, originally covering an area of more than 500 square meters. The second is to bring a small independent yard by itself. The front yard has a very flat lawn, and there is a warehouse and garage in the backyard. Because the yard is very large, if you have a car at home, you can leave from the front yard or the backyard. It's a pity that there is no swimming pool in the yard, but there are 2 huge amounts of open-air baths on the balcony on the 2nd floor and on the roof on the 3rd floor. Simply fantastic. By the way, I forgot to mention that, since it is a suburb, Lu Yuan's residence is actually located in the forest area of Bunero. Perhaps it was because the money came too easily and simply, so Lu Yuan didn't care too much, and spent 5 million casually. It would be better to say that he has never had the opportunity to use the money before, so what is the purpose of making money so hard? In other words, if Obadiah and Tony were to know that he thought he was earning a lot of money, maybe one would be mad and the other would die of anger? Where are you working so hard? Isn't that just killing Obadiah? Tony is still beating and beating, and Lu Yuanzhen got this huge sum of money just by playing tricks. Then again, the 5 million is very valuable, because the 3-story villa has already been decorated, and even the basic furniture has everything. That is, the lack of some daily necessities, and even some daily necessities. For example, things in the kitchen, as well as things in the bedroom and bathroom, and so on. It can be seen that the decoration of this villa is very luxurious. After all, people who can afford such a large villa and yard should also be very rich. I don't know why the owner rented it out, maybe it's because I don't live often. Lu Yuan didn't plan to go shopping, but stood in the middle of the room and snapped his fingers. Snapped. The house suddenly changed dramatically. All kinds of pots and pans began to appear in the kitchen, sheets and quilts began to appear in the bedroom, and even the wardrobe was full of clothes. There is also a bathtub on the balcony on the 2nd floor filled with water. Lu Yuan took off his clothes while walking, and sank beautifully into the water, closing his eyes comfortably. Cool is just one word. This is to enjoy life. He has learned the magic of the world, and has mastered the infinite gems and the heart of the universe, which is no small matter. Definitely, only the things you eat and drink don't want to be changed by yourself. It always feels weird to use your own magic to change things and eat them. Infinite energy inner loop? Not bad for money. In the evening, Tony called and asked Lu Yuan if he really didn't want to go to Washington for dinner with him. Lu Yuan definitely didn't want to participate in such a troublesome thing, so he was very happy to shirk it. Tony has nothing to do with him, but it also brings good news. He has finished building the new elements, and the next step is to develop a new Mark armor and replace the palladium element to create a new arc reactor and install it. Lu Yuan just congratulated him indifferently, not surprised at all. On the other hand, Tony said again, speaking of which, since the battlesuit that fought against the Iron Overlord has been idle, it can't be sold as scrap, and it can't just be destroyed, so I plan to give it to Rhodes. What do you think? What? Lu Yuan was very satisfied with Tony's attitude. Not to mention that he did plagiarize the concept of a battlesuit that should have been invented by Tony and then gave it to Tony. The main reason is that since Tony asked himself, it was enough to show that the other party respected his attitude. Because Lu Yuan has shown more than once his disgust and distrust of the official of a certain country. And who is Rhodes? Rhodes is a colonel in the military, serving in an air force. So what does it mean if you give the Iron Man battlesuit to Rhodes? 2 points. One is that Rhodes is one of Tony's friends, including when he was attacked by the Ten Rings. Rhodes came to the rescue immediately, and Rhodes was Tony's military advisor, and their friendship has been maintained for many years. The other one is very simple. Tony and Lu Yuan did not intend to hand over the core technology of the Iron Man battlesuit. They reached a consensus. However, you have to know that a certain country is a rogue, you live on other people's territory, and Tony's weapons department just said that it will be cut in the future, but it has not actually taken action. Aren't you afraid of a country's retaliation? Once they play hooligans, it's really amazing, they can use any nasty tricks. This is also a good sign. Now Lu Yuan is only worried about one thing. Are you sure the core technology will not be exposed? Lu Yuan only cares about this. There was a sneer from Tony's side. Don't worry, I will set a password. If someone dares to secret the secret of the core, the battlesuit will explode by itself. Also, you also know that no one can reproduce it except me. Arc reactor. This is the core energy secret. Besides, I have discovered new elements, and my energy technology will always be ahead of everyone. Definitely, you can't deny your help here. Tony still understands that he is inspired by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan blushed a little, only he knew that he actually plagiarized the original plot, and made the achievement that belonged to Tony alone, and now it is owned by 2 people, and he is still the one who takes advantage. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan had no choice but to agree with a guilty conscience. Since you have already thought about it, let's do it according to your thoughts. Tony, visibly relieved, smiled and said, thanks, Mr. Lightbulb. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Come on, didn't he just disturb him? Does this give you a nickname? Well, Tony also has a habit of calling people nicknames whether they're good or bad. In addition, Tony also has a bad problem that he doesn't like to take things from other people's hands. That is to say, no matter what is important, he will not take over, unless you put it down and then take it yourself, then it will not received. Don't know how this came about. But Lu Yuan didn't notice that what he handed over, whether it was a wine bottle or something, Tony took it. This is rare. Tony had also wondered, and it stands to reason that they didn't know each other for a long time. It may be because in Tony's subconscious, Lu Yuan is his savior and his noble person. On the surface, many things at present seem to be 5078 Ling Long is brought by Lu Yuan, and he has never mentioned asking for it. Remuneration, mainly because Lu Yuan is embarrassed, and he is not so cheeky to take other people's things and then use other people's money. Coupled with that heart-to-heart conversation, they are already friends. But no matter what, it's a bit too much to call someone Mr. Bulb. So Lu Yuan got angry, hid in the mirror world, held up the pool of water with psychokinesis, and continued to take a bath like this, and flew to Tony's house without anyone noticing. Instead, he decided to go with him. Didn't he call him Lightbulb? Okay, let's just confirm this title for a while. I have to say that this magic is too powerful. People hiding in the mirror world can observe people outside, but people outside are completely unaware of the existence of the mirror world. Fortunately, Pepper didn't come back. Tony just called Happy and asked him to drive him away and drive to Washington. It's not so much because Tony came to prove something by calling himself a random nickname, but because he was too bored, right? Because it will take some time to go from New York to Washington at the speed of a car. Not just some time, in fact, it took most of the time. Yuan was about to fall asleep. What was he here for? Wouldn't it be nice to fly over with a boom tomorrow? And you can't stay in the water all the time, right? With a sigh, Yuan had to open the door of the mirror world and suddenly appeared in the back seat of the car. Happy was startled by Yuan's sudden appearance, and let out a scream. That high decibel is definitely not lost to any woman. Even Tony was terrified because Happy almost drove the car into a ditch. It was Yuan who used psychokinesis to lift all the wheels of the car to avoid the danger of the car crashing and killing people. Why are you here? Tony asked Yuan speechlessly while patting his chest to soothe the fright in his heart. He was already used to Yuan's methods. But Happy kept looking back at Yuan. The car had been lifted, and he looked at Yuan with horror on his face, just straight. Yuan angrily stretched out his hand and pushed Happy's head back, keeping him away from him, and muttered, "It's the middle of the night, don't pretend to be scary, this isn't Halloween 340. Happy almost vomited blood. Who is scaring whom? Also, what does this mean? Does he look so ugly? Still pretending to be scary for Halloween? Does that mean he can play a ghost without makeup? You'd better put the car down first." Tony sat in the co-pilot, turned his head to Yuan who was sitting in the back, and reassured Happy again. "Happy, Yuan is actually a magician, I've never heard of it before. I have time to tell you that you have to keep it a secret. Because Yuan did go to Kamar-Taj to study successfully, it is not wrong to say that he is a magician. What if you don't? Are you saying he's an alien?" Tony knew which was deep and which was shallow. In fact, Yuan wants to say that he can call himself Superman, but he also knows that he is actually a Doomsday. Happy glanced at Tony strangely. "Magician? Just kidding. Harry Potter." He had to wonder if Tony was out of his mind. There's no magic in the world, it's just deceitful magic. Tony was naturally angry, and said to Yuan, "Show him a hand." Yuan spread out his hands. "I'm not an artist. But you made the trouble, and Happy is not an outsider. It's okay." Tony still trusts Happy, and Happy is one of the few people who can let Tony take things from him. Okay, Yuan knew that he was wrong, and while letting Happy continue to drive after the car fell to the ground again, he raised his hand to the front of the car and started to draw a circle. Soon, a golden circle appeared, and Yuan asked Happy to drive over. Happy screamed and rushed over. There was still a long way to go. At the moment just passed through a golden circle, and in a blink of an eye they came to Washington Street. Seeing this scene, Happy finally had to be convinced, and his attitude towards Yuan suddenly changed. In fact, Happy was always dissatisfied before. Why did Yuan take away his part-time bodyguard status when he came? In other words, he works part-time as a bodyguard. In fact, the driver is the full-time job, or is it a part-time driver, and the full-time job is the bodyguard? Now he is completely convinced. In fact, Tony also had a surprised expression on his face. Even he was startled by Yuan's hand. Can he even do such a thing? It was beyond Tony's imagination. Wouldn't it be profitable to start a transportation company? Tony muttered. Yuan laughed. That's for sure. As long as a warehouse is established on a global scale, he can completely open the portals one by one, and even the tariffs of various countries can be evaded. Would you like to become the world's largest smuggling company? But what about him? Wouldn't it be fragrant to open a portal to outer space and bring an extraterrestrial meteorite full of gold components to Earth? For Yuan, money is just a tool or prop that allows him to live a comfortable life, not the goal he strives for. As long as you have enough money to spend, you don't need to work hard for it. Otherwise, there is a more profitable trade, and that is vibranium. There's no need to rob Wakanda, as Wakanda's vibranium is also said to be derived from extraterrestrial meteorites. Meaning, vibranium is not a product of Earth, but brought from outer space by meteorites. Why don't you just search for the source of vibranium? The value of vibranium is countless times more expensive than gold. Captain America's shield is made by vibranium. According to legend, the value of a shield has exceeded 300 million. That was during World War II. The 300 million at that time was enough to affect a country's finances. So Yuan smiled and said nothing. Tony could only change the subject awkwardly and muttered, "If I had known you had this handy magic, I shouldn't have set out overnight." Tony's hearing didn't start until at least 9 in the morning, so he arrived overnight. But it's early now, and it's only about 11 o'clock at night now. Have to wait nearly 10 hours? That's not easy. Find a place to have a drink. Otherwise, what do you think I came out to find you for? Yuan said, and came to instruct Happy to find a nearby place to drink. Tony asked strangely, "Didn't you say you found a place to live? Don't you have to deal with things?" Yuan shrugged, and he snapped his fingers to get almost everything done. With his ability, including the clothes he was wearing, they were all just changed. He was wearing a white suit and leather shoes, only the tie was black. In the middle of the night, not to mention the sassy package. Definitely Tony is no less, also in a suit and leather shoes, and a pair of glasses in his pocket. In the middle of the night, how much do you want to experience the feeling of being blind? Happy, who was driving, glanced at the two of them and didn't know how to complain. In the end, according to Lu Yuan's instructions, Happy found a nearby bar that seemed to be of a good size. They definitely wouldn't just go into a bar whenever they saw it. Tony is so picky. Can there be beautiful girls in that kind of place? When the two got out of the car, Tony put on his glasses, and Lu Yuan took out a folding fan out of nowhere and opened it, fanning it gently. Tony also sniffed, smiled, and joked with Lu Yuan, women's fragrance. That's definitely, Lu Yuan was extremely proud, my master's scent. Tony looked at him with a black line, your master? How old is that? Lu Yuan thought, it stands to reason that ancient one should be several hundred years old, right? A few thousand years old is an exaggeration, but at least a few hundred years old. But because of his relationship, his physical age has returned to about 18 years old, right? In this way, two extremely sassy guys stayed in the bar in the middle of the night. Happy can only sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. It's just that Happy didn't drink as well as the two of them, and he quickly lost consciousness. He didn't even know when the two guys left in the middle of the night. When we met again the next day, only Happy was confused, but the two were full of energy. Happy also smelled an aroma from the two of them, but he was smart and didn't ask anything. After getting up and grabbing a quick bite of breakfast, they were off to today's meeting just for Tony. Tony had fought Roar with Lu Yuan before. In fact, today's meeting has only one purpose. The Ministry of Defense is to take out the core secrets of the Iron Man battlesuit from Tony. Tony never fought an uncertain battle and came to Capitol Hill confidently, obviously well prepared. Lu Yuan remained silent all the way. When others asked about his identity, he only said that he was Tony's bodyguard. Tony looked at Lu Yuan speechlessly. It seems that this guy really doesn't intend to get involved in today's affairs? Lu Yuan shrugged, nonsense, if he, an alien, really wanted to fight a certain country, it would not be that simple. He was afraid that he didn't want to slap those shameless things to death. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. will come to you as soon as possible. Although Lu Yuan has invincible strength, at the same time he also knows that his strength is superior to the world, but in fact, if he really irritates mankind, he may only fight a madman to death. Because humans were originally the most self-destructive race, and Lu Yuan himself was also a human before, too clear. Unless he really wants to destroy the earth, it's best not to make things too big, or the whole world will turn against him. Thinking about it gives a headache. When a group of ants can't see the true face of the elephant, and then provoke the elephant, I don't know how the elephant will feel. It may be clean with one foot, but Lu Yuan is not an elephant after all, isn't he? He was also human before, and also a human being from Earth. Therefore, elephants generally do not pay attention to the provocation of ants that are innocuous to themselves. By the way, elephants are said to be very intelligent animals, and also very vengeful. So don't provoke an elephant. The reason why it is named Capitol Hill is because it is built on a high ground with an altitude of 83 feet. Although Washington is originally a hilly city, the high ground is also a mountain, so the floor is called Capitol Hill. At the same time, it is also the location of a certain country's parliament building. Needless to say about the importance of the Capitol building, the north and south wings on both sides of the big dome are where the House of Representatives and the Senate work. It was in a lobby that should be used to hold a Senate meeting or a House of Representatives meeting. The room was already full of people, including journalists from all over the world, elites from all walks of life, and even those super rich businessmen. Among them, the arms dealers are the most. It seems that many people are paying attention to today's news. But it's understandable. After all, Tony is the only superhero in the current Marvel movie universe, at least within the scope of the Earth. Even if the captain has the earliest history, the identity of the captain does not belong to superhero in the strict sense. He is just a soldier. Even if it is reluctant to say that it is superhero, it is only a superhero of a certain country. What about hostile countries? Is he more like an executioner? So I really don't know how he dared to go to Berlin. As for Captain Marvel, she didn't make much noise at the beginning, and she didn't reveal her identity to the public, and no one even knew that there was an alien invasion in the 1990s. Although the green fat appeared relatively early in the movie universe, General Ross has always defined the green fat as a dangerous monster, not even a hero. Only Tony, at least in the cinematic universe, was the first superhero to be recognized by the outside world, so he was definitely in the spotlight. What's more, Tony has never announced cooperation with a certain country's military. Not only did he not join a certain country's military to help a certain country do things all over the world, even until now, he has never made a sale of his battlesuit to a country as a commodity. Finally, a certain country couldn't wait any longer. They were in a hurry, so they sent a summons to Tony and held today's meeting. Everyone knew the plan of a certain country, so many people looked at the current Minister of Defense sitting above and sneered in their hearts. This is a country, so free. Anyone who really believes in the freedom of a certain country is a big fool. Regardless of the thoughts of all parties present, Lu Yuan followed Tony to the seat directly opposite the Minister of Defense. Because it was not an interrogation of a prisoner, nor a trial in a court, there was nothing weird about the seat. Only the two of them came in, and Happy was left outside. Because Lu Yuan's identity is a bodyguard, even if someone wants to stop him, he will solve it all with one look. After the two sat down in the first row, regardless of the Minister of Defense sitting opposite, they were still whispering with smiles on their faces. I had a great one last night. I'm beautiful, right? In fact, there are other people beside the two, and there are people behind them with surprised expressions. Where is this? This is Capitol Hill. How could you say this in such a sacred place? Dang dang dang. Maybe the minister couldn't stand it anymore, so he picked up the hammer and knocked it twice, and said solemnly, "Silence." 0. Lu Yuan glanced at the dog-like fat man above, and deliberately said in a voice that everyone around him could hear, "It seems that the girl I had an affair with him yesterday." Puff. Cough cough cough. There was an uncontrollable noise around. The minister's face turned blue and white for a while, and he continued to strike the hammer without hearing it, shouting, "Silence, silence, silence." Tony next to him kept smiling. He knew that Lu Yuan was playing with people's mentality. Definitely what Tony didn't know was that what Lu Yuan said was true. As for Lu Yuanja, he doesn't mind. Hey, come out to play, why care so much? Not to marry home as a wife. Even if you mind, it should be the fat guy who minds, right? Besides, what year is this? Still so conservative? And where is this? This is a country. Okay, let's not go too far. It took the minister some time to finally calm the scene again. At this time, a man came in a hurry, then sat down in the empty seat next to Tony, and said hypocritically, without any apology, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Tony glanced at Lu Yuan and silently said, "Hammer." Lu Yuan spread his hands. Who is Hammer? He really doesn't know. Justin Hammer on the other side laughed awkwardly. In fact, he came from a rich man of the same level as Tony, or even an arms dealer of the same level. However, Lu Yuan was speechless now. Tony sneaks a thumbs up below, nice job. Justin Hammer, who is about the same age as Tony, has the same family business as Tony, has his own hammer industry, and is even an arms dealer. But Hammer was tragically born in the same era as Tony, and as a result, he was crushed by Tony in all aspects. Whether it is the knowledge of the two or the business of the company, he is not as good as Tony. And the reason why he suddenly jumped out today is because Tony and Lu Yuan decided to gradually reduce the business of the weapons department, and even close the weapons department in the end. This allowed him to seize the opportunity and began to slowly replace Tony to cooperate with the military, striving to become the only cooperative businessman of the military. So Hammer didn't continue to be sad that Lu Yuan didn't even hear his name, but was about to attack immediately. I think many of us know the reason for coming here today. Tony turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Lu 340. The person who made the attack was about to start. Sure enough, Hammer's words were all directed at Tony, or Iron Man. We all know Tony Stark is a weapons genius who has always created our sharpest spear, and now a sword like Iron Man. But he says Iron Man is just a shield and wants us to hide behind him instead of giving to make our country stronger. I want to ask Mr. Tony, if Lingzun was still alive and selfish like you, how long would it take us to build an atomic bomb? How could we win the war? And end it early? Hammer even went so far as to mention Howard. Because in the setting of the Marvel Universe, it was Howard who led people to create nuclear weapons. And now he mentioned Howard's contribution to a certain country, and then compared to Tony, it was simply murderous. After all, when it comes to his own father, Tony doesn't know how to refute it. Should he deny his father's contribution? Or just compromise? The Minister of Defense on the opposite side showed a satisfied and smug smile, thinking he had the upper hand, and said to Tony Stark, "We all know that you have made a lot of contributions to the country, and now you have created weapons like Iron Man. We will award you the medal." Badass medal, can I eat it? Tony sneered inwardly. At this point he had to stop talking, and if he didn't, he might be forced to hand over the Iron Man battlesuit. You said Iron Man was a weapon. Tony bypassed the subject of his father, using the Secretary of Defense's thread to point directly at Iron Man. Isn't it? The minister smiled contemptuously, feeling that Tony was useless no matter what he did. Unexpectedly, Tony really said, "Definitely not, it's a prosthesis. Haven't you seen what Iron Man looks like?" The minister was speechless, and there was a lot of laughter in the venue. It's been 6 months since Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, and since he never kept a low profile, everyone is familiar with what Iron Man looks like. From the outside, Iron Man looked like he had a suit on Tony. If you have to say it, it is very reluctant to say that it is a prosthesis. But everyone knows he's arguing. Also, you asked me to hand over Iron Man. Tony let out a strange cry. Damn, don't you forget that I once said that I am Iron Man. I am one with my battlesuit. Hand over Iron Man, it's like handing over myself. You don't want me to be a slave, do you? Or let me be. People laughed again. The minister was left speechless. Hammer couldn't take it anymore. He knew that the main goal today was to get the core secrets of the Iron Man battlesuit, and there was only one way to get Tony to submit, and that was to prove that the battlesuit was a weapon, the only way to make him submit. Use the name of the country to force him to hand it over. So Hammer was already prepared when he came. He first operated on the laptop he brought, then walked to a monitor in front of the machine to turn on the machine, and while playing a video, he began to say, "Tony, no matter what. Whether you admit it or not, you can't deny the power of this battlesuit. And now the whole world is imitating it. If other countries study it, but our country does not have it, it is very dangerous." Hammer then came up with evidence that there were indeed some people in the video working on mechanical equipment similar to steel battlesuits. Tony sneered secretly, and quietly took out a smartphone 0. Lu Yuan, who was on the side, glanced at it and knew that it was the latest product developed by She Stark Group. Because of the smartphone he took out as a sample, Stark Group's research and development went very smoothly. The launch is expected to take place before the end of the year. Tony and Yuan, the owners of the company, were definitely the first to get the samples. And Tony's mobile phone is still specially made, and even part of the system of J.A.R.V.I.S has been uploaded by him. And now, Tony was asking J.A.R.V.I.S to decipher Hammer's computer, and he discovered some secrets in a blink of an eye. While Hammer was there talking, Tony blacked out the system on the monitor behind him again, and then put more stuff on it. Everyone, look at the screen. Tony stood up, his turn. There was a big problem with Hammer's films before. He deliberately made an illusion that others seemed to have developed it, giving people a sense of threat and oppression. But now Tony has released the complete film. It turns out that many countries have indeed begun to secretly develop it, but none of those mechanical armors have been successful. Either the energy cannot be driven, the system is disordered, or the parts are too rudimentary. In short, there is not even a single example of near success. There's even a sighting of Hammer at the end, who shows up in a country helping them imitate Tony's Iron Man battlesuit. As a result, the battlesuit suddenly twisted nearly 180 to 2.0 degrees, only to hear a scream, and everyone looked terrified. If you turn around at such a large angle, will the driver die? And the spine can take it? Hammer unplugged in a panic, explaining that the driver wasn't dead. But he also knew that he lost this time, and he lost all face. Not only was the story of secretly imitating other people's battlesuits exposed, but it even failed so tragically, it was a failure. Fortunately, a certain countryman has always been shameless, so no one accused him. Only the minister glared at Hammer, then looked at the proud Tony, and finally he had no choice but to say, actually, we still have a key witness, let Colonel Rhodes come in with his report. Colonel Rhodes? Why is he here? There was no need for Yuan to take action, and he kept silent after mocking a few words from the beginning. Just Tony alone is enough to fight the group of Confucians alone. Those guys can't really be called Confucianism, a few shameless guys, so they are in quotation marks. In the end, the minister may really have no choice but to take out his trump card and summon Colonel Rhodes to come in. Colonel Rhodes is Tony's main contact for working with the military, and he is also Tony's military advisor. To put it bluntly, it is not convenient for the military to communicate with a businessman, so Rhodes is running around for Tony most of the time. Definitely, he can also get a lot of benefits. In addition, Rhodes is also a reassurance for the military, who can monitor whether Tony has betrayed. Over the years, the two have become close friends. So when Tony saw Rhodes coming in, he took the initiative to stand up and greet him. Xiao Luo, Tony affectionately called Rhodes Ronaldinho. 06 Rhodes nodded and said, I'm just here to go through the motions. Maybe he really thought so. When the two were seated, the minister immediately said to Rhodes impatiently, Colonel Rhodes, please repeat the paragraphs you pointed out in your report that Iron Man will become a hidden danger and threat. Lord looked at the minister and said, I thought I was here to make the full report, not just one paragraph. Sorry, now we only need one of your clips. But that clip doesn't represent all my opinions and subjective consciousness. You just do as you do. Rhodes was obviously being pitted. On the side, Yuan pouted, and these shameless faces can be so shameless in front of so many people. What else do you expect? The corners of Tony's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't want to say anything. He heard the words that the Iron Man mentioned in Rhodes' report was a hidden danger and a threat, and he also knew that Rhodes must have been tricked. He was willing to trust his friend Rhodes, and he also guessed that Rhodes would definitely not judge him that much. But he also knew that the minister's intention to select this paragraph on purpose was absolutely malicious. It is likely that Rhodes wrote some more objective comments in this paragraph, but it is not a good thing for him. As predicted, as Rhodes read the report aloud according to the minister's request, he really said something like thinking that Iron Man is a hidden danger or uncontrollable. The minister seemed rather pleased. Rhodes felt resentful in his heart, and he continued to say, but I also mentioned in the report that I think Iron Man can protect a certain country. Enough, let's stop here. The minister hurriedly stopped. But Rhodes still insisted, and I think Tony can be invited to join the military as a special talent and become a commander. Shut up, the minister shouted in exasperation. Even Tony said without hesitation, I won't join any organization. Then he felt it was inappropriate, and he turned the conversation and joked, unless you give me the seat of the minister. Such a noisy scene, coupled with Tony's tone, suddenly caused another burst of laughter. It was like a farce. However, among them, Yuan just watched all this silently, his eyes full of disappointment. The more you get to know a certain country, the more outrageous it becomes. This country is so unbelievable. Yuan also confirmed one thing again, that is, a certain country can never be trusted. Again, never trust a shameless person. Thinking about it, Yuan simply stood up and was about to leave. Originally, I came along just because I was bored, but now I just feel more boring, so I might as well go home and sleep. But his actions caught the minister's attention, and the minister's eyes lit up. Yellow skin? You are Tony's bodyguard, you are from a certain country, now any country or any place name can't appear, so all countries are a certain country. I won't say it belongs to any country, it is a certain country. The minister stood up excitedly, then took the pointing at Tony. He asked, the people closest to you are actually from a certain country? Are you going to reveal your technology to a certain country? Liu Yuan stopped, straightened his clothes, and turned around calmly. Tony shrugged, didn't bother to speak, even looked at Liu Yuan with some malicious intent, deliberately waiting to see how he would solve it. Liu Yuan looked at the minister and said lightly, "Explain first, your words are a bit ambiguous, because Tony has someone by his side, we are just friends, don't misunderstand." Someone was snickering. Tony couldn't sit still, this guy, no one thought about that, but he said it on purpose. Liu Yuan continued to say, "Then, I did sign a bodyguard contract with Tony, but now I am also the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group, and I am also the owner of this company." Some people started to look at each other, secretly looking at Liu Yuan. He is indeed yellow, but he is the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries? Those high-tech weapons of the Stark Group, aren't they? Immediately after Liu Yuan continued, he said unhurriedly, "Finally, you don't have to pour any dirty water to the east, and I'm not from that country, at least not from this universe, in fact, I'm an alien. You don't belong to any country or faction, now you're full of 340 opinions. Alien? Everyone has the same expression, that is incredible and unbelievable. Nobody will believe it. Although the topic and rumors of aliens have never stopped, but who has really seen the existence of aliens? So the first reaction is that it is impossible. Except for Tony, none of the people present believed that what Liu Yuan said was true. He is indeed an alien, not even from this universe. Liu Yuan glanced at the performance of everyone around him. He didn't care whether others would believe it or not, because it didn't matter. Liu Yuan just smiled indifferently. For a long time, what a certain country has preached is freedom, but what I see today is not like that. You have been robbing Tony's personal property, and even depriving Colonel Rhodes. Freedom of speech, and only ask him to report a few words in your favor. That's what you call freedom, and it's really free enough. And your so-called suspicion that Iron Man is a threat, shouldn't we wait until he actually did something harmful to the country's interests before drawing a conclusion? Who told you that a crime can be sentenced before committing a crime? Are your laws learned on the moon? Bah, double standard dog. In the end, this matter can only be over. The ambition of a certain country and the military failed. They did not expect that Tony would not be able to enter the market. He was not threatened and perfectly diffused all the tactics of the Minister of Defense. Even the threat of them suggesting that Hammer Industries might replace the partnership with Stark Industries didn't shake Tony in the slightest. The reason is that after Tony and Liu Yuan went back, they held a press conference directly the next day, in front of the world news, announcing that Stark Industries would completely shut down the weapons department. This time, it was like throwing a boulder on a calm lake, causing a stormy sea. I have to admit that Tony is really a genius, and the post-era of Stark Industries is completely propped up by him. No matter how ambitious Obadiah is, he has to admit that Tony is the backbone of the Stark industry, and the advanced weapons of a certain country are completely inseparable from Tony's technical support. Instead, the military of a certain country panicked first. At the same time, there is a whole country society. So many shareholders almost all hold the stock of Stark industry. Once Stark Group stops selling weapons, it is foreseeable how much the stock will fall. Only Liu Yuan and Tony did not panic at all. Not only did they not panic, but they also drank a little wine in the room on the top floor. Today's top floor has been transformed into a room-like environment. Tony is gradually transferring his work to Little Pepper. He finds that Little Pepper is a person he can completely trust and has enough ability. Why not do it? He didn't want to be tied to work every day, so he turned the office into a lounge, and he didn't have to go home when he was free. This place would also become his home. In addition to Liu Yuan and Tony, Xiao Chili was also there, but she couldn't be as leisurely as those two uncles, with a pile of documents that needed to be processed in front of her. In the end, Little Pepper was going to be mad. You also come to help. This is the first batch of mobile phones we have made, and this high-tech is far ahead of the times and society, and it will be tested when it comes out. Also, are you planning to sell to the world at the same time? Are you sure this is feasible? That's right, the Little Peppers at the moment are dealing with something that's going to happen recently, a smartphone from the Stark Group. Because Stark Group is also the first time to come into contact with this industry circle, it can be said that everything is started from scratch, and it is inevitable to be in a hurry. But looking at Liu Yuan and Tony again, sitting on the windowsill doesn't matter at all. She's the only one so busy that she doesn't even have time to drink. Liu Yuan shrugged. Don't worry too much. You also said that we are now ahead of the world, and far ahead. No one can compare to us. As for the simultaneous release to the world, we can assure all countries that we the back office can be fully disclosed to the local country. What worries you the most in the smartphone age? Security, personal information security. The more high-tech equipment, the less secure it is, because your personal information and personal hobbies are all stolen by high-tech equipment. Think about it, you need your phone book permission to play a game. Why? There are also some games that not only require your real identity information before logging in or registering, but even require you to agree to an agreement. Have you really read every article in that agreement in detail? You have recharged virtual currency and purchased virtual items, which logically belong to your personal property, which is equivalent to buying a suit of clothes. But after the game is closed, all these things are gone. Is it the same as the merchant taking back the clothes you bought home? Definitely this is a bit of a stretch. Liu Yuan knew what Xiao Chili was worried about. What she was worried about was that other countries would intercept the information considering the security issues. On the other hand, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, completely disregarding it. But in this way, our technology will be exposed. Little Pepper couldn't help but feel worried. Not that there is any doubt that any country will take the opportunity to decipher their smartphone technology, but it will definitely be studied by the world. Because this technology is too advanced. Think about it. Now is 2008, even the 4th generation of fruit will not be born until 10 years later, and the smartphone developed by Lu Yuan and Tony can even be comparable to the current 4th generation of Met. The difference between the inside and outside of the technology level is more than 15 years, which is not only advanced, it is simply too advanced. So this is bound to lead an era. But Lu Yuan still doesn't care at all. Let them develop, as long as we firmly hold the core chip technology in our hands, and even switch to producing only chips in the future, then every time any company sells a mobile phone, we can make money. Wouldn't it be better for a penny? Also, Tony couldn't help but said, Lu Yuan actually said it from the beginning. Apart from the mobile phone industry, aren't we already preparing to start the era of online shopping? But if there is no prosperous internet era, the era of online shopping will not come. For the next step, even if it is free, we must help the world enter the era of big data ahead of schedule. That's right, in the future, only by mastering traffic can we master resources. Lu Yuan raised his cup, touched Tony lightly, and drank it. Little Pepper stared at the two of them dumbfounded, only to feel chills all over. Because Little Pepper knew that what they were planning was not just a certain product, but a huge amount of ambition that involved the whole world. They are planning to take a step ahead and snatch the world's internet market, and even before the world can see this step, completely control the world's internet age. What will happen once they are really successful? Some people think it is an exaggeration, because by 2008, the internet was already very developed. How could it still snatch the internet market of the whole world? In fact, it was only the first half of the internet era, and it was far from entering the era of big data and traffic. That 5078 Ling Long is just the beginning. Only when the world has entered the era of rapid development of the internet, and when it is more convenient to connect to the internet through mobile phones, can it be regarded as a true internet era for all people. In the past, almost all people who wanted to surf the internet were computers, so who would be willing to use mobile phones? And what can the old mobile phone do? Look again now. Lu Yuan said to Little Pepper confidently, you can do it with confidence, as long as we don't make cars, we are invincible. Little Pepper looked at Lu Yuan strangely, she definitely didn't understand this talk. Even Tony didn't understand this meme, just smiled and had another drink. It was not until the middle of the night that Lu Yuan was reluctantly driven away by Tony. But when he returned home, he was stopped by a beautiful woman at the door. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Yuan with a bad expression and asked, you asked Tony to shut down the weapons department? What are you doing? There was a sports car parked in front of Lu Yuan's new home, and the car was accompanied by a beautiful woman, and the beautiful agent Natasha Romanoff was sitting inside. How did she come? US.H.I.L.D really work for a certain country. Lu Yuan leaned against the car door, looking at Natasha Romanoff with the window down, with a sneer at the corners of his mouth. He knew what S.H.I.L.D was here for, and he must have been panicked by the fact that the Stark Group did not play weapons dealers. And S.H.I.L.D came faster than F that by and C that IA? No matter how you think about it, the She-Stark Group cooperates with the military of a certain country, right? Have a half-dime relationship with your S.H.I.L.D? Are you in such a hurry? Natasha Romanoff sighed and explained to Lu Yuan patiently, I know you have a big opinion on a certain country. Lu Yuan quickly retorted, don't talk nonsense, I'm not. You know, I'm an alien, how can I have an opinion on a certain country? I just don't look down on those politicians in a certain country, at least I am an ordinary person. No opinion. Natasha Romanoff just squinted at Lu Yuan, no longer knowing what to say, simply opened the car door and walked out, walking towards Lu Yuan's house. Lu Yuan spread his hands and could only follow behind her, thinking whose house is this? To Lu Yuan's surprise, he had already locked the door when he left, but Natasha Romanoff took out the key and opened the door. Lu Yuan looked at Natasha Romanoff with a deep meaning in his eyes. Natasha Romanoff also looked at Lu Yuan, and threw the key over. Don't look at me like that. This house was originally owned by SHIELD. It was specially arranged for you by the director. Oh? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is he trying to spy on him? Instead of letting him run around the world, it would be wise to know his whereabouts at any time. But how did he know that I would rent this house? Lu Yuan asked, but he suddenly found this house on a whim. It's very simple, I guessed it with a little reasoning. Suddenly, Fury walked out from the direction of the kitchen and complained to Lu Yuan, why don't you even have a bottle of water at home? Lu Yuan was not surprised, he turned a ball of water and threw it at random. He also turned into a cup in midair to catch the water and landed in front of Fury. He doesn't know how to drink the food and drink he's transformed, and it feels a little weird. But he didn't mind conjuring up water for others to drink. Fury glanced at the water in the glass and took a tentative sip. Not to mention, it was a little sweet. Putting down the cup, Fury pulled out a chair and sat down without looking at it, as if he had returned to his own home. Seeing that Lu Yuan was still a little puzzled, Fury smiled and continued to explain, "We all know your true identity, as well as the recent change in Tony and Pepper's relationship. So I guess you can't always rely on others. And there is no shortage of money, right? With your ability, you will definitely not care about where you live, but more about the comfort of the environment. So I prepared this house in advance. But I'm not sure that you will live here, just to prepare. I didn't expect you to choose here in the end." Fury is worthy of being the head of the agent, and he thought so many calculations. Lu Yuan also had to give a thumbs up and accepted. It's said that it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. I understand. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Fury didn't care either, pretending he didn't understand, and revisited the topic Natasha Romanoff and Lu Yuan talked about before. Why did the Stark Group suddenly shut down the weapons department? Who are you working for? Lu Yuan asked without answering. Fury couldn't help but smile. Natasha Romanoff spread her hands, and she couldn't answer because Lu Yuan always mentioned this question. Lu Yuan was particularly concerned about S.H.I.E.L.D's position, but she shouldn't say such things. Fury looked at Lu Yuan deeply and sighed. "Well, I admit that we are indeed here for a certain country's position this time. You have to understand that the most people in S.H.I.E.L.D are certain people." Look, Lu Yuan shouted proudly, not knowing who he was showing. Fury waited for Lu Yuan to calm down before speaking again. "But there is one thing I hope you can understand. Even if you have an opinion on a certain country, you can't deny that a certain country is also a member of the United Nations. Therefore, doing things for a certain country is not a betrayal of the United Nations. Do you understand this?" Well, he was right. A certain country is also a member of the United Nations. S.H.I.E.L.D works for the United Nations, and it is okay to work for a certain country, right? The most important thing is, Lu Yuan, there is one thing I want you to understand. There is a secret I want to tell you. S.H.I.E.L.D was originally established in secret in a certain country, and S.H.I.E.L.D was originally established by a few people from a certain country, and later became the United Nations subordinate agency. Fury's tone was somewhat warning. It was like admonishing Lu Yuan that S.H.I.E.L.D originally worked for a certain country, but it was later transferred to the United Nations. Besides that, we're not just here today to do something for a country, we're also worried about Tony and the Stark Group. Howard Stark, Tony's father, is also one of the original founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, and he has done so much for SHIELD contribution. We can't leave Tony alone. Fury's expression looked sincere. This is a time to pick out a lot of relationships. Fury had a showdown, admitting that S.H.I.E.L.D did favor a certain country, and the reason was very simple. Whether it was a comic or a movie, it was all made by a certain country. Can it be directed towards someone else? Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D was originally created by a certain country in the setting, and it must be a tool of a certain country. Lu Yuan didn't have any anger, and there was no reason to be angry. He said with a smile, "You are finally willing to be frank. Otherwise I see what you will be doing, and then you will have to set up the archway with that face, which is really disgusting and ugly." Natasha Romanoff glared at him angrily. She is the only woman here, and Lu Yuan's words are very disrespectful to girls, and they are also ugly. But there was no way to refute Lu Yuan. Fury was also speechless. They tried to recruit Lu Yuan to join S.H.I.E.L.D or the Avengers several times. It sounded good at first, because it was for the United Nations and the world. The result is not to be a running dog for a certain country? Fortunately, Lu Yuan saw through them from the beginning. "Okay, since you are willing to tell the truth, then I will tell the truth. In fact, Tony and I have been carefully preparing as early as half a year ago. We have lost sight of the arms dealer's business. Giving alms from a certain country, like a beggar, tisk tisk tisk," Lu Yuan said while shaking his head. Natasha Romanoff and Fury are speechless. Arms dealers can be said to be the most profitable business. Why do you think a certain country has been unable to enforce that gun ban? As a result, it became unsightly in his mouth? Too arrogant, right? However, Lu Yuan really didn't brag, and said to the two with a mysterious look, "We will hold a press conference soon, and then you will know why we did this." Fury and Natasha Romanoff still didn't get any news and had to get up and say goodbye. Once out, in the car, Natasha Romanoff started the car and asked Fury, "Is he still believable?" Fury remained silent, looked sideways at Lu Yuan who was standing in front of the door, smiled and waved his hand, but said, "I don't know." Lu Yuan pretended that he couldn't hear their conversation, waved his hand, and waited for them to drive away before turning around and returning to the house. And the first time after returning to the house, Lu Yuan's face was sinking like water, and he raised his hand and waved a bright red strength. That is the power of the reality gem. With the bright red breath falling to every corner of the room, everything in the room becomes transparent. Lu Yuan himself was using supervision, looking at every corner of the room. He was looking for devices like monitors in the room. He was careless before and didn't thoroughly investigate the origin of the owner of this house. If he wanted to, he could use the hypnotic ability technique to control the people in the agency, and then follow the clues to catch everyone who handled it. It's just that it's too troublesome, and he's almost invincible, so naturally he didn't do that. But now it looks like it might need to be taken care of in the future. After a while, Lu Yuan finally confirmed that there was nothing in the entire villa that should not be there. It seems that Fury and they are still very self-aware. Only then did Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction, sitting in Fury's seat before, falling into contemplation. After a while, he suddenly realized. In fact, the arrival of Fury and Natasha Romanoff had another purpose. Lu Yuan had mysteriously disappeared for half a year. During this time, only Tony clearly knew that he was in Kamar-Taj. But because Lu Yuan flew directly to the Himalayas by his own means, even with Fury's hands and eyes, he would never know where he went. Then Lu Yuan and Tony went to Capitol Hill to make a big fight the first time he suddenly came back. Immediately afterwards, the Stark Group announced that it would close the weapons department. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly, no wonder even Fury showed up in person. Coupled with the conversation between Natasha Romanoff and Fury in the car before they left, Lu Yuan knew that they must be worried about what they had been doing for the past 6 months. The answer is definitely not to do anything harmful to the Earth, but also to get rid of a huge hidden danger Dormammu. Definitely Lu Yuan won't say it, otherwise it will involve a lot of things about the magic side, which is too troublesome. Anyway, after the launch of the mobile phone, they will know that when smartphones with leading technology have seized the global market, the mere arms sales are really not worth mentioning, Lu Yuan firmly believed. Including Tony and Chili Pepper are also sure about this. The reason is very simple. If Tony is just a weapons dealer, he can only cooperate with the military of a certain country, and cannot cooperate with others. And the price to sell to the military must not be too high. Plus there is only one country's military needs. Still have to get through the network, but also to compete with Hammer Industries. Are you tired? Now he has changed his mind to sell mobile phones, which are not weapons and dangerous items, and can cooperate with people all over the world. 7 billion people in the world, even if only 1% of the people buy their mobile phones, what is the demand? Also, this is the latest smartphone, and the price is completely set by them. One is to make money by kneeling, and the other is to count money while lying down. How do you choose hesitation? So just 3 days later, the Stark Group finally held this unique press conference. The reason is that this is the first time that the Stark Group has held a mobile phone conference as a familiar arms dealer. Everyone in the outside world was shocked, and some of them hadn't had time to react from the Stark Group's self-defeating blow to shut down the weapons department. Some of them didn't even have time to sell the stock of the Stark Group in their hands, thinking it was a prank by the Bohemian swinger. Now I have finally come back to my senses. It is said that in just one morning, the stock of Stark Group almost fell below the market. But what is surprising is that just before the market is about to be locked, a mysterious force suddenly emerged, swallowing up all the previously sold stocks in one go. And I don't know why, just when the stock rose to the point of breaking down, it suddenly stopped buying. Some smart people thought that this was a sign that someone was going to make a fortune and run away, which scared more people to sell their stocks in one go, and because of the special imagination of stocks, almost no one paid attention to the press conference. Even later, that mysterious force never appeared again, which further strengthened the thoughts of many people. Finally, people began to distrust Stark Group, and countless people followed blindly to sell, making Stark Group's stock extremely bleak. But just before it was about to fall below the market again, the stock of Stark Group soared wildly again, and someone bought all the stocks in one go. How is this going? Finally, some smart people noticed something, and some even tried to buy a little less stock again. But now the ticket price has risen to the highest point. Sell at a low price and buy at a high price? Isn't that crazy? And some of those who had sold late twice before, at the moment, were too happy to keep their mouths shut and continue to sell their stocks. 0. And this time, that mysterious force is no longer indecisive. Now as long as there are stocks sold, the face will be cleaned up in one breath. The behind-the-scenes forces would not just buy and raise the stock price to an inflated position. They would maintain the highest position at the opening of the day, and then clean up every stock. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the stock market finally returned to calm. And by this time, almost all the shares of Stark Group held by a certain countryman have been sold out, which is equivalent to no one in the whole country holding any more shares belonging to Stark Group. To be honest, someone who can do this is definitely a terrible chable. But no one would have thought that the people who planned and led all of this were actually only 2 people, and the 2 teams they each commanded. Lu Yuan and Tony. The 2 of them, as the 2 largest shareholders of the Stark Group in the current history, are now ignoring any news about the press conference, and are frantically buying their own shares. The 2 teams did not dare to ask any further questions, but just followed their orders and kept staring at the stock changes. Lu Yuan looked back at Tony here. Tony also toasted Lu Yuan with a smile. Starting tomorrow, the value of Stark Group's stock will increase by at least 100 times. Even if tens of billions or even tens of billions are spent today, after tomorrow, even thousands, trillions, or even trillions can be recovered. The stock market is risky, be cautious when entering the market. In the stock market, there are such huge amounts of twists and turns today that many people did not expect. However, Lu Yuan and Tony had expected it. Many people think that if Tony is so foolish, the stock price of Stark Group will definitely fall to the bottom, or even lock up in advance. As a result, Lu Yuan and Tony had prepared a huge amount of funds in advance, most of which were definitely provided by Tony, and Lu Yuan only provided a maximum of $100 million. But it was just 100 million, because Lu Yuan deliberately waited until the first point near the lockup point and began to frantically buy it, converting it to the total value of 1 billion before the value. And then it's Tony's shot. In fact, Tony didn't intend to do this at first, because he was confident that as long as the press conference was successfully completed, as long as the mobile phone industry developed smoothly, the Stark Group would never be killed by him. But Lu Yuan said, "You are stupid, 340s can make 100 times the profit with one hand, why not play?" Although Lu Yuan was not a god in his previous life and in the DC world, he also knew that the situation in front of him was a once-in-a-lifetime situation. She Stark Group will never be finished. On the contrary, as long as this transition is completed, She Stark Group will change from a group that serves a certain country alone to a super business empire that spans the world and has huge influence all over the world. By that time, the value of She Stark Group will double by more than 100 times. People who sell stocks like crazy now will pay hundreds of times more to buy them back. Didn't even have to sell it. Tony just agreed. So the two of them handed over the press conference to Xiaoqili to deal with it, and the two of them hid here, taking advantage of the poor information to frantically buy their own stocks. And because of the influence of the stock market here, almost no one noticed the situation at the press conference, and no one started again because Tony stabilized the stock price of Stark Group with his huge wealth. Later, someone started to guess, knowing that maybe Tony used his own money to stabilize his company's stock. Many people are secretly laughing. If they knew that today, why should they be in the first place? You have to kill yourself, and a weapon dealer suddenly doesn't sell weapons, so what are you doing with a cell phone? I don't know if the current mobile phone market is contracted by the major mobile phone manufacturers. Do you still want to enter the venue rashly? Don't say that outsiders are not optimistic. Even Rhodes called Tony later. Tony, if it really doesn't work, I'll help you to intercede. As long as you can still become the only weapons supplier for the army, the Stark Group will not fall. Rhodes was very sincere and loyal. He knew that Tony had previously almost offended the military. In any case, the Minister of Defense is also considered a military man and a boss, and you are slapping the military in the face of him. On top of that, the military also wanted battlesuit technology. Tony thanked him on the phone. "Xiao Luo, thank you. But no need. Have you watched the press conference? Also, as a friend, I advise you not to sell your stocks." It turns out that Rod also owns some stock, and he said, "I definitely won't sell it, and I'm not short of money to spend. So I bought another $100,000. Tony, sorry, that's all I can help." Already, Tony not only didn't mind, but raised his eyebrows at Lu Yuan, which was proud. "Look, our buddy is reliable, right? Okay, when this is over, let's find a place to have a few drinks. By the way, I have a present for you." Tony didn't make up his mind until then. What he called a gift was actually his war machine, which is the Mark battle suit he eliminated. Lu Yuan has helped him master a new element that can replace palladium, not because Tony is really poisoned, but because the new element is more stable than palladium and can provide much more energy than the previous generation. With that, Tony is already starting to build the fourth generation of the Mark battlesuit. Because the first generation Mark battlesuit was still aborted, it only appeared in the form of drawings. Then the second generation is the real first generation, and because Lu Yuan mentioned the problem of freezing, it also includes the third generation technology. And Lu Yuan's battlesuit can be considered as the second generation, but he hasn't worn it all the time, and it's about to grow hair in Tony's house. Then Tony built the third generation battlesuit, the classic suitcase battlesuit. Therefore, the battlesuit of the new element will become the fourth generation, and his previous battlesuit is ready to be given to Rhodes. As for why it was given to Rhodes, the reasons have been mentioned before. One is to have a good relationship, and the other is to show goodwill to the military and a certain country. Is Tony just an ordinary businessman, or lives in a certain country? If he is targeted by a certain country from all aspects, it will be bad for him and the company. The battlesuit technology will not be handed over, but Rhodes can be given a battlesuit and let him wear the battlesuit to work for the military. This is to give each other a step up. Having said that, it is time to mention the situation at the press conference. Pepper was holding a press conference at a huge amount of exhibition, and then waited until a minute before the conference started, and she was finally convinced that the two bastards were not planning to come. After stomping his feet fiercely, Xiaoqili could only go into battle in person. To be honest, I was still very nervous. Especially when she noticed that there were so many reporters coming today. Almost all journalists from all over the world came. They are not necessarily interested in She Stark Group's mobile phone. They are interested in why She Stark Group does this, why She Stark Group shut down the weapons department. Someone couldn't help but ask right away. Xiaoqili stood on the stage, just smiled slightly, picked up a thin and light phone with almost no buttons on the candy bar body, and the screen ratio can reach the level of full screen, and showed it to everyone. What is that? Everyone in the audience, including those sent by major mobile phone manufacturers to inquire about the situation, were all confused. Because no one has seen it before, it seems to be a mobile phone, but what about the buttons? How to make a call without a button? Even if virtual buttons are used, what about the battery in such a thin and light body? There are many more questions about 2.0, but we don't know where to start. And most importantly, the launch was actually broadcast globally and live. It means that there are countless audiences watching this press conference all over the world. Although a certain countryman ignored the press conference because of the stock market situation, except for a certain countryman, people all over the world are paying more or less attention to it. Xiaoqili opened his mouth, and while turning on the lock screen state of the screen, he said, "This is a super-era mobile phone newly developed by Shi Stark Group, called a smartphone. To borrow a word from our two shareholders, Tony Shi Stark and Mr. Lu Yuan, today's mobile phones can be thrown into the trash and eliminated. Because from now on, there will be only one kind of mobile phone in the world, and that is Shi, the super smartphone of the Stark Group." Too much breath. This is the common voice of everyone present and watching the live broadcast. It's almost like saying, "I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone is trash. Who can bear this?" There was an uproar at the scene. Although I know that Tony Shi Stark has always been this kind of character, arrogant and indomitable, but what is the origin of that Lu Yuan? The most important thing is that you, a young boy who has just entered this industry, actually plan to shoot all the mobile phone vendors on the beach in one fell swoop. What are you kidding? The appetite of your history Stark Group is too big, and it is too exaggerated. It is the customer's freedom to choose what mobile phone to use. Can you still force the customer's wishes? Someone sneered below. Little Pepper has passed the initial nervousness. Thinking of the confidence of Tony and Lu Yuan, as well as the technology of his mobile phone, he can't help smiling confidently. I mean, customers will also make wise choices. The man still wanted to say something else, but Chili Pepper didn't come to quarrel, so he ignored him and further started to show the smartphone in his hand. Look, we all know that touchscreen phones are already on the market, but our touchscreen technology uses human touchscreen technology. That means you can use your fingers to control the screen. With that said, Pepper unlocked the screen lock, and Roar took out the virtual button, tapped it a few times with his finger, and the dialing screen was displayed on it. But this is not unusual, because as Xiaoqili said, touchscreen technology has been developed, but it is just a different method of touchscreen. Today's mobile phones can only be used with a special pen. Therefore, people from major mobile phone companies don't care, including the news media. However, Little Pepper made another amazing move, and saw that she swiped across the screen to open a game. The most important thing is that this way we can play games more conveniently, Little Pepper said, while controlling a game displayed on the screen. It's very simple to say, but it's just a pinball game. But unlike traditional mobile phones, which are controlled by buttons, Pepper is controlled by fingers. Some people's expressions have begun to gradually become solemn. Xiaoqili continued to show, and said in a flat tone, "This is just the beginning, but we promise that in the future we will develop mobile games that will never lose to computer games, so that everyone can play to their heart's content with their mobile phones. The big game. It's only second. Since this is the first launch of a new age smartphone, there is simply too much to show. The first is the CPU processor of the mobile phone, which is beyond the reach of any current mobile phone, although it seems to be only at the level of a single-core processor. The second is that the mobile phone comes with a huge storage capacity, in fact, only a few gigabytes. Then there is the screen resolution, then the speaker technology for listening to songs, as well as the battery, and the camera function. We use an integrated battery of 4500 mAh, which can be used for more than 3 hours even when playing games all the time, and more than 24 hours if it is only on standby. And the charging speed can reach 5 minutes, listen to music for 3 hours. Our screen resolutions already exceed current computer monitors and most TVs, making movies much better. The loudspeaker we use is the most advanced speaker at present, and listening to music is definitely a pleasure. We have 4 rear cameras and 1 front camera. It allows you to capture every moment of your life as you wish. The most important thing is that our mobile phone is equipped with a wireless network connection function. It is not just a simple wireless network connection, but will further introduce a matching wireless router. By connecting to Wi-Fi, there is no need to spend additional traffic costs, and connect to the internet at higher speeds. Do you still need to watch TV? We can lie down and watch movies on our mobile phones. Use the computer to check information or play games. We can use our mobile phones to check information or play games while walking around. Definitely we have many more advanced features waiting for customers to discover for themselves. Also, maybe many people still like to use flip phones now, but I really think our phones are the most in line with people's aesthetic concept. Speaking of the end, Xiaoqili raised the phone in his hand and deliberately flipped the front and back of the fuselage, showing the intelligence of the fuselage and the smoothness of the fuselage. Also, because this is a mobile phone to be displayed at the press conference, the back cover of the fuselage also uses glass technology, which looks more gorgeous. For a while, the entire venue was silent. Unlike the previous silence, I am stunned by the new technology brought by this cross-generational super smartphone. The people from the major mobile phone manufacturers lowered their heads in dejection, their faces turned ashen, and their eyes flashed with shock and despair. No one knows better than them what kind of impact it will bring once the Stark Group's mobile phone is rolled out around the world. The entire mobile phone market will be turned upside down. So, when does the Stark Group plan to start selling this phone? Some people have begun to ask impatiently. Pepper was definitely ready and said, "The night of Halloween." What? Halloween? What does it have to do with Halloween? In fact, Little Pepper is also secretly complaining in his heart, why is it on Halloween? But she 340 recalled what Lu Yuan had said, and explained, because that day is November 1st, Halloween is this day every year. After all, foreign countries only have festivals on the Gregorian calendar. The number of 3 ones doesn't feel very good. Is it like a festival specially prepared for bachelors? The people on the scene were dumbfounded. First time hearing this statement. Not forcibly though. And Halloween, trick or treat if you don't give candy. So, trick or treat if you don't give your phone. While pretending to be playful, Little Pepper was madly complaining about Lu Yuan's bad idea in his heart. However, she didn't notice that some people below already looked thoughtful. Those in the news media industry have the sharpest sense of smell, and some are beginning to sense that this is going to be a new age sales tool. Someone even asked impatiently, since it is said that there are 3 ones on November 1st, why don't you plan to release the 4 ones on November 11th? As a result, Xiao Chili said with a mysterious face, because there will be other preparations that day. Please pay attention to the official website notice for those who are still single. Okay, everyone, the above is the content of all the conferences. By the way, the price of the mobile phone has only been decided in a certain country and region, and the final price is $1,300. As a result, it caused an uproar again. A mobile phone should be so expensive? Crazy. From the next day, news about Stark Group's mobile phone began to spread. Even the scope of the spread has reached the world. After all, it was broadcast globally synchronously from the beginning. At the beginning, everyone was discussing the high price of this mobile phone. After all, for high school students in a certain country, the first used car they usually get is around $1,000. Compared with a mobile phone and a car, it is obvious which one will choose. However, after the official website logged in comprehensive information about the mobile phone, people began to marvel at the overall performance and appearance of the mobile phone. Not to mention the function of mobile phones, it is a technology that far exceeds the current world. Even if the major mobile phone manufacturers scratch their heads, they will not understand how this is done. Even the aesthetics have begun to turn. The new phone is overall simple, and it is a full screen. The full screen technology alone was enough to raise the price when it first appeared. What's more, the original function of the machine completely crushed all current mobile phones. As Xiao Chili said, as soon as this phone comes out, all other phones can be eliminated. It's just that the price is too expensive, it can't be affordable for children, and even many families are discouraged. Fortunately, Lu Yuan still has follow-up preparations. That is interest-free installment payment. For example, the price of 1,300 yuan can be based on a year and 12 months, and you only need to pay more than $100 per month, and all interest-free. There are even telecommunications providers who have come to the door to sign some cooperation. For example, set a minimum consumption every month, and then the price of the mobile phone can be several $100s cheaper, etc., etc. These sales ideas, which will not appear until a few years later, are being put forward one by one now. And because the concept of installment payment appeared in advance, there is no need to worry about the problem of the waste. You can even sign up to 24 interest-free periods with the bank. If you are not too troublesome, you can apply for up to 36 installments, that is, pay off all the money in 3 years. Definitely, more than 24 issues will no longer be interest-free. Wait, Lu Yuan has long thought of a one-stop plan, as long as he arranges it step by step. Certainly, some countries have also raised questions about security, such as personal information, and even whether this phone will help a country monitor other countries around the world. Lu Yuan had already figured out a way to do this for a long time, and handed over documents directly to all countries, stating that the mobile phone backend would be open to local countries, and these countries themselves would be supervised uniformly. A certain country was definitely not happy, and immediately approached the door and asked Tony what he meant. As a result, Tony asked in turn, what does Hammer Industries mean? Those who were stunned were speechless. Whether it was the BioWeapons or the IAFC, they were defeated immediately. Everyone knows that Hammer Industries is used to fight against the Stark Group, who told Tony not to hand over the battlesuit technology. But no one thought that Tony and the Stark Group would play so big. You want to hit me, right? Come on, I won't play with you anymore. Don't you trust Hammer Industries? Okay, the young master changed his field and continued to be the leader. This time, the entire mobile phone industry has been hit hard. Especially when it's November 1st, which is Halloween. Because the Stark Group voluntarily handed over the document and back-office supervision to all countries in the world, it was able to simultaneously launch mobile phones around the world. The whole world went crazy for a while, and every mobile phone sales point was full of people. And the most conscience of the Stark Group is that, except for the price increase due to different tariffs in various countries, it is exactly the same as the local price. That is to say, excluding tariffs, the price of mobile phones in each region is $1,300, neither high nor low. This also makes everyone happy. If you make a price difference and deliberately increase the price elsewhere, it will not play with you. In this way, everyone is still willing to come and see the new era of mobile phones. Especially in a certain country, because it's Halloween, and Chili Pepper said so at the press conference, many children start to cheat, and they don't go out to ask for candy, they pester their parents, and they make trouble if they don't give their phones. What bottles and cups, all fell to you. Parents also have hardships and say that some parents say they have no money, but they can pay up to 24 installments without interest. Is it still $50 a month? Well, at $50 a month, it seems really affordable. So from this day, the She-Stark Group, which was thought to be collapsed just now, suddenly began to rise. According to the price of a mobile phone of $1,300, the actual research and development costs and mobile phone construction costs are less than $500 in total for each mobile phone. After all, it can be reproduced according to the template given by Yuan. Each the net profit of the mobile phone can reach $800. This is too exaggerated. And it's sold globally simultaneously. Arms to make money, right? But the cost of arms is also high, especially the cost of developing new weapons. Who would have thought that a mobile phone could be so profitable? The stock market was even more unpredictable. On the day of the press conference, it almost hit the bottom several times. On this day, the mobile phone was on sale, and within an hour, the stock had risen to the breaking point. It's locked right away, and people won't play with you within an hour of opening. Want to buy it? How about early tomorrow? But by the next day, the stock price had risen by a point. Even so, it was locked again in less than 40 minutes. Then the third day was less than half an hour, the fourth day was the most exaggerated, and the market was locked after 10 minutes of opening. Everyone was stunned. However, this did not exceed the calculations of Yuan and Tony. They knew that the reason for such an exaggeration was that there was a large amount of capital injected from around the world, which was a large number of people holding shares from around the world. The good thing is that Yuan and Tony had bought countless shares before that. At least they don't have to worry about the shares changing. In the end, it was the two of them that were the most. Countless people are regretting it, and watching the Stark Group's stock grow higher and higher, creating a new history every day. Their intestines are full of regret. Especially when November 11th, Xiao 507 Ling Longchili announced that on this day, as long as you are single, you can get a headset and a discount of $11 cheaper. Because this day is called Singles Day, this boosted sales of mobile phones by another point. Many people even lied and said they were single ministers. Even some people who are already married are talking nonsense. Definitely, Yuan and the others don't care. This is just a means to promote consumption. There is double 12 in the back. As long as you sell more, you will earn more. This discount is still affordable. At this point, the She-Stark Group can be said to have fought a perfect turnaround. And there are more things waiting to be developed in the follow-up, don't worry. In the evening, Yuan, Tony, and Pepper had a celebration on the top floor of the Stark building. But halfway through, an uninvited guest arrives, and it's Nick Fury. Yuan, we need your help. Yuan, who was in the middle of the celebration, was still pulled away by Fury, because he said he wanted to ask Yuan for help. Yuan could definitely ignore Fury, but Fury said that the villa can be given directly to Yuan. You think I care? Yuan was amused. He could use infinite gems and even his own power as a fifth-dimensional person to create a home anywhere at will. He can even be afraid of any of the worst environments on Earth, wear a big vest on the top of Mount Everest, swim in the deepest seabed, and even go to the sun. Just a house. But Tony helped Fury to convince Yuan together. Mr. Bulb, it's getting late, should you go home? Damn, this bastard who cares about sex and friends. Well, Yuan can only come out with Fury. But you have to add more money. Yuan shouted for more money as soon as he got in the car. Fury has a black line. He hasn't said anything yet, has he? What about Natasha Romanoff? Haven't you been planning to use a beauty trick against me? Yuan looked at Fury with a half smile. Fury is an old fritter, calmly started the car 340, and said casually, she has other tasks. Also, I advise you not to hit her idea. Yuan shrugged. Speaking of which, what's the matter? Could it be Thor's hammer coming? Yuan calculated in his heart. Judging from the time, it should also happen that Thor was exiled to Earth, right? Should he try to pick up the hammer and hide it? I'm afraid Thor will die. By the way, you can trust me now. Yuan remembered again. Haven't Fury and Natasha Romanoff been sure whether he is trustworthy? How? Can you trust him now? Fury smiled and said without looking back while driving, you have already made such a big deal. Not to mention I know that you are already the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group, and Tony gave Luo Colonel the Steel Patriot. I can definitely trust you. Well, everything that happened recently has proved that Yuan did not harm the interests of a certain country. Mobile phone sales make so much money, and naturally they have to pay a lot of taxes. The main reason is that Tony has given Rhodes a set of battle suits to alleviate, at least the military has nothing to say. A certain country is also planning to study the battle suit and try to find out the core technology. But what they didn't know was that Tony had set up a security code. Okay, tell me what is there to ask me for help? You know, I won't work for a certain country and you. Yuan was very curious. What was he asking for? Fury should know that Yuan has no interest in a certain country, S.H.I.E.L.D. or even the Avengers plan, or even the slightest favor. And he will never fight an uncertain battle. Fury glanced at Yuan and suddenly said, actually, we made an important discovery in the North Pole, but considering the safety, I hope I can ask you for help in salvaging and even unblocking. Yuan was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously, Captain Popsicle. Cough, cough, Fury coughed violently. What is Captain Popsicle? Well, Yuan already knew what happened. Speaking of the North Pole, it's also related to S.H.I.E.L.D, and even Fury came to him personally, as if no one else had such a big face except that person. It was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. Born in the last century, Steve just caught up with World War II and participated in the Super Soldier program, eventually becoming Captain America. It was he who defeated Hydra led by Red Skull. But for various reasons, Steve finally had to drive a plane full of explosives and chose to crash into the ice river in the North Pole, and then completely lost track and whereabouts. In fact, we have not given up on finding Captain America for so many years, and Howard has not only insisted, but the Stark Group has also been the biggest sponsor, Fury said of the old story. After Captain America disappeared, Howard never gave up looking for Captain America, and even after his death, Tony took over the responsibility of his father and continued to contribute. So it's true that Tony once said we shouldn't dig him out, and he's definitely one of the guys who dug Captain America out. It turns out today, 7 decades have passed, and only now has Captain America's whereabouts been finally discovered. Are you sure he's still alive? Liu Yuan asked a question he already knew the answer to. Captain America is definitely still alive, or there would be no story about him. But Fury couldn't guarantee it and said with a sigh, he is the first superhero in the world, at least for now, in the Earth history of the Marvel Universe. Captain America should be the earliest superhero, even if he is dead. We have to bury him properly. In fact, Fury is not sure that Captain America is still alive after being frozen for 70 years, and now there is only one goal, that is to bring Captain America home, and even if he dies, he will bury the superhero well. Okay, Liu Yuan had to agree as soon as he heard it was about Captain America. This is an exception, so I'll help. But I have to pay extra. Fury scolded angrily, can't you raise the money? Besides, your money is already rich, right? And didn't I promise to give you that villa? Liu Yuan shrugged, I'm used to it. Just like that, Liu Yuan followed Fury and drove to the airport first, and then went straight to where he found Captain America. And Liu Yuan's departure also made him miss some things, like the appearance of Whiplash Ivan Vanko, who popped up and attacked Tony. Fortunately, the suitcase battlesuit developed by Tony was designed to deal with emergencies, and it was only on the spot that he defeated the Whiplash. Besides, Liu Yuan's guess was correct, Thor's story did happen at this point in time. Thor of Norse mythology was exiled to Earth, including his Mjolnir who was also exiled to Earth. During this time Thor will do something on Earth and grow. At the same time, the appearance of Thor also made S.H.I.E.L.D know more clearly that the aliens really exist. Besides Liu Yuan, another one appeared. And these aliens are so powerful that they can even be called gods. In the end this also led Fury to make a decision to develop the space gem, the power of Tesseract. This will lead to many subsequent events. It definitely hasn't happened yet. Liu Yuan followed Fury and finally came to a glacier on the ice sheet. In the middle of the ice, they found a frozen plane, and it was the same plane that Captain America had taken off. After so many years, I finally found it. The person in charge of the scene is the person from SHIELD. When Fury came here in person, he became the top person in charge here. I saw Fury wearing a thick padded jacket and a big hat on his head, and he couldn't see his original appearance. But Liu Yuan, who was following him, was still the same, wearing a simple suit and leather shoes, without a hat, standing there with his hands in his pockets. Everyone at the scene looked at each other. Who is this person? Aren't you afraid of the cold? Definitely not afraid. The temperature here may not be as low as the top of Mount Everest. The main reason is that the air above Mount Everest is also thin. In addition, it is summer. The top of Mount Everest is more than -50 degrees Celsius all year round, and the coldest period in the Arctic is in winter. Not to mention the temperature environment. Liu Yuan came to the frozen plain. That is at the bottom of the glacier, which means that the plane fell into the water at first, and then it was slowly frozen, and then as the glacier got bigger and bigger, it rose from the sea, a lot. Coupled with today's integrity, the glaciers have melted a lot before they were discovered. How is it? Is it easy to dig? Fury asked Liu Yuan. Liu Yuanxin said that when you came to me, didn't you just believe me? In fact, the excavation work had already been prepared at the scene, but Fury knew that Liu Yuan had extraordinary super ability as an alien, so he thought of borrowing his power. Liu Yuan didn't hesitate, his eyes lit up, releasing 2 golden heat rays. Fuck. The ice surface was immediately melted into a huge hole, and as Liu Yuan's line of sight moved, heat ray quickly circled around the plane. As if it were a laser cutter, the glacier was cut through a large hole. Liu Yuan called roar and asked the people around him to step back. Fury quickly conveyed it, and everyone backed away a short distance. Looking at Liu Yuan again, he raised his right hand and grabbed a corner of the ice cube, and then spread it all over the ice cube with the unique biological stance of the Superman family. Only in this way could he fully grasp the ice cube. Otherwise, it will only scratch the corner of the ice cube with great force. Get up, Liu Yuan snorted softly, and with a hard squeeze in his hand, accompanied by a crisp click, click, he lifted the part of the plane that was frozen in ice in one breath. Fury looked at the excavated plane intact and heaved a sigh of relief. He did not hesitate to ask Liu Yuan for help in the hope that the plane could be excavated intact. He was worried that digging by ordinary means might damage the structure inside the plane. Because he is still lucky, after all, Captain America is no longer an ordinary person, but injected with the serum of the super soldier program. What if he is still alive? Lu Yuan then used heat ray as a cutting method to quickly remove large pieces of ice and at the same time let the temperature of heat ray melt the surface of the plane. In the end, he simply cut a big hole in the cabin to reveal the scene inside the cabin. This is a bomber, and there is a huge amount of explosives stored in the cabin. Everyone was startled, only Lu Yuan walked in without taking it seriously. Fury also followed. He knew that these explosives, which had been frozen for so many years, had long since expired. Not to mention the plane crashed into the sea. After the two came in, they all looked in the direction of the cockpit together. First they saw a round shield falling down the aisle. Fury's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. It's it. This is Captain America's shield. Fury picked up the shield excitedly, knowing in his heart that this was the plane that Captain America had taken off, indicating that they had indeed found the right direction. That's right, Lu Yuan came to the vicinity of the cockpit from the other side, only to see a person lying there, still wrapped in a thick layer of ice. It seems that he has lost the roar suction. Only Lu Yuan knows that his cells and physical state were frozen at that moment 70 years ago. He is still alive. It's Captain America. Fury found out too, calling out his name. That's right, this frozen person is Captain America Steve Rogers. Okay, my mission is complete, it's up to you how to unblock it next. By the way, he's still alive. Lu Yuan pointed out that Captain America was still alive. Fury took a long breath, the icy chill made him shudder, and he could finally calm down. Needless to say, no one knows Captain America better than SHIELD. After all, the founders who originally created S.H.I.E.L.D. almost all have a great relationship with Captain America. Agent Carter is Captain America's sweetheart, and the two are almost sure of their relationship. Howard is an admirer and friend of Captain America. In addition, the story of Captain America is widely circulated, and many people regard him as an idol. Even Fury is no exception. Then Fury began to send people to take Captain America out, and had arranged a plane to bring it back to a certain country as soon as possible, and had called experts in advance to figure out what to do to make Captain America thaw perfectly and come back to life. Thank you, Fury sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan waved his hand. After all, it is considered that you have taken care of it, and there is an appearance fee. Forget it. In fact, until now, no buy from F and IA from C have come to Lu Yuan, which has explained a lot of problems. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. who was working for Lu Yuan and stopped those people. Since the three soldiers had betrayed Lu Yuan, it means that many people may already know Lu Yuan's situation. 0. But he has always been able to live a leisurely life safely. Lu Yuan is not a fool. He definitely knows that there must be someone behind him to help him avoid those troubles. Fury smiled with satisfaction. It would be better if Lu Yuan could understand. Also, at least for now, please help us keep it a secret, Fury explained to Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan said that he is not a big mouth, and will not talk nonsense. Okay, since it's all right, then I'll go back, said. Lu Yuan began to draw circles in front of him, opened the portal in front of Fury, boasting a golden circle here, and home there. Fury opened his mouth wide, knowing that he had such a convenient way, why bother? But Lu Yuan had already left, so he could only get on the plane with a wry smile and personally escort Captain America back to a certain country. Originally, the matter ended here, and Lu Yuan quickly put this matter behind him. However, it wasn't until more than 10 days later, when Fury delivered the thawed Captain America to Lu Yuan's door and introduced them to each other. Lu Yuan didn't know that the house Fury sent was not easy to get. That bastard actually let Captain America in. Lu Yuan said that he spent money, 5 million. Fury said confidently, so didn't I give you the house directly? Just treat it as the captain's rent. Looking at the somewhat restrained Captain America in front of him, Lu Yuan could only sigh. It just so happens that I have some doubts. By the way, why didn't you jump off the plane in the first place? Facing Captain America, who was suddenly sent home by Fury to stay temporarily, Lu Yuan did not resist too much. In fact, when Lu Yuan promised to help Fury dig out Captain America, he had already thought about asking questions. That is, why didn't you jump off the plane in the first place? Lu Yuan was deeply curious about this. Steve was a little uncomfortable because he was living in someone else's house. The most important thing is that he already knew that Lu Yuan dug him out, and he might even know some truth. In fact, after Steve was dug up, Fury took him back to a certain country overnight and unblocked it the same day. Then Steve woke up the next day after sleeping through the night, and then something else happened. After all, he slept for 70 years, during which too many changes had taken place. In fact, these days have been giving Captain America some bad knowledge. Maybe 340's Fury even told him that Lu Yuan was an alien? Because Steve looked at Lu Yuan in a weird way. Is it Fury who asked you to monitor me at the same time? Lu Yuan shrugged. Fury's little thought. He didn't need to think about it to know what was going on. There are several purposes for Captain America to come from home. One is that Captain America has just woken up after all. First of all, it is not suitable to be exposed to the public. Living here can be considered a secret. The second is so that I can take care of Steve and help him understand New Age things. In addition to that, Captain America can spy on himself, and he can spy on Captain America. The most important thing is that maybe Captain America can slowly soften his attitude by getting closer to himself. Maybe he can draw himself to S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, it can only be said that Fury thinks too much. Liu Yuan doesn't mind contacting these superheroes, but his attitude is also very clear. He will never join any forces, let alone SHIELD. Steve looked at Liu Yuan, thought about it, and said, "There's a bomb on the plane." Liu Yuan definitely knew that it was a bomber. After being filled with explosives by Red Skull, the purpose was to bomb a certain country. But he wondered, why didn't you jump off the plane before it crashed? With the captain's physical fitness, as long as he is not trapped by the plane, he can swim back completely, so why should he be frozen for 70 years? Steve sighed. It's an autopilot, and it's locked on to the final destination, and if I jump, it'll go back to its original route. So he can't take that risk, and would rather be frozen, and he may not even think that he can survive. He was already prepared and determined to die. But Liu Yuan asked again, "But haven't you considered that you had already reached the sky above the North Pole and then crossed the entire Pacific Ocean from there? If nothing else, is there enough fuel?" Steve looked at Liu Yuan and stopped talking. But Liu Yuan continued to say, "Even if the plane has the function of automatic return, it has to crash because there is no fuel on the way. There is a high probability that it will fall into the sea, or an uninhabited island, even if does it matter if it explodes." Steve's expression was a little unnatural, because Liu Yuan's words meant the same thing. Is he a fool? Why do you have to sacrifice yourself? But in Steve's values, it's something he's proud of. "I don't regret it," Steve was all he could say. Liu Yuan sighed. Is he really a fool? Well, he's actually boring enough, because that's the only question he really wants to ask Steve, and he doesn't hesitate to go to the North Pole to dig Steve out for this question, and agree to Fury's request to let Steven stay at home. "Have you eaten yet? Would you like to find a place to have a drink?" Liu Yuan asked off topic. Steve couldn't keep up with Liu Yuan's thoughts, but he said honestly, "I ate it when I came, so I don't need to bother. But I want to go out for a walk." As mentioned earlier, Liu Yuan's current place of residence is in the Brunei area, and Steve was born here, and he went home. It seems that Steve agreed to Fury's arrangement because of many considerations. He misses his hometown very much, and he really wants to know what his hometown has become after so many years. So he came out of Liu Yuan's house and walked into the street alone. Liu Yuan watched Captain America leave, and was about to leave. He hadn't eaten yet. But a phone call from Tony changed his mind. "Tony? What's the matter?" Liu Yuan answered the phone and asked. Tony on the other side was a little dissatisfied. "Didn't you notice what happened recently? Could it be that Mjolnir is finally here?" Liu Yuan didn't know yet. In fact, Mjolnir had already come. Even Thor's plot is about to develop to the end. Tony didn't know about Mjolnir, and said, "Brother, I was attacked some time ago, and you didn't say you care? You're still my bodyguard." Their contract is still in effect, so Liu Yuan is still Tony's bodyguard. Liu Yuanxin said that it is not normal for you to be attacked. With Tony's character, it can be said that the whole world is full of enemies. However, as Tony recounted the recent events, Liu Yuan realized that the plot of Iron Man 2 was also quietly staged. It was Whiplash who had attacked Tony, and his full name was Ivan Vank. But Tony already beat him? What happened afterward? It turned out that Tony got the news that Ivan Vank was rescued. What's the origin of that Ivan Vank? Do you care that much? Liu Yuan wondered. It's not that he didn't know Whiplock, but because Whiplock was only a small character, it could even be said that he was the villain with the least sense of existence and the least fit. Boss. So Liu Yuan was not familiar with him, he just knew that there was such a role. As for the difference between the Whiplocks, I really don't know. It was Tony who told Liu Yuan about the Whiplock. It turns out that Whiplock has a father who used to be a colleague with Howard, or a colleague who participated in the invention of the atomic bomb 2.0. But then Howard found out that the guy had leaked the information for the money, so he expelled him. This allowed the two families to form a relationship, and even Ivan Vank's father always said that Howard stole his knowledge, and then excluded himself. What a joke. Howard invented the concept of a hover car as early as the last century, and he was more than 100 years ahead. What's more, Howard has discovered a new element that can replace the palladium element. But what about that guy? What worries me the most is nothing else. Ivan Vank really has the technology to reproduce the arc reactor. Now he has been rescued by a group of guys of unknown origin. I'm worried that someone will play tricks behind the scenes. That's what Tony worries most about. Liu Yuan said simply, that's what Hammer Industries did. In the evening, Liu Yuan came to Tony's place, which was the roof of the Stark Industrial Building. Now he is about to turn this place into a permanent residence. The reason is also very simple. Little Pepper is getting busier and busier, and there is very little time to run to the seaside villa. So he stayed here. A lot of times, Chili Pepper is very angry, this guy is on the roof, but he doesn't come to help. Definitely, Chili also likes the feeling of being in charge of the company. With the complete closure of the weapons department of the Stark Group, and then the transformation to focus on the research and development of new technologies, Xiao Chili, who was initially designated as the CEO of this area, became the company's top CEO. Liu Yuan and Tony definitely trust Xiao Chili and are happy to relax. You're here. Tony glanced at Liu Yuan who came in, and didn't get up to greet him. He didn't have to be so polite. Liu Yuan walked in on his own, sat down on the sofa, raised his legs on the coffee table, and asked, so what do you want to do? 06 Lu Yuan had already said on the phone that the person behind the scenes was exactly what Hammer Industries did, that is, Justin Hammer, who was making trouble at the Capitol Hill meeting. As for how he confirmed it, nonsense. A supervision and super hearing can find the whereabouts of the current Ivan Vank, and even he found that Ivan Vank is being entertained by Hammer. As for how to confirm the identity of Ivan Vank, it's also very simple. That's what Hammer calls roar. The main thing is that Lu Yuan knows the plot, and if he pays a little attention in this direction, he will know. And Tony also believed in Lu Yuan's speculation. As for how to deal with it, Tony was lost in thought. The purpose is to bring someone to arrest Ivan Vank, who was hiding in Hammer Industries, and bring him to justice. By the way, Hammer can also be held responsible. Or how to choose. I know Hammer's plan. Tony didn't know what Hammer's plan was. As mentioned earlier, Ivan Vank has the technology to create an arc reactor. At least for now, no one else can, only Ivan Vank can. If you think about it like this, it's not hard to guess what Hammer's plan is. He went for the arc reactor technology, which is the core technology of the Iron Man battlesuit. Even Obadiah can't be re-engraved, even if the Iron Overlord has been created, but there is no energy to drive it. It's just a pile of scrap iron. But Hammer is not my biggest worry, because in addition to energy, his operating system is also a problem. Tony didn't forget that when he was on Capitol Hill before, wasn't it broadcast in the film, the steel battle built by Hammer? The suit had been turned 180 degrees, and the people inside were life-threatening. In addition to energy being an issue, the operating system is also the core technology. Hammer is too bad. Maybe he put all his bets on Ivan Vank. Tony sat down across from Lu Yuan while thinking about his own reasoning, obviously thinking about his plan. Lu Yuan looked at Tony, faintly guessing Tony's plan. So you're trying to trick Hanmo? Lu Yuan showed a black-bellied smirk. Tony doesn't hide his true thoughts. I have seen Ivan Vank, and after he was caught, I went to visit him. I found that Ivan Vank, although a little worse than me, is already a genius to many people. So he is very arrogant and will never be manipulated by others. Besides, with his hostility towards me, he will never willingly just help Hammer Industries to work. His ultimate goal is still to get revenge on me, Tony said firmly. His meaning is very simple. Ivan Vank will not surrender to Hammer willingly. He is using Hammer. In fact, the purpose of Hammer's rescue of Ivan Vank is also very simple. That is, he hopes that Ivan Vank will work for him. However, the goals of Hammer and Ivan Vank are different. Although Hammer is also hostile to Tony, it is only in business, and there is no personal grudge. Therefore, Hammer's purpose is also very simple, that is, to create a weapon that can surpass Tony, and then be completely recognized by the military and win the exclusive cooperation contract in one fell swoop. However, Ivan Vank didn't come to work, and he didn't come to find a job. His purpose was even simpler, and that was to avenge Tony. So, Hammer is doomed to tragedy. Hammer is incapable of building an energy source like the arc reactor, nor can he develop his own system. Once he completely relies on Ivan Vank, he will be subject to Ivan Vank at that time. Tell me your plan. Lu Yuan looked at Tony. In fact, he had already guessed Tony's plan, but he still said, if you need my help, I can kill them all without knowing it. With his means, it is simply not too easy. But Tony shook his head and sneered, that's too cheap for them. Besides, there are already many people who know your identity. Once they disappear mysteriously, they will soon suspect you. Do you think I would care? Lu Yuan also sneered. His threat was not a joke. If a certain country dared to be his enemy, he would really dare to destroy a certain country. Tony still shook his head. Don't be so troublesome. I hope they continue like this now. You also know that many people are peeking at my battlesuit technology now, even if I put it off before, but this kind of thing will still happen from time to time. And even 340 spy agents from various countries will sneak in. It's too troublesome to block water every time, so I think it's a permanent problem. It's better to let them succeed. Instead, I hope that Hammer Industries can produce a large number of steel legions. Then, with Ivan Vank's ambition, he will move. At that time, when everyone sees the loss of control of the Iron Legion, they will understand the crisis hidden in it, and they should never want to hit me again. And it can also let that guy from Hammer be captured. This is killing birds with one stone. Tony said his plan. In fact, it was very simple. He wanted to warn countries in this way, even if he gave you the technology of battlesuit. But if the system is controlled by others, the trump card you think will become a deadly threat in an instant. As for whether Tony's calculation is accurate, there is absolutely no need to doubt his IQ. But the crux of the question is, what am I going to do? Lu Yuan spread his hands and suddenly realized that he had nothing to do for a long time. Tony looked at Lu Yuan. I just asked you to analyze it for me. Damn, haven't you finished the analysis yourself? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. He was tricked and ran away for nothing. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I went to the North Pole with Fury the other day. Guess what? Did you save Captain America? Turns out he already knew. This Tony. When Lu Yuan returned home, it was already late at night. He scolded and returned home, because after Tony approached him and talked for a while, he finally told Lu Yuan that this plan might not use Lu Yuan for anything. After all Tony has said, he's not going to do anything right now, expecting something good from Hammer Industries. Then he is still looking for himself? Lu Yuan was speechless, and finally realized that it was because Xiaoqili was busy late, so he got bored and called himself over. The two drank again, and Mr. Bulb was not driven away until Xiaoqili got off work. That's right, Lu Yuan was kicked out immediately after being used up. What kind of humanity is this? Lu Yuan was definitely not convinced, so he decisively took all the good wine from Tony away. Because Lu Yuan moved out, Tony bought a lot of good wine, but he was robbed today. But when Lu Yuan returned home, he realized that he had forgotten that there was already an extra resident in the house. Steve hasn't slept yet, sitting at the table in the living room with a plate of pasta in front of him. A little embarrassed to stand up, Steve said, I didn't expect you to come back. No, I didn't expect you to come back at this time. Do you want to eat together? He only remembered halfway through, this is Lu Yuan's house, why didn't they come back? He is the one who lives here. Lu Yuan waved his hand, came to the side with a few bottles of wine he grabbed, and then went to the kitchen to take out 2 glasses, have a drink. Steve shrugged and agreed. The two poured wine and chatted while drinking. But after all, they are still behind the times, especially Steve, who was frozen for 70 years before waking up, and has a lot of confusion about the current world. So there is not much to talk about. Steve said without words, by the way, I went shopping today and came back. I saw that there was nothing in the refrigerator and kitchen, so I bought some. Indeed, Lu Yuan just used infinite gems to change the furniture in the room, but in terms of eating and drinking, he didn't want to use his ability, and he was too lazy to cook by himself, so he kept it empty all the time. Until today, when Steve moved in, he found that there was not even a single vegetable leaf in the kitchen, so he bought a lot of ingredients and his own daily necessities. Including the pasta is also the material I just bought today. Lu Yuan agreed casually, look at it, it's better to buy what you like. I don't care about my words, I prefer Chinese food. After all, he was an Oriental in his previous life. Steve looked thoughtful and suddenly asked, are you really an alien? It seems that Steve's character is very real, and it has been revealed from this point that Fury really told him about Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't mind either. After all, they were drinking and chatting, and they didn't have much to talk about. If they mind a little more here and can't talk there, there's nothing to talk about. Yes, I'm an alien. In fact, aliens are nothing, at least I know that they are very lively in the Milky Way. For example, Saturn has a satellite called Titan, which once had signs of civilization on it, called Titans. Lu Yuan came casually. And he's not lying, because the Titan star mentioned by Lu Yuan is actually the hometown of Thanos. Thanos is also called Thanos, the problem of transliteration. Including in the real world, this Titan star is also believed by scientists to have signs of life. The reason is that Titan can be said to be the twin brother of the Earth in many ways. The environment on the planet is extremely similar to the Earth, and it is the most suitable habitable planet for the Earth in the future. The premise is that there is no life culture on Titan, otherwise Star Wars will break out. In addition, there are Xandar people, Kree people, and even Skrull people. In the Milky Way alone, there are countless planets with life civilizations. And many planets have far more technological civilizations than Earth, including aliens. A record of people visiting the Earth. For example, when Star-Lord was taken away as a child. So, Lu Yuan spread his hands, even if you meet an alien, you don't need to be surprised at all. The universe is so big, it's impossible that only the Earth is special, isn't it? The vastness of the universe is beyond human comprehension. Because the Milky Way alone has more than 100 billion fixed stars. We all know that the Sun is also a fixed star, and has a strong gravitational force, which makes the entire solar system revolve around the Sun. Including the Earth is also a planet in the solar system. And the 100 billion fixed stars, even if they are only the size of the solar system, are 100 billion fixed star systems that make up such a splendid galaxy. Think about this scale. Even speaking, the scale of the Milky Way is not the largest, and there are two big brothers on the edge of the Milky Way. Even galaxies such as the Milky Way are grouped together to form larger groups of galaxies. And there are not many such galaxies in the universe. How big is a universe? That is quite large, far beyond the imagination of people on Earth, because with the current technology of the Earth, it is impossible to detect the situation of celestial bodies that are too far beyond the Milky Way, let alone want to know more about the mysteries and true meaning of the universe. So in such a vast and boundless universe, is there really only human beings? How is it possible, including on the Earth, humans are not the only life? All kinds of animals bloom. How many kinds of animals have appeared since ancient times? It's just on Earth. Looking at the universe, human beings are not alone, and they are not conspicuous. It is not exaggerated to say that they are insignificant. However, human beings are also great. After all, the history of human beings is only so short, and it has really entered a stage of rapid development. In the first few thousand years, only the few hundred years after entering the industrial age. However, the civilization of the Earth has already entered the civilization of the universe. I believe that the Earth will overtake sooner or later, and it will become important even in the Milky Way. When Lu Yuan said the end, he raised his glass and gestured to Steve. Steve was shocked. He knew that the universe was so lively. The two continued to chat about a lot of topics. Lu Yuan was also interested in Steve's shield, and Steve didn't see it outside. He took out his shield and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan played with it and found that the vibranium shield is actually very light and thin, but it has a good absorption effect. For example, if a punch hits the vibranium shield, more than half of the kinetic energy of the force will be absorbed. Definitely, even vibranium will have an upper limit of strength 5078 Ling Long, and vibranium is not the hardest metal in the Marvel universe. There are many metals in the universe that surpass vibranium, and Thanos' weapon is one of them. In addition, Steve also showed Lu Yuan his fighting style. He has played Shield for so many years, and he can even do behaviors beyond the physical range. And according to the trajectory calculation, let the shield return to the hand after hitting the target. Lu Yuan looked interesting, clenched his fists and said, "Would you like me to punch?" Little did Steve know that the punch would probably kill him, and he was about to agree. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's cell phone rang. This time it wasn't Fury, it wasn't Natasha Romanoff, it was Phil Coulson. "Lu Yuan, do you have time to help me?" Lu Yuan was very unhappy. "Have I already repaid your favor? Also, I'm not from your SHIELD. As a result, Phil Coulson continued unconcernedly, "There's a hammer I want you to see." "Okay, come on." Originally, Lu Yuan didn't plan to go. He helped Fury for Captain America's sake before, not because he has become S.H.I.L.D's younger brother. How come one or two are not a little self-conscious and self-aware? Turns out Phil Coulson only mentioned a hammer and he moved. "I'm here to see Mjolnir this time." Well, he made an excuse for himself. He wasn't helping S.H.I.L.D, he was going to see the hammer. To be honest, Lu Yuan is still very interested in Mjolnir. He mainly wants to try if he is qualified to lift Mjolnir, that's all. He wanted to test his qualifications with Mjolnir. So Lu Yuan and Steve said goodbye and left. Walking out of the door, Lu Yuan opened the door of space, and when he reappeared, he had come to another land. Because I can't mention the names of the places in the world, I won't say where it is. Anyway, it is very desolate, surrounded by gobi or yellow sand, and the population is not very large. It is in one of the gobi deserts that there is such a temporary building. Phil Coulson is among them, and this is what S.H.I.L.D recently built to guard one of the things, a hammer standing on the ground, but strangely, no one has been able to lift this hammer since it was discovered. Lu Yuan came and broke in directly from the outside. No one could stop him, because no one could find his speed. Until 340 Lu Yuan appeared behind Phil Coulson. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Lu Yuan raised his hand and grabbed an arrow. Turning to look away, in a dark shadow, Barton slowly lowered his longbow. Turns out Hawkeye Barton was there, assisting and protecting Phil Coulson. Lu Yuan looked at Barton, who spread his hands. He just noticed that someone appeared behind Phil Coulson, but didn't know it was Lu Yuan, so he would definitely choose to attack at the first time. Phil Coulson also noticed Lu Yuan, glanced at the arrow in his hand, and said into the walkie-talkie, "Barton, it's Lu Yuan." "I already know," Barton agreed, stepping back into the shadows. Lu Yuan cut off the arrow in his hand, did not pursue it, and came to Phil Coulson's side. The two stood on the top of the three-story building, and when they looked down, they could see the hammer standing there. Lu Yuan reached out and pressed the guardrail in front of him and jumped down. Phil Coulson didn't have time to stop him, he could only sigh. After all, he used this excuse to fool people, and it was not easy to stop him. Lu Yuan fell to the ground, because it just rained all night here, and it didn't clear until not long ago, and the ground under his feet was full of mud. But it's not a problem for Lu Yuan, because he floats on the ground. Coming to the hammer, Lu Yuan raised his hand and held the handle. He knew what it was, Mjolnir, because the power of Odin was attached to it, so only those who were qualified could pick it up. Although the hammer looks small, in fact, the hammer head is forged with the center part of the planet that is about to decline, and the handle is made of the wood of the world tree. So as long as you can't pick up the hammer, it will feel extremely heavy. But that also explains one thing, that Captain America was actually able to pick up the hammer when he was in Avengers, Age of Ultron. Because there are only two consequences of being able to pick up the hammer. One is that you can't pick it up at all, and the other is that you can pick it up. There is no result that can be shaken but can't be picked up. So Thor already knew that the captain could pick it up, so he said it's true. At the moment Lu Yuan stood there, already reaching for the hammer handle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan raised his hand sharply. In an instant, the already clear night sky suddenly lit up with lightning and thunder. Lu Yuan raised his right hand high, and Mjolnir was picked up by him. At the same time, a sentence suddenly sounded in Lu Yuan's ear, and an old voice said, "Anyone who can pick up this hammer will gain the power of Thor." So Lu Yuan didn't wait for the thunder and lightning in the sky to fall, and decisively put the hammer down again. Just kidding, does he need the power of Thor? No, he just used Mjolnir to test his aptitude. It seems that he can pick up Mjolnir, he has the qualifications. And Lu Yuan didn't use any divine power, he didn't use the power of infinite gems or the heart of the universe, and he didn't use too much of his own strength, so he lifted it up easily. So it's not that he has the strength to lift, but he really has enough qualifications. In retrospect, Lu Yuan smiled. He was definitely qualified. He once sacrificed his life to protect Krypton, and he would even be resurrected after death, even if he became an ugly monster like Doomsday. And after coming to this earth, Lu Yuan never regarded himself as an existence that could surpass the earth. He never felt that he was superior to others, and he tried to make money when he had no money. He was a trickster, and killed Obadiah. But he could have used a simpler and more direct way to steal money. But he didn't, but lived like an ordinary person. If such a character is not commendable, then few people can pick up Mjolnir, right? Okay, my wish is over. Lu Yuan felt proud after thinking about this. After other people get his power, they will think that they have become gods, they will do whatever they want, and they will be crushed to death if they are upset. Do you remember that you ate a few slices of bread and trampled a few ants to death? But Lu Yuan is no one else, except for the enemy. He never feels that he is superior or anything. Only with this kind of character can I get the favor of two great gods like OAA and DC God at the same time. Without looking at Mjolnir again, Lu Yuan turned around, flew up lightly, and returned to Phil Coulson. Everyone here is from SHIELD. As long as they reach a certain level, they all know who Lu Yuan is. So he didn't bother to hide anything. In front of Phil Coulson, without waiting for Lu Yuan to speak, Phil Coulson spoke first. Okay, now that the hammer has been seen, let me see someone again. Huh. Lu Yuan squinted at Phil Coulson. This guy has learned badly. Phil Coulson's expression remained unchanged, leading the way for Lu Yuan in advance. Lu Yuan sighed. Since he's here, let's go take a look. He actually knew who he was going to see. Mjolnir was here. Who else could it be but Thor himself? Sure enough, in a room of the building, Thor was sitting there in a state of despair. I saw that his body was covered with muddy water, and even the hair he was proud of was tangled together in a mess, and he sat there with a face full of despair. Lu Yuan looked at the people inside and asked Phil Coulson, tell me, what do you want me to see? Phil Coulson pondered for a moment and asked, is he the mythical Thor, or is he an alien? Lu Yuan glanced at Thor and said, he is both Thor in mythology and an alien. Is there any conflict? Norse mythology, a mythology that is as widespread and familiar to people as Greek mythology. Among them, Thor is the most famous, in some respects, second only to the king of God Odin. Including Thor's combat power, he is also the second person below Odin. It is one of the centers of Norse mythology. And at the moment, that Thor was caught by S.H.I.L.D's agent. So even Phil Coulson thought it was amazing, so he had to make a request to Fury, and after receiving advice, he called Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't admit that it was because he had formed a friendship with Phil Coulson and the others. He came to see Mjolnir and use it to test his character. Definitely just helping Phil Coulson and the others identify Thor's real and fake ones now. He's real, Lu Yuan could confirm just by looking at Thor, who was being held in a separate room. His physical fitness is several times that of a human, even if he may have lost his divine power and hammer now, and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. But our guys overpowered him easily. Barton's voice came from the side, and he had come over from the previous squatting spot. As a great sniper and marksman, I know that one shot can change places. His previous position has been exposed, and naturally he has to change his position. Even if Lu Yuan knew about it, he was used to it. Barton was puzzled by Lu Yuan's words. Do you really think he is Thor in myths and legends? Lu Yuan shrugged. That's why I said, he lost his divine power and hammer, and you agents are not ordinary people. You can be said to be the elite among human beings. There is nothing unbelievable to defeat a desolate god. Lu Yuan was right. The S.H.I.L.D agent must be proficient in various fighting techniques. Unless it's a technician. In the later stage, there are even many super ability people. Then why did he lose his power? And he couldn't even lift the hammer? Why did he come to Earth? Phil Coulson asked subconsciously. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. No, do you really think I'm omnipotent? Even I'm not omnipotent yet. Okay, how do I know? Phil Coulson and Barton glanced quietly at each other. Isn't it omnipotent yet? So, what about later? The attention to detail that these agents have is pretty scary. Well, it seems that I have to go and ask this Thor personally. Phil Coulson didn't bother any more, and walked to the room decisively. Barton behind him raised his chin at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spread his hands. I still have an old popsicle at home waiting for me to go back to sleep. Barton burst out laughing. Old popsicle? He knew who Lu Yuan was talking about, except for Captain America, who had just been unsealed after being frozen for 70 years. He won't wait for you, and Phil Coulson is a huge fan of him, so it's best not to let him hear it, Barton said, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder and pushing him forward. Lu Yuan sighed. If he didn't want to, no one could push him. Barton, you're getting more and more familiar. No, you took me to drink at the beginning. That's Natasha Romanoff. Why is Natasha Romanoff pulling me? Well, the topic is out of the question. Lu Yuan is not that kind of pure boy. He approached Natasha Romanoff several times, even knowing that Natasha Romanoff might be using a beauty trick and didn't care. The purpose was obvious. If we continue to talk, it may not be very good. Barton had a triumphant look on his face. Lu Yuan stared at him. You wait. In the end, Lu Yuan followed Phil Coulson to that room and met Thor for the first time. Phil Coulson looked back at Lu Yuan and gave Barton a well-done look. Barton also smiled tacitly, then looked at Thor with a serious expression. Now that it is known that Thor's origin is extraordinary, it must be given a certain amount of respect, which is the level of alertness. Only Lu Yuan didn't care at all, leaning against the door with his arms folded, watching Phil Coulson move a chair across from Thor, and began to ask questions. Phil Coulson didn't use the legendary torture or torture methods, he just calmed down, as if he was chatting with Thor. Perhaps it is precisely because Phil Coulson's attitude is too gentle. Thor's face is full of sadness and daze, his head is bowed in silence, and he does not say a word. Lu Yuan watched from the side, and finally sighed helplessly. Phil Coulson is fine, but sometimes he is too good-natured. I have to say that Phil Coulson is actually not suitable for such a role. Thor, I lifted that hammer, Lu Yuan couldn't help but said, proudly stating the fact that he had lifted Mjolnir. Thor was startled and looked at Lu Yuan subconsciously. Impossible. He finally spoke, and his first reaction was that it was impossible. Lu Yuan showed it directly, raising a hand to face him behind him. The next second, with a whoosh, Mjolnir obeyed his call and came to Lu Yuan's hands. Thor was stunned, which showed that Lu Yuan had indeed picked up Mjolnir and became the owner of Mjolnir. Snapped. Lu Yuan suddenly let go, and Mjolnir fell to the ground. Everyone else looked at him in confusion. 0. Lu Yuan turned his head to look outside, and another thick dark cloud condensed together, which would turn into thunder and lightning at any time. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan complained, I just want to pick up Mjolnir, not the power of Thor. Damn, do you want to react so fast? Because Thor's divine power is in the state of being stripped by Odin, he left a sentence on Mjolnir. Anyone who can lift Mjolnir can get Thor's divine power. So Lu Yuan could even replace Thor if he wanted to. But he didn't want to, because it was pointless. He still has a lot of divine powers that he has not studied and understood, and even countless origin powers, etc., and he really doesn't want to get a bunch of things on his body. So Lu Yuan muttered, your father is annoying. Thor frowned. Although he didn't know who Lu Yuan was, he warned very seriously, I warn you, don't insult my father. Lu Yuan blinked, you mean, it's okay to insult you? Thor was stunned, as if he couldn't figure out Lu Yuan's brain circuit, he couldn't keep up with his thinking. Well, there's a reason why Thor is like this. Lu Yuan smiled, did someone come just now? Your brother, he told you that you were mad at your father. Thor asked subconsciously, how do you know? Also, I didn't get mad at my father. Lu Yuan said proudly, Asgard? God? I'm still the sorcerer supreme of the earth, trying to escape my eyes? Stop joking. Lu Yuan is really right, he is indeed under the tutelage of Ancient One, and he has learned all the magic of Ancient One, and has read all Kamar-Taj's magic books. Even in terms of spiritual power, Lu Yuan far surpassed the Ancient One, and even the power to maintain the vitality and youth of the Ancient One was endowed by him. Now Ancient One is no longer connected to Dormammu, because Dormammu was eaten by Lu Yuan, and she became connected to Lu Yuan. Definitely, unless the Ancient One dies, Lu Yuan still can't be called Sorcerer Supreme. There is only one title of Sorcerer Supreme, and only one person in each generation can get it. As for the god of Asgard that Lu Yuan complained about and even looked down upon, it was Loki, the younger brother of Thor in the Marvel Universe. Definitely Loki actually has a different background. Lu Yongxin said that it was someone else's dog-blooded soap opera, so he shouldn't mix it up. It's just that Lu Yuan has a different opinion on the fact that Loki sneaked in 340 before, and then slandered that Odin was dead. You have to know that your power was taken away by Odin. If Odin dies, you are the first heir, and your power will only become stronger, not as low as it is now. And Mjolnir, the reason why that thing the owner can be chosen because of Odin's magic. If he dies, anyone with a little strength can pick it up. Lu Yuan looked at Thor like that. Are you a fool? This simple-minded fool is too deceitful, right? Originally, Thor's power did not actually come from Mjolnir, and he was not the god of hammers. Thor is Thor, the hammer is just used to help him better control and exert his power, because he is immature and can't fully control his power. What really makes Thor lose his power is the seal from Odin. Thor's power comes from Odin, from the Odinson family. If Odin did die, Thor would instantly regain his powers. It may even surpass Odin's state in one fell swoop, because he is Odin's first heir, and Odin will pass everything to him after his death. That's why Odin tells Thor after his death that he is stronger than himself. While Odin is alive, he can take care of Thor without any pressure, but when he dies, part of his power is passed on to Thor. So, father is not dead. Thor finally came to his senses. Then why would Loki say that? Thor asked again. Lu Yuan sighed, pressed his hand on his forehead, and looked helplessly on his forehead. If you have this IQ, then we won't be able to communicate. Okay. Thor knew that Lu Yuan was mocking him, but the key was that he still didn't understand. Or maybe it's not that I don't understand, but that I don't want to believe it in my heart. Thor really thinks of Loki as a brother because he doesn't know they're not brothers. He always thought they were real brothers. So even though there is always friction, he still doesn't want to believe that Loki will harm him. Just such a simple stupid big guy, even Odin can't do anything about him. Moreover, the current Thor is actually a little naive. He is arrogant, but he has no corresponding strength. It is more from the son of Odin and the prince of Asgard. Even if he had some military exploits, it was far from the time when Odin suppressed the 9 realms. He hasn't really seen war yet, but he intends to provoke war in order to show his status and glory. That's the main reason for Thor's exile this time around. Thor, you need to learn, you need to figure out what the real reason for your exile this time was, and why you've been disqualified from taking Mjolnir, and only by understanding all this can you regain your powers, and go back to Asgard to regain everything that was lost. Lu Yuan could only tell Thor so bluntly. Otherwise he's really afraid Thor still doesn't know what's going on. Perhaps in Lu Yuan's mind, Thor is already synonymous with a fool. Ah, talking to a fool is so tiring, Lu Yuan still complained when he went out. Maybe they have been dealing with smart people all the time. Those people, whether they are friends or enemies around them, are all people and old fritters. When you say a word, people have to think about it 10 times, and then immediately infer what you mean. Sometimes even a look can be used as a means of communication. Look at the big idiot in the room again, he said it so clearly. It was your brother Loki who made a fool of himself. He is lying to you. He doesn't want you to go back. He wants to take the throne of Asgard. Why don't you understand? Behind him, Barton and Phil Coulson also came out. Zero. What's he going to do? Phil Coulson had no idea now. He was clearly the supreme commander here, and even Hawkeye Barton had to follow his orders. As a result, now he has handed over the problem of handling Thor to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at Phil Coulson, thought about it, and said, if someone comes to bail him, let it go. He is not a bad person. If he can leave a good impression, he may become a superhero of the Earth in the future. Mind you, I'm not helping you SHIELD, I'm helping Earth. I know, Phil Coulson just smiled, thinking you weren't here to help. Lu Yuan is very angry. Are the few people in S.H.I.E.L.D too complacent recently? Or is it a matter of measure? By the way, there is one more thing I want to ask you for, Phil Coulson said again unexpectedly. Fuck, Lu Yuan frowned, feeling annoyed in his heart. Come again? I tell you, don't even think about it. Lu Yuan pointed his finger at Phil Coulson's nose. They just had a good relationship, not yet a friend like Tony. As for Tony, Lu Yuan really took him as a friend, so he didn't care too much when he was teased and called innocently to drink with that bastard. But being so called upon by Phil Coulson and the people of SHIELD is too much. Thinking about it, Lu Yuan flew up and was about to turn around and leave. But Phil Coulson said 2.0, it's about the Hulk. Lu Yuan has a meal, Hulk? He had participated in that war before, and it seemed that it was indeed related to him. We need someone to warn General Ross that that plan of his has to end. And the hunt for Hulk has to end. And please help us, maybe that plan will also appeal to Hulk, Phil Coulson quickly said. After finishing talking about what he wanted to ask Lu Yuan to help this time, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. S.H.I.E.L.D may have known Lu Yuan's character after having been in contact with him for so long. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan is not only a person who does not like to cause trouble, but also does not want to owe others favors, but also a responsible person. If it is something he causes, he will take the initiative to solve it. It is precisely because he has caught Lu Yuan's weakness in his character that he can always be allowed to obey. Maybe someone else thinks that the protagonist is too cowardly and aggrieved? On the contrary, Lu Yuan is a responsible person, or I never knew that responsibility was a derogatory term. If Lu Yuan didn't take responsibility, he wouldn't be able to become the former supreme commander of Krypton. His ability to achieve such heights and achievements is enough to show his charisma. Why can Krypton trust him? In addition to the help and background from the Ayer family, it is because of Lu Yuan's own excellent charm. As a soldier and leader, Lu Yuan is by no means the kindness of women and the virgin. He once knocked down his neighbor planet as an enemy and had to go under the surface to survive. But he is not completely a tyrannical person, and he is more responsible for the responsibility he should bear. Obviously, he has already used so many strokes to reflect Lu Yuan's character. If there are still people who don't understand Lu Yuan's behavior, maybe it's really my problem? Anyway, Lu Yuan personally participated in the battle between the Hulk and the hated Manhattan. And obviously, Lu Yuan let Hulk go after killing Abomination. As long as 06 wants to know Lu Yuan's true identity, everyone knows that it is him, and he is the more terrifying alien monster. Compared with Lu Yuan at that time, even Hatred and the Hulk may have become good babies. And he also threatened General Ross. Therefore, Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D thinks that perhaps it is the best choice for Lu Yuan to contact General Ross. Why does Lu Yuan insist on getting involved in these things? The reason is actually very simple. General Ross already has some things in his hands. For example, the serum of the super soldier program. He may already have a replica of the inferior version. Otherwise, how did Braun Keith, the prototype of Hatred, get it? He was infused with super soldier serum first, and then Hulk's genes, before he became an abomination. In addition, there are research materials about Mr. Lan, the guy whose code name is the leader. General Ross took Hulk from the Master's lab, and God knows how much he has in his hands. Lu Yuan didn't have a good impression of a certain country, and he has been preventing a certain country from obtaining the Iron Man battlesuit to build an Iron Army, and it is even more impossible for General Ross to really complete the super soldier plan. He doesn't care if Hulk can join the Avengers in the future, he only cares if General Ross can build a super army. That's all. So Lu Yuan came, and in a bar, he found General Ross, who was drowsy and unhappy. It should have been Tony's task in the Easter egg, but now it has become Lu Yuan. Coming to General Ross, Lu Yuan raised his hand and made a move to the bartender. Roar, a bottle of whiskey. The bartender was stunned for a moment. Usually, it's a cup of a cup. Can he pour it out, just a bottle? General Ross looked back at Lu Yuan and snorted softly. It looks like an ordinary person. Lu Yuan was not surprised, as I said before, except for S.H.I.E.L.D. The first 3 soldiers who knew his identity should have also explained to other forces. That is for sure. The BI from F, the IA from C, and even the military, etc., will definitely report. That is not a betrayal of Liu Yuan, and they are not working for Liu Yuan. If they do not report, it is a betrayal. So it's not surprising that General Ross can know Liu Yuan's identity. After all, it has been so long since that battle, enough for General Ross to investigate the identity of the monster he encountered that day. Unless Liu Yuan is ruthless and kills everyone who knows. Taking the whiskey handed over by the bartender, Liu Yuan raised his hand, and Gudong Yudong blew directly on the bottle. Then he snapped his fingers again. Have a glass of whiskey. The bartender opened his mouth wide and stared at the guest in astonishment. Co-authoring this bottle is to moisten the throat? Is this just the beginning? But anyway, he is in business, so it would be nice to meet this kind of wine god who doesn't get drunk. So quickly put ice cubes, and then sent a glass of whiskey. General Ross glanced at Liu Yuan again. This is how to drink this kind of spirits? He couldn't help but put down the wine glass in his hand. If Liu Yuan insisted on recruiting Roar to drink with him, he probably wouldn't die here at his age. However, he thought too much, and Liu Yuan just drank his own. Recruit General Roar Ross for a drink? Why? Are they friends? No. Besides, does he have that qualification? Liu Yuan sneered in his heart. If he became arrogant, there would be very few people in the world who could catch his eye. Don't say that General Ross is not good. Even if the president is here, he still doesn't give face. General Ross had no interest in begging, so he had to take a sip of himself, and then planned to get up and change positions. You remember what I said before? Liu Yuan finally took the initiative to talk to General Ross. General Ross was shocked. Did you mean the previous threat? He was silent. Liu Yuan sneered. I got the news. You don't seem to be dead. I'm just here to warn you last time. It won't be a warning next time. You dare to threaten me. General Ross was also angry. He really didn't believe that he, a general, would be killed by an alien in his own country. Liu Yuan just smiled. You dare to gamble with you in the whole of a certain country. General Ross was taken aback. What do you mean? If I do something to you, a certain country will definitely avenge you. When it evolves to the end, I will drag the moon down and smash it on a certain country. At that time, I don't believe that anyone can survive, Liu Yuan said lightly. And the cold sweat of General Ross came down. No one here knows Liu Yuan's true identity. Only he knows that Liu Yuan is an alien, knows that Liu Yuan has a strong power, and he has seen with his own eyes that his hatred is easily wiped out. General Ross didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to use the whole country to gamble that Liu Yuan couldn't do it, and he didn't dare to do it. What the hell are you doing? General Ross was angry and aggrieved, and even felt aggrieved. Why is this guy always having trouble with himself? Liu Yungzin said that you don't have any points yourself? Why can't you get along with General Ross? It's not that he's going to kill himself. Liu Yuan looked at General Ross coldly and snorted softly. You should know what I'm going to do. Destroy all those plans for me, or I'll destroy you. Also, don't chase and disturb Hulk anymore. Now, I was asked. He might have to join a team. And your daughter, they are in love with each other. General Ross was trembling with anger. Well, he even takes care of his daughter? Betty is the daughter of General Ross and the only child, and Betty is Dr. Banner's girlfriend. The two were originally in love. But later, because Dr. Banner became the Hulk and began to be hunted by General Ross all over the world, he had to fly together. S.H.I.E.L.D must have gotten Liu Yuan here because of some information, and his purpose was very simple, to beat or threaten General Ross. General Ross is unwilling, but what can be done? He knows that secular rules are meaningless to Liu Yuan, so you use a certain country to oppress him? Well, he directly threatened to drag the moon down and smash it on a country. Know why Superman is loved and hated by people? It is because Superman is both an alien and has the power to destroy the Earth at any time. This also leads to as many people who fear Superman and are therefore hostile as there are people who love him. So General Ross finally compromised, and at this point, the Super Soldier program was finally over, and the hunt for Hulk was finally over. Why do you have to come and see Ross? Because General Ross represents the opinion of the military. In the future, if S.H.I.E.L.D wants to draw Hulk to join Avengers, it must get everyone's approval and assistance. You can't let Hulk join him when you need it, and then turn around and grab Hulk after you've beaten the enemy, right? Once Hulk joins the Avengers, Dr. Banner can finally return to normal society. It's definitely something later. After Liu Yuan threatened General Ross, he ignored General Ross, asked for a few more bottles of wine, and sat until morning. It was only when the sky was bright the next day that Liu Yuan returned home full of alcohol. Fortunately, it wasn't a woman who lived with him, but Captain America Steve, so he didn't care about Liu Yuan. The two met and made a move. Roar. One went outside to go for a run, and the other went to take a bath. Steve is trying to figure out a way to reintegrate into the world now, but he still has a lot to learn and touch again, and he's missed a whole 70 years. There is no way to do this, but to take it slow. Liu Yuan couldn't help, because he was also an outsider, and there were still many things he didn't understand. At the same time, Tony's side has been very busy recently, and it is said that Hammer really fell for it. That guy not only couldn't wait to start investing in research and development after he rescued Ivan Vank, but also through the current partnership between Hammer Industries and the military, he somehow managed to get Rhodes' war machine in the end. He said he wanted to build a weapon for the war machine. But Tony knew very well that the guy was still a thief and wanted to dig out the core technology in the battlesuit. But is that so easy to do? And Ivan Vank has his own ambitions, and it is impossible to help Hammer. If Hammer did develop his own control system, what would Ivan Vank do? How could he avenge himself? Poor Hammer, he didn't know that he had been caught in the middle and became a toy for those two people, and everything about him was calculated by others. Hammer also claims to be a smart man, but there is still a big gap between him and a real genius. He didn't even have the qualifications to say both Sheng Yu and Sheng Liang. If he had to say it, he should have said, both Shen Jiao and Sheng Liang. What else is there to do with me? Tony didn't need Liu Yuan's help for the time being, and only once did he call Liu Yuan when he was developing the function of a new battlesuit. Tony asked Liu Yuan to recreate the scene of Heat Ray. It turned out that Tony installed laser rays in the new battlesuit after seeing the power of Heat Ray. Liu Yuan was helpless, Tony was no longer afraid of him. At first, I was extremely worried about whether Liu Yuan would get out of control and whether this alien would be difficult to get along with. As a result, Tony found out that the two had become friends. What's more polite then? Speaking of which, what are you doing lately? Tony asked without looking up as he began to research how to make the laser transmitter he wanted. Liu Yuan raised his hands, and saw a small planet suddenly appeared in his left hand that looked like a fixed star. It was the heart of the universe. It not only contained part of the power of OAA, but even had a terrifying power that could even destroy the cord of life. In the right hand, 6 beautiful gems appeared and slowly rotated. That's infinite gems, and it's the full set, and it's the Marvel Comics universe from the main universe. He's been studying these forces lately, mastering those cosmic laws through observation. Once he is allowed to use his own power to integrate the power of infinite gems and the heart of the universe, he can even achieve omniscience, omnipotence, infinite proximity, and even the realm of OAA. At least in the Marvel world, he has a chance to be on an equal footing with the OAA. However, after he returns to the DC universe, he may have to start all over again. Only after he has mastered the power of origin can he approach the DC god. And once he has mastered the omnipotent power of the two universes at the same time, what state will he reach? Liu Yuan is looking forward to it. Maybe one day, even the two great gods who protect him now will be surpassed by him. Liu Yuan. Tony raised his head because he didn't get an answer. When Liu Yuan flipped his wrist, he packed up the mysterious power in the palms of both hands. Laughing at Tony, Liu Yuan said, "What can I do? Drink a little wine, make a bubble girl, or go home and chat with the old popsicle captain. I also have a good discussion with him. Don't say, his fighting skills are still good. If it is the same physical strength, maybe even I can't beat him." This is not Liu Yuan's modesty. What he pays more attention to is to defeat 10 guilds with one force, to make people unable to defend at a faster speed, and to break all enemies with stronger force. He is not the type to play delicately and meticulously, such as Bagwazangbajiquan or Wing Chun. He will never know it, and he will not have the chance to learn it. He was an ordinary person in his previous life. After crossing the DC universe, he became a Kryptonian. After that, he slept in the core of the sun for 100,000 years. How could he have the chance to learn Kung Fu? On the contrary, during these days of sparring with Captain America, I learned some fighting skills instead. And Captain America is a good hand-to-hand combat player. Maybe even Ancient One's near fighting ability is better than Liu Yuan. Maybe in the future, there may be a chance to go back to the teacher's door to find a master to learn from each other. It is best to learn from Judo, Minister. 507 Ling Long. I heard you are working for S.H.I.L.D. recently. Tony hesitation asked tentatively. This represented a signal. He knew that Liu Yuan understood what he meant. Liu Yuan squinted at Tony, guessed what he meant, and said angrily, "Did S.H.I.L.D. invite you to participate in some Avengers program in my name?" Tony nodded. "That Fury is really mad Jafok," Liu Yuan cursed angrily. Fury was really bad. He used some small tricks to get Liu Yuan to help, and at the same time revealed such a rumor to win over Tony. The problem is, he didn't join in. I was just bored, so I followed them around. As for whether you want to join or not, it's up to you. Tony, don't forget that you are superhero, and you are the superhero of the world, not a country. Yes, Liu Yuan persuaded Tony sincerely. Tony nodded thoughtfully. That's right, Liu Yuan has already started to study the power of the heart of the universe and infinite gems. He seemed to be loafing around all day, and even started running to help SHIELD. However, in places that others can't see, such as hiding in the mirror world, he has been observing infinite gems and the heart of the universe without interruption. These two forces are so powerful and mysterious that even Liu Yuan had to hide in the mirror world to study. Like at the moment, Liu Yuan seems to be sitting in the living room at home, but in fact he is in the mirror world. But the mirror world corresponds to everything in the real world, so except for no one else, everything is the same as the real world. Liu Yuan sat there with 6 crystal clear infinite gems slowly rotating in front of him. The 6 infinite gems represent different law powers. For example, time gem represents time law, space gem represents space law, and so on. Then there's the mind gem, soul gem, power gem, and reality gem. In addition to this, the color of each gem is different, and even the color of gems in each universe is different. Originally this is the infinite gems from the main universe of the comic world, so the power gems are red, the time gems are actually orange 340, and the space gems are purple instead. But this is the movie universe after all, and many people don't actually know comics, and more of them have only seen movies. So in order not to confuse everyone, the color aspect is unified with the movie universe. The time gem is still green, the space gem is still blue, the power gem is still purple, the same soul gem is still orange, the reality gem is still red, and the last mind gem is still yellow. Liu Yuan once observed the time gem in this movie universe, so he started to control the time law. This is because he is also a high-dimensional person of the fifth dimension, and in fact, he has been able to control the time law for a long time. Then I got some understanding of space law because of this, and now I got the space gem, and I have a deeper understanding of space law. After that, he came into contact with the spiritual realm by learning magic, and also devoured Dormammu and the world of the dark dimension. Because of this, Liu Yuan has mastered enormous spiritual power, including mind gem. There is also soul gem. He can even unshell his own soul at will, which is more in line with soul gem. It also increased soul gem's own soul strength. Even if he lost his powerful physical strength, Liu Yuan's soul state was definitely strong. So far, only the reality gem and the power gem are left untouched. But to be honest, the last two gems are the easiest. Why do you say that? Because the power gem is the purest power. There is not much complicated law originally, it is just pure power. Power gems claim to have infinite physical power, and can also turn the user into an absolutely indestructible invincible. Including the official setting of the movie universe also said, this gem allows the user to master and control all the power and energy that they try to master. At the same time, the power gem originally also contains endless energy, which has the power to support and strengthen other gems. Even in a plot of the movie universe, there was a giant suspected of being a member of the God group, who just used the power gem to exert force on the surface of a planet once, and the entire planet's civilization was destroyed. So in the story of Guardians of Galaxy 1, it was said that once Ronan, the accuser who controlled the power gem, reached the surface of Xandar, he could destroy Xandar. So some people wonder why Thanos didn't do that after he arrived on Earth. Maybe Thanos' character is too high, he just wants to destroy half of his life, not all of it. Well, thank you Thanos for not killing. Therefore, the power gem does not have any law power that needs to be observed or mastered, because the power gem is originally an endless source of power. Mastering it is equivalent to mastering the power of a universe, or even a multi-universe. Moreover, power gems can also enhance the effects of other infinite gems, such as reality gems, which can make ideas become real, but there are also certain limitations and effect time limits. But if there is the blessing of the power gem, the reality gem can really reverse reality. In addition, Liu Yuan was originally a fifth-dimensional person, or the Golden Doomsday, which is equivalent to the only golden Superman of the fifth dimension, also the Supreme Superman. So he originally had the power to rewrite reality at will. Now that I got the reality gem, it's even more powerful. The furniture that Liu Yuan had changed at home before was already real. Everything he has changed now is real, not an illusion. If he wanted to, he could even conjure up a second Earth beside him with a single thought. The power of infinite gems and fifth-dimensional people is so terrifying. Some people may be surprised that there is such an exaggeration. It's such an exaggeration. For example, DC's troublemakers have changed the reality of the law. In fact, it has changed many times, and even the inexplicable change of 1 + 1 = a fish can be achieved. Liu Yuan sat there, with various colors slowly flowing in his eyes for some reason, colorful. His expression was a little mysterious, as if he had lost consciousness, just sitting there in a daze. At this moment, the 6 infinite gems began to slowly move towards Liu Yuan. First, the soul gem was first close to Liu Yuan's forehead, and finally disappeared into his mind and merged into Liu Yuan's soul. In the dark, Liu Yuan's soul began to sublimate, quickly turning into pure gold, and exuding a sacred brilliance. Somewhere in the universe, perhaps deep in some Marvel universe, OAA noticed all this and nodded slowly, with an admiring look in its eyes. And at the moment, how similar is Liu Yuan's soul to the glittering OAA? Then there was Mind Gem, which also sank into Liu Yuan's forehead, and immediately cleared his mind. Many things in the past suddenly became clear, and even what he saw in front of him was different. The world is more colorful, and he can clearly see things that ordinary people cannot perceive. Then there are Reality Gem, Space Gem, and Time Gem, which also entered Liu Yuan's mind one by one. Only the Power Gem is different. The Power Gem paused for a while, as if in hesitation. In the end, it came to the position of Liu Yuan's heart, the submerged into Liu Yuan's body, and integrated with Liu Yuan's heart. After all, the Power Gem is the power from the physical side, with almost unlimited physical power. Therefore, it is more suitable for this position, supporting Liu Yuan's physical strength with the heart. This time, Liu Yuan truly controlled the power of infinite gems, no longer using external force, but becoming a part of his power. The reason why Liu Yuan was able to integrate the power of infinite gems so smoothly into his own power is actually entirely due to the benefits of his 100,000-year stay in the core of the sun. He became a higher dimensional existence in advance, and he already possessed almost all the power of infinite gems, which is equivalent to a lot of overlap with the power of infinite gems. This is easily achieved. But when he took out the heart of the universe to observe and obtain the power of the heart of the universe, he found that the heart of the universe was much higher than the full set of infinite gems. Let me put it this way, even if Thanos has assembled a full set of infinite gems, he will only be stunned when facing the Tribunal of Life. And once Thanos gets the heart of the universe, it will be his second life court. The poor court of life was originally a great god with a rank only below OAA, but in the end it became a unit of measurement. Even Liu Yuan was amazed at the power of the heart of the universe. With this power in his hands, even the multi-universe can be erased and reshaped in a single thought. Even the great gods of the universe can erase or recreate new ones together. The 5 gods, Eternal, Annihilation, Die, Unlimited, or Planet Devourer, at the moment was not enough in front of Liu Yuan. Because even them, Liu Yuan can destroy and create. The heart of the universe not only originally contained the power of the multi-universe level and even the almighty universe level, but also had a part of the power of the OAA. If the only artifact that can transcend the heart of the universe is the reality controller. And that is what OAA personally created to control itself, and it is reasonable to say that it cannot be known and touched by anyone. Definitely, Thanos is definitely the exception. So Thanos integrated the reality controller and became the reality materialization of the Marvel Universe. This time, the Marvel Universe is in crisis again, and this time even OAA can't deal with Thanos, because if OAA eliminates Thanos, it will also eliminate the reality of the Marvel Universe. It can be argued that the real-world Marvel company created the Marvel Universe at the behest of the OAA. Once the reality of Marvel is wiped out, it can be considered that the OAA took out the Marvel company. It's pretty weird anyway. In the end, it doesn't seem like this comic has a sequel yet. In short, so far, it seems that Thanos has not been eliminated. It shouldn't be him, right? Liu Yuan's heart moved. Could it be that his ultimate opponent is Thanos in the strongest state? No wonder OAA has to train others to deal with it, because OAA can't do anything. It's a lot of fun. Liu Yuan couldn't help but be a little worried because he thought of such a plot in a certain universe. Because Thanos integrated with the reality controller can be said to be the strongest state, even the Court of Life was absorbed and swallowed by him, including all gods in the universe. Life Court, why always me? Although Liu Yuan also knows that the reality controller and that version of Thanos are not the mainstream settings of the Marvel Universe, but come from a separate setting written by another author. Including the OAA of the universe written by the author is not called OAA, but called AAO. And in the comics universe that really belongs to Marvel, there is no reality controller. But now it also involves super terrifying such as Oba and giant beasts, and they may not be able to bring these to the light. Thinking about it, Liu Yuan couldn't help feeling anxious. If Thanos gets the reality controller, he must master the power of the heart of the universe as soon as possible, or there will be no chance of defeating it. Even he was in danger of being defeated. After all, the reality controller can erase other existences from the fundamental existence, and even the ability with infinite resurrection may not be able to resurrect. However, how can the power of the heart of the universe be so simple to grasp? In the end, Liu Yuan had to temporarily stop the movements in his hands, feeling upset. The reason why the heart of the universe is so powerful is because it originally represented an almighty universe. Maybe the heart of the universe has developed to its limit and is a complete almighty universe. If the universe has a hierarchy, it can be roughly divided into single universe, multiverse, super universe, and finally omnipotent universe. An infinite single universe is an infinite multiverse is a super universe, and so on. One can imagine how huge an almighty universe is. There are definitely infinite universes in theory, but even Marvel can't show every universe. There is still a focus. And once Liu Yuan mastered the heart of the universe and became his own power, he could indeed be comparable to OAA and become an all-knowing and almighty being. As for now, it's a lot worse. Opening the mirror world, Liu Yuan returned home, lying on the sofa with an inevitable disappointment on his face. Originally thought that infinite gems was so smooth, the heart of the universe was no problem. The result was not so easy. The laws of a universe alone contain so much. How huge would an omnipotent universe be? The difference between universe and so on. There are so many things that he needs to observe. Even Liu Yuan, who has integrated the power of infinite gems, feels a headache. Or, go to other universes to see it for yourself? 0. Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, as if thinking of something. Didn't he even open the door to the DC universe before? Wouldn't it be easier if it was just in the Marvel universe? If it's just a door to other Marvel universes, it shouldn't be more difficult, right? Liu Yuan sat up and muttered to himself, while he had skillfully put a sling ring on himself, then pointed his left hand in front of him, and began to draw with his right hand. Lock up. Slowly, a golden circle appeared in front of Liu Yuan, and an unfamiliar aura came over it. That is no longer the movie universe that Liu Yuan at the moment is in, but another Marvel universe. As for where this portal leads to, even Liu Yuan can't guarantee it. Because he just made it out unconsciously. He actually didn't know where he opened the portal to. But since it has been opened, Liu Yuan will definitely not back down. This is what he wants, isn't it? So Liu Yuan stood up decisively, passed through the portal without hesitation, and came to the other side of the door. Then he found that he seemed to have come to a strange place, where there was a mess of graffiti and poster stickers, but it was more like someone's small warehouse. The most important thing is that there are 2 people sitting inside, as if a special job fair is still being held. The most important thing is that there is a man sitting inside, wearing a red mask on his face, wearing a tight suit, and 2 knives in his back. He looks like a Spider-Man, but in fact he is Deadpool. In that small dilapidated warehouse, Lu Yuan walked in. Wow, who is this? Why did he appear in front of me in clothes that are more handsome than me? Deadpool was startled by Roar, and there was only one reason for him to be surprised by Roar, that is, Lu Yuan was so handsome. Wearing a clean white suit and white leather shoes, he was spotless all over his body, which seemed out of tune with the surroundings. Dude, I think you're in the wrong place, even the people around Deadpool complained, holding up a job advertisement. I can see that it is clearly written above. This time, some talents with special abilities will be recruited, and then a special action team will be formed, which is simply a mercenary team. However, Lu Yuan looked more like a white-collar worker who was going to apply for a job in a big company. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a business elite, not a mercenary. Lu Yuan shrugged. In fact, he didn't know that there was a job fair going on here. He just saw Deadpool and came here recently. A special ability? Does this count? As he spoke, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately released 2 faint heat rays that melted an iron shelf next to him. Wow, Deadpool screamed again, jumped up, pointed to Lu Yuan and shouted to the people around him. Did you see it? Except for the color difference, this is Cyclops? Damn, I've been complaining about the film company before. You don't even spit out a bone except to take the money. Didn't you think they still invited Cyclops? Lu Yuan has a black line, I'm not Cyclops. Well, actually he doesn't know where to complain. Deadpool is known to be one of the few people who can break the walls of the 4th dimension, so he even dares to complain about his own film company. Not only that, the Deadpool movie can be said to be a big hit. As a result, Deadpool complained that the film company only takes money and does nothing, and even X-Men can't invite a few people. However, he was wrong. In fact, they really invited a complete X-Men team, but it was just a cameo. That's right, the X-Men team that only appeared in one scene is real, and it is said that they came to shoot a scene when they were shooting Dark Phoenix. It's just that Deadpool didn't notice it at the time. Cyclops, you've been hired. Whether Lu Yuan wanted to or not, Deadpool had already decided to call him Cyclops anyway. After all, in his own films he has been criticizing others who don't have X-Men. Well, so I made my own Cyclops, right? Deadpool is ill, and Lu Yuan knows a little bit about it. He can't follow him when he is ill. So Lu Yuan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Due to his interest in Deadpool, he temporarily joined the special operations team, and then Lu Yuan turned around and left. He came outside and found that the front was still a bar, so the warehouse in the back was really a bar, right? Lu Yuan slapped his forehead, always feeling a little regretful. The bar is not open today, maybe it's for the job fair later? In other words, this bar is actually not an ordinary bar. First of all, the bar is rather dilapidated, and secondly, it is a famous gathering place for mercenaries. There will also be help to answer tasks, but a certain commission will be charged. The person who was sitting next to Deadpool before was the person in charge. His nickname was Weasel, his full name was Jack Hammer. He was a weapons dealer and an intelligence officer, and he was also in charge of the mercenary tasks in the store. So don't underestimate him, at least in his shop, he still has a lot of status and right to speak. After all, no one wants to have no business in the future, right? Lu Yuan quickly sorted out these relevant situations, and looked behind him. Besides him, many people went in to apply for the job. It seems that Deadpool's reputation is not small, and many people are willing to do a business with him. Also, Deadpool's most famous ability is that he can't die, no matter what, so he accepts almost any business, as long as he gives money. Definitely, Deadpool, as an anti-hero, is in the business of assassinating those bad guys, and it's not without bottom lines. The premise is that he has a beloved girlfriend who can keep his bottom line and heart. And precisely at the moment his girlfriend was dead. Lu Yuan didn't even need to ask anyone. For some reason, when he thought about it, he naturally grasped this information. It was as if he had experienced it himself. No, it was as if he had seen it live. This is the power of the heart of the universe. After all, Lu Yuan has already started to observe the heart of the universe. Even if he has not fully grasped it, he has obtained some power. He can control the heart of the universe, but his ultimate goal is to turn the heart of the universe into his own power. What should I do next? Lu Yuan was a little worried for a while. He was a newcomer and didn't even have a place to go. Moreover, Lu Yuan found that although this universe is also the Marvel universe, no one can deny that Deadpool is a Marvel character, regardless of the copyright and producer issues in the real world, so this is also included in the Marvel universe. However, this universe doesn't have elements of the Marvel movie universe, not even anything related to Marvel elements other than X-Men and Mutant. Iron Man? What is that? Captain America? Who is it? There are none here, there is only Mutant here, and it doesn't seem to be related to the X-Men universe, at most it is just a cameo with each other. Lu Yuan finds it interesting. Mutant's power? That is also a power in the Marvel universe. He suddenly intends to travel to other universes, just to witness these many powers. So Lu Yuan acted, using his supervision to overlook the whole world, observing the power that each mutant holds and the changes in them. Mutant refers to a group of humans who have various super abilities due to genetic mutations, and does not include people who have acquired super abilities due to acquired mutations. It stands to reason that, for example, the Fantastic Four mutated due to external reasons, so it is not a mutant. and the US 2.0 team was transformed because of the serum of the super soldier program, and the Hulk was infected with gamma rays, etc., which are not mutants. Only a congenital genetic mutation, that is, from birth, has already qualified as a mutant, is it considered a mutant. So although the Fantastic Four are not mutants, the children of Mr. Fantastic are mutants. Mutants have their own unique levels, ranging from weak to strong. The weakest mutants may not even be able to awakening super ability in this life. Even if they have super ability, they are very weak. The strongest mutant has the power to easily annihilate the stars, and can also have the ability of a god level, even surpassing the 5 gods in the universe. And mutant's super ability is almost all-encompassing, only unexpected. There is no impossible superpower. Soon, Yuan was called back. Because he left his phone number and made it available in this world, Deadpool was able to find him, otherwise he would never come back. In fact, it is still in the previous warehouse. It turned out that in addition to the warehouse of the bar, there are many weapons prepared by the Weasel. He is also a weapons dealer, and many of the weapons used by the mercenaries in the store are bought from him. In addition to the task commission, the Weasel's income is still very good. When Yuan came, he found that there were already many people in the room. Hey everyone, this is our Cyclops. Deadpool pointed to Yuan to introduce to others. What a god Cyclops. Yuan sighed and didn't bother to argue. And when he was waiting for Deadpool to introduce others to himself, he didn't expect Deadpool to skip the process. Yuan spread his hands and asked, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Deadpool moved closer to Yuan and whispered, "It's useless to remember, because they don't live long anyway," I said. "After all, I'm a producer." Yuan is about to cover his head. Well, he is right, he is really one of the producers. Come on, don't be so blatant if you want 06. But you can't get rid of the brain circuits of a lunatic who can break through the walls of the 4th dimension. Yuan simply found a spot on the side and sat down. And Deadpool prepared a map, and began to explain it to everyone in a rare and serious manner. "I have to let you guys know the plan before I do it," Deadpool said with a somewhat normal thought. "Nonsense, if they don't even know the plan, they don't even know what to do, why are they going? Do you go shopping?" Yuan looked back boredly and looked around, and found that there were still a lot of weapons in the warehouse. But the people present are all relying on the so-called special ability that they are good at, and it seems to be useless? That's right, except for a fat man who has no ability, everyone has super ability. Needless to say, Deadpool, one of the teammates he recruited was an invisible man. Except for Yuan who could clearly see him, no one around him might know if he was really here. There is also a black girl, her ability is relatively special. In short, she is lucky, but more importantly, she can change the development of things according to her own wishes under the condition of consciousness. For example, if she can see that the bullet is about to hit her, she can modify the concept of hit. But there is also a weakness, that is, if you can't react or see, you can't change it. To put it bluntly, this is an active skill, not a passive skill. If it is passive, it will be against the sky. Besides, there are several other people, a guy who seems to be an alien, an ability with the ability to control electromagnetic fields. There is also one that can spray strong acid from the mouth, which is far more corrosive than sulfuric acid. It is also very powerful, right? Those are the people anyway. Speaking of which, is this fat man really suitable? Yuan couldn't help it. Everyone present had their own unique skills, but only that one was an ordinary person. Does he really know if this action will be dangerous? Shut up, Cyclops, Deadpool said, annoyed at being interrupted. Maybe he still hasn't recovered in his producer circle? Then he also glanced at the one and only ordinary person, and suddenly comforted in a gentle tone, "Oh, my little sweet, ignore him, he doesn't know your name at all." Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Listen to Deadpool again, I tell you, his name is Peter." Yuan understood. Okay, Spider-Man is also called Peter. Then again, why did Deadpool call him Brittany? Because this Peter seems to have diabetes. Really, can't complain. As we all know, the relationship between Deadpool and Spider-Man is extraordinary, and they can even form a CP. After all, Deadpool takes all men and women. So the only ordinary person present, just because his name was Peter, was selected. Okay, quiet me all, I'm still talking about plans, Deadpool yelled at the crowd. The others are innocent, only Yuan speaks alone. Okay. Yuan also felt speechless. It seemed that Deadpool really didn't take others to heart. As he said, he is the producer, and he definitely wants whoever gets the box lunch first. Then Deadpool began to tell the reason why he assembled the team and the next plan. It turned out that he was going to hijack an escort car. It is said that an innocent little boy was captured inside. His purpose was to rescue the little boy. But aside from hijacking the escort vehicle, there are a few things to keep in mind. For example, they might encounter an enemy called Cable. Be careful of that guy, although he is very short, only 1.8 meters, which is not the same as the setting in the comics. The setting in the comics is more than 2 meters, but he has a steel arm of the same style as Winter Soldier. Be extra careful. Deadpool had begun to let himself go. Except for Yuan, no one else could understand what he was saying. Damn, you just read DC Comics in the Marvel world, and you mentioned Marvel Comics? This is Deadpool. Who would have thought he was just a character in the comics world? Then again, Liu Yuan just finished saying that there are no elements of the Marvel movie universe in this world, and even except for Mutant and X-Men, other elements have not appeared. What do you mean by Winter Soldier? Well, even the movie universe that Liu Yuan experienced hasn't involved the plot of 357 Winter Soldier, right? Liu Yuan held his forehead with his hand and complained too much. I'm sorry, but there is really no way to complain. Others even automatically filtered out most of Deadpool's words. Anyway, they had heard that Deadpool was a bit neurotic anyway. In short, although Deadpool is freeing himself, everyone still understands it. In fact, the whole plan is very simple. It is to intercept an escort car, rescue a child, and then go back to their respective homes. Gone. By the way, what is there to say? Liu Yuan is really too lazy to talk nonsense. He is worried that this chatter will say a lot of nonsense because of this. Liu Yuan has already seen the level of Deadpool's chatter. As one of Marvel's 4 chatterers, it is said that Deadpool's comics can no longer be called comics, but should be called graphic novels. People read comics for the sake of reading, but it turns out that reading Deadpool's comics is more about reading. Why am I here to read a novel? This is just Deadpool alone. Fortunately, that Peter is not a real Spider-Man, otherwise Liu Yuanzhen would have to turn his head and change the universe. Can't be bothered or can't hide. I finally know why your mouth was sealed, Liu Yuan subconsciously complained. In the end, Deadpool was still angry. You are rumored that Lao Tzu's movie has been restarted. Sigh, how do you know? Liu Yuan shrugged. You are not the only special person. When Deadpool noticed something special about Liu Yuan, he began to approach Liu Yuan intentionally. You really aren't Cyclops. Let me guess where you came from. After all, I'm the producer, so I still know which actors are hired. Deadpool was originally a chatter, but when he discovered Liu Yuan, who was like the new world, he immediately became entangled. Liu Yuan was speechless and reminded, are you still doing something? This made Deadpool a little quieter, but immediately he asked Liu Yuan again, I knew you weren't Cyclops. That guy has to wear glasses, otherwise he can't control his power, it's really weak. Liu Yuanzhen said it was not what I said. Noisy all the way. Anyway, with Deadpool, he will definitely not feel lonely, or even feel annoyed. This guy has no time to stop. Finally got on the plane. Don't ask why there are planes and where they come from. After everyone got on the plane, they started to rush to the location that Deadpool knew in advance. Still restless throughout, Deadpool starts again, shouting, although I've been in the X-Men before. He's right, it wasn't too long ago that Colossus finally got his wish and pulled Deadpool into the X-Men. But this X-Men is a bit pitiful to be honest. There are only 4 people in the entire base, Colossus, Juvenile Warhead, plus Deadpool, and a new character, Yukio. Just 4 people. And someone complained, it's an intern. Turns out he wasn't even formal. Deadpool didn't care to continue talking to himself, but it's not good to continue to use X-Men as the team name. X-Men, male, we don't discriminate against women. X-Men is spelled X-Men, and men means man, and Deadpool is playing memes. And he has already thought of a new team name, that's why we call it the X-Force. Huh? Liu Yuan looked at Deadpool with a serious face, and didn't want to say anything more in his heart. But the black girl rudely complained, don't you think it's a bit of a copycat? The reason I say that is because DC already has a Task Force X, doesn't it? Except for the difference of one character, at least in terms of Chinese characters, there is only one character difference, which is almost identical. But that's not really to blame for Deadpool, because Marvel really has this X-Force team. Even these people are almost all of them, and at the moment's enemy, Cable, was the leader of the team at one point. Liu Yuan had a faint feeling that he was watching a movie. Well, he admitted that he had actually seen the movie, and after getting information about the world, he already knew which world it was. But he didn't say anything. After he started receiving information from this world before, he is still constantly receiving more information. He needs to understand this universe so that he can gain more understanding of the almighty universe, and finally it will help him master the power of the heart of the universe more smoothly. That's why he was willing to endure Deadpool's chatter, never leaving, but staying here. Okay everyone, we're here, ready to jump. Before he knew it, the plane had flown to the other side of the city, where Deadpool had marked on the map, so he stood in front of the cabin door and shouted. As the only ordinary person in the team, Peter finally got a little scared. Is it for real? Wait a minute, don't you think it's too windy outside? Peter shouted. He's right, it's windy today, and it's well known that windy weather can have a big impact on airplanes, especially for skydiving. No one would choose to skydive in such ghost weather, unless they were not afraid of death. And Deadpool is not afraid of death, because he can't die if he wants to. In the end, he didn't think about others, so he took the team and drove the plane over in such weather, thinking it was cool, and now he is still urging and shouting, even if you don't jump into the wind, it won't get smaller, so hurry up. Jump off for me. What logic? Although it won't be small if you don't jump in the wind, but you don't have to die if you don't jump. Liu Yuan shook his head, he couldn't stand Deadpool for a long time, and now he was the first to stand up decisively and walked towards the hatch. Deadpool also praised approvingly, look at our, oh, what should I call you? Liu Yuan jumped out immediately. Shut up. As a result, there was a startled roar sound behind him. Wait a minute, he didn't bring a parachute. It turned out that Liu Yuan didn't have a parachute at all, so he jumped off like that? Even Deadpool was stunned. Wait, does he think he is the captain of a certain country? The opening scene of Captain America 2, Captain America jumped without a parachute. Here is my original meme, so let's talk about it. But his where's the shield? Really, Deadpool's memes are too many, even the others can't stand it. One by one took the initiative to come to the door and jumped from both sides of Deadpool. Even Peter was pulled over by Deadpool and kicked. In the end, it was Deadpool's turn. He definitely had nothing to be afraid of. He did a backflip and jumped out. When everyone came out of the cabin, they immediately realized that the wind was too strong today. But now there is no way to go back, and can only bite the bullet and continue to fall down. Among them, someone finally found something wrong, because Yuan had disappeared, and a man wearing a dark blue tights and a red cloak appeared near the team. It was Yuan. He didn't know when he changed into this outfit and flew to Deadpool's side on purpose. Know who I am? Damn it, Superman? Superman. Deadpool definitely knew who Superman was, and immediately shouted, I love you so much, I want to give you a baby. Yuan flew away directly. Neuropathy. As a result, he heard 5078 Ling Long. Deadpool muttered to himself, isn't Superman blue-eyed? How did he become the finale? But it's fortunate that it's Superman. If it's Batman, it will be bad. After all, a comparison from DC a dark. Are you too embarrassed to say that others are DC dark? Yuan shook his head and said, I'll control the car first, and then he flew away quickly. In order not to continue to hear Deadpool's muttering, Yuan had to turn off the super hearing completely, and even the speed of his departure left a series of sonic booms, which shows how powerful Deadpool's mouth cannon is. The key is that Deadpool not only talks, but also jokes and sells cheap, which makes people unbearable. Yuan didn't know how to answer those stocks, and always felt that he couldn't talk. With Yuan's speed and strength, he quickly flew over the target's convoy from a distance, looked down at the two escort cars in front of each other, and flew directly from the side, giving him a kick with one foot. Kicked over. I have to make it clear that although Yuan does not have a favorable impression of a certain country, at the moment, the reason why he shows his hostility so directly at this moment is not because of that. In fact, these people are specifically targeting and detaining mutants, which means that no matter good or bad, as long as they are mutants, they will be targeted with the most severe means. Are they good people? It definitely doesn't count, does it? So Yuan kicked the front and rear escort cars one by one. Then he floated to the front of the escort car that was escorting the little boy who was the target this time, and just flew in front of the car. On the co-pilot in the car, a guard took out a pistol, aimed at Yuan from outside the car window, and pulled the trigger directly. But what's the point of that? When the bullet hit Yuan, it bounced off after hearing the sound of dang dang. He is indestructible. Do you want me to take action? Yuan asked. The driver of the vehicle and the co-pilot looked at each other, and finally stopped the car obediently. Yuan didn't shoot at them again, but let them go. Raising his head, Yuan glanced at the moment in the sky, flying back and forth with the strong wind. The so-called X species who were blown around by the wind, shook their heads, opened the door and got into the car. This is a large truck, and the escort behind 357 is not ordinary cargo, but one mutant after another. It is undeniable that there are bad people in it, and even Yuan came to one of the most strict prison cells, and he could see the people inside through the thick steel plate. Juggernaut. There is a monster imprisoned here. Although there is almost no existence that can be called a monster in front of Yuan, for many people, Juggernaut is undoubtedly a monster-level big guy. But here's the thing to say, many people mistakenly think that Juggernaut is mutant, and his ability also comes from mutants' mutation. But in fact it is not. Juggernaut is more like a curse. The source of power is the magic of an evil god named Sidorak, which is known as inexhaustible. Sidorak is a demonic evil god. The world he lives in is known as the Crimson Universe, and he can even achieve omnipotence in his domain. It was originally a plural and unique existence. Sidorak can also travel through the universe at will, but if he leaves his domain, his strength will be greatly weakened, which is equivalent to the existence of eternity, annihilation, death, and infinity. It was he who gave Juggernaut his magic, and every successor is called Juggernaut. The Juggernaut in front of him, whose real name is Cain Marco, is still Professor X's half-brother according to the setting of the main comic universe. But because the power comes from the evil god, Juggernaut's character is extremely tyrannical, making him one of the most classic villains. I just didn't expect him to be imprisoned here. Yuan looked back at Deadpool in the sky, as if he understood something. Well, it must have something to do with the producer. After all, Juggernaut and Deadpool are also very close. Everyone, I've got the car under control, what's next? Yuan looked back and asked while looking at a little fat man in another prison cell next to him. He has a way to deliver his own words to everyone's ears, and he can hear other people's words, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't have wireless headphones. Deadpool immediately made a surprised roar sound. You really are Superman, you really trust me. One more thing, I have a cousin in DC, his name is Slade Wilson, do you know him? Does this mean the death knell? Those familiar with the two companies and the two characters know that Deadpool and Deathstroke are almost identical in design and even in appearance. Even both were once mercenaries and both had the last name Wilson. It can be said that Deathstroke is the original prototype of Deadpool. It's just that Marvel made Deadpool's own unique style. One is to break the four-dimensional wall, the other is to talk, play tricks, and sell cheap, and then gradually get rid of the shadow of the death knell and become a very popular character. Later, the two companies paid tribute to each other. Deadpool said that Deathstroke was his cousin in DC, and Deathstroke also said that he had a half-brother. Liu Yuanxin said that you are really embarrassed to say it. But it's still a pretty good fantasy. You can drive over and pick us up, Deadpool demanded. As a result, Liu Yuan refused without hesitation. I don't have a driver's license. This is the truth. He has never taken a driver's license, although with his super learning ability, since he can even master such mysterious magic, there is no problem in learning driving skills. What's more is that he is too lazy to go, and he is not doing nothing all day. It is better to fly by himself than driving. Where can he not go when he opens a portal? Drive? Test for a driver's license? Free? And his reason also made Deadpool feel speechless, really powerless to refute. The helpless Deadpool can only let Liu Yuan continue to wait there, and it seems that an accident happened on their side. As mentioned earlier, the wind was so strong today that everyone's parachutes could not be controlled for a long time, and were blown away by the strong wind. The most terrible thing is that they have fallen to the outskirts of the city, and there are not only many buildings in the city, but also all kinds of equipment. Next, Liu Yuan was fortunate enough to see the most unfortunate scene. The ability in the team may be the guy from controlling magnetic field, who was hit by a bus before he landed, and died horribly. Then there was something worse than him. The alien, actually called Broken Star, went straight to the roof of a building. Originally, there was a plane that was going to take off at the risk of taking off, but he came and landed on someone's propeller, so let's not mention that picture. There is also Peter, who had landed safely, but was trapped by his companions, and the pig teammates went straight to a wood chipper, and just landed at the entrance. Peter was going to save people, but he didn't expect the guy to spray himself with strong acid, and both of them died. Deadpool was also stunned. What is all this mess? In the end, even the Invisible Man was not spared, and was sent to the high-voltage wire by the strong wind, and was directly roasted. Well, the X-Force team was wiped out, leaving only Deadpool and that black girl named Domino. In fact, the real Domino was originally white-skinned. As for why it became like this, everyone knows. Deadpool had to tell Liu Yuan the bad news. Okay, we've been wiped out. By the way, why don't you come and help us? Deadpool also raised a question. Since Liu Yuan has already revealed his identity as Superman, at least it looks like this, then he can fly to help everyone. In the end, Liu Yuan said, "You are the producer. Isn't this the script you decided on?" Deadpool didn't expect him to say this, and he couldn't help but be silent for a moment before saying, as expected, "It's from the DC universe," referring to Liu Yuan Dark.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.